Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is a beautiful morning here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour as we watch Lucas Pank being helped by John Boyette, his competitor, to be pushed into the grid position. So we like that. This is the International GT Enduro here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. Had an absolutely fantastic day yesterday. It looks like we're going to have really, really nice weather here. So, Boyette, I'm watching you. You're helping out your competitors already here at Grid.
Yeah.
What's it like? Such a beautiful day to be starting this Enduro.
I'm very excited to be here. I just want to thank Matrix Motorsports. This is my second time being here at the track. Had a great qualifying effort. I'm a Pank sandwich, but looking forward to today sharing the car with our team owner, Cliff Kayer.
Nice. Well, that's awesome. Well, have fun out there. Something I want to point out, though, look at this. I was just noticing this. Just a little bit of details. I don't know what Ken and Julie have told all the International GT, but they always get the best style points. So now Lucas pulls up right here. Lucas Pank did really well, finished 1-2 yesterday overall. Tom Pank is at the sharp end. Dunn, who also did very, very well yesterday, gives us a good thumbs up there. We like that. Everybody's just about to go out. So right now, our points leader, Michael Merritt. You've really got to watch out for him. I want to talk about the bespoke interior solutions worldwide. But I'm talking Evan Slater is his pro coach. This is an Enduro. It's an hour-long mandatory 5-minute pit stop. It's up to the drivers if they want to do a driver change. But if they do, they have to go half the distance of the race. So Evan is hoping that that yellow flag comes out right there. So let's talk about this effort of Michael Merritt this year.
Yeah, Michael Merritt's been working hard. I mean, he's been putting a lot of time in on the simulator and the race car trying to get better as a driver. So it's been going really well, obviously leading the points. So, I mean, it's hard to complain with that. We had a motor failure in, I think, the first race or either qualifying. So we're actually in the backup car. So this car hasn't really been tested a ton, but it's still running pretty fast. So it'll be fun out there.
And now talking about the style points, look at how beautiful this car is as the backup car, but also matching jerseys. I can't call them, sometimes I call them race costumes and people get mad at me. Matching race suits for Evan and Michael Merritt. Unbelievable. Ken Fangler's coming through reminding everybody of 2 pace laps of the short course. Then Bob Wyson, look at this, talking about style points. Bob Wyson always brings a car that looks very, very good from Mentor, Ohio. Oliver here. Hey, see, we've already got some fans here. Get a shot there. We've already got fans here early in the morning. Just don't jump on any tables, Bills Mafia. Oliver over here, another Matrix car looking very, very good. Are you co-driving with this car today?
Yes, I'm Bill Oliver. That's my co-driver, Bruno. He's the pro. So we're excited. Did good yesterday, so hopefully we'll move up pretty quickly.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for bringing this out. So what is the strategy then? He's going to start. You're hoping that 30 minutes in, he comes in and puts you in it?
Exactly, yep. Yeah, we just decided I messed up the qualifying, so he's going to rectify that. And then I did a lot better yesterday in the race. Felt good. This is only my second time to this track. Really great track. Love IGT. It's been a great weekend.
Thank you for coming out. The cars look amazing. Woody Witchard here with this beautiful car. Look at the cars that are coming here. Absolutely love it. It's great to have him out here. Then our first in the Stuttgart, Keith Grant. And I was pointing this out as a Tennessee person. It is the exact Pantone of the Tennessee orange, the Tennessee checkerboard that's in the end zones there. So that's always, I have to love that, you know, Rocky Top. And all of the Grants went to Tennessee. There's 4 racing Grants, as you know, if you follow along with International GT and the Trans Am Series, and all of them went there. Craig had a very good race yesterday against Keith Grant. And I think there's a little bit of an autograph here from what happened yesterday. So we're going to watch out for that as we come through. The 09, another one of our beautiful cars. This is Chris Ruppel. Great to have him out here in the cars. Then Tommy Ballister, we were talking about him yesterday. He's got that in-car last year's champion in the Mission Foods Trophy Cup. The Puerto Rican flag there, but Quirt I see you here. You've got the championship-winning car. I know that Tommy had some issues when we went out west, so it's great to have him back. How you feeling?
Oh, we're feeling great. We've had a great week so far. This is the cherry on top. We're looking for a W. Hopefully we can pull it off.
Nice. Now, I saw Maria here earlier in the week. Is she in this race?
No. She had to go. She's higher education. She's going back to get her PhD. You know, I wasn't enough of a challenge, so she thought she would get become Dr. Maria.
Exactly. Well, Maria, we miss you. But I'm sure you'll be in the car soon after you get your doctorate. But I love coming through the International GT family, seeing everybody. But hold on, let's talk to our new International GT president. Julie, come over here. Okay. So happy for you. You've got International GT. We've been working together for a long time, but beautiful weather to start this race. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm excited about taking over this series and where we're going with it, and what a beautiful day to start out, and everybody's ready to go and getting their tires warm and just, having a great day. It's been a good weekend.
It has been a great weekend. Julie, so proud of you. Couldn't have into a better person. So excited. International GT under new leadership with Julie Bentley, but not really. She's been the other person that's worked for International GT for so long. He's starting up. Look at this, the number 87. I want to make sure I mention him, Mark Julian in this car. Beautiful car. Look at the preparation of all of these cars. Unbelievable. And then we'll try to walk up and talk through each driver. The 94, David Wildrick. The 22A, Thomas Kirk and Ron Zitza should be in this car. Then look at this. This is another one of the things. So see how it's a carbon fiber wrap, but he's going so fast that the carbon fiber is starting to fray. One of the coolest designs of a wrap I've seen. I absolutely love that. That's David Harrington in the Stuttgart. The Navy car. He was with us at Sebring. This is Nicholas Carangellen. He's given us the peace sign. He's running the Navy car. This is actually a 3.6 liter, but I want to point this out also for my friend David Tuwadi. He's running FATA. He's keeping FATA proud too, representing our friends from South Florida. In the 22, Brian Hicks and that beautiful Carrera, the slot car sponsored car. We've got the mentor with Smiley, Andrew Smiley behind the wheel in the 167 with the Mentor Racing, the Torsten Gross, the Just Hands Racing. How about that? He's got a 4-part series on Amazon Prime, and I think they're doing a season 2 of that. Then we've got Richard Grant here, another Tennessean. Richard and Keith Grant, father, son, and their beautiful new Club Sport 4-liter Caymans. And then representing the P1 Motor Club, look that up, out here in the number 26 is Chris Duplessis. Is it Duplessis?
Exactly right.
Chris Duplessis out there, ladies and gentlemen, representing P1 Motor Club, a great motor club coming to South Florida. Very excited about that. We've got about 2 minutes. It's getting loud down here, Ralph, so I'm going to run up to the booth, 2 pace laps, and then we're going green on a beautiful day here at Watkins Glen.
All right, Ben, thank you. Yes, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Watkins Glen International. Ralph Shaheen here with you. You just heard from Ben Sissel as he completed another one of his big-time grid walks. Cars are now starting to roll out. As Ben has told you, they're going to do 2 pace laps on the short course here, the NASCAR course, and then we'll be racing on the much longer Grand Prix circuit. We've had interesting weather all week long, all season long. We've had rain at least either the beginning, middle, or end, or all the above of every race weekend since we've been at Sebring back in February. It has been crazy. And, of course, nothing changed here at Watkins Glen. We had rain on Thursday and Friday and Saturday, and Friday was actually pretty good, come to think. It wasn't too bad. But we had rain yesterday, fair amount of it. And now today, absolutely gorgeous fall weather, as you can see, as the cars make their way up through the S's for the first time on this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern. Wherever you are joining in, we welcome you aboard. Hope to have you with us all day long. It's going to be a great day of racing here. We've got some fantastic cars throughout the paddock area. Paddock has been full all weekend long. One of the biggest vintage car races of the year here with SVRA annually at Watkins Glen in the fall, and tremendous way to ease into the cooler temperatures with some hot racing here today. Had some really good competition yesterday, some very close races, some real last-second, last-minute changes for the lead, led to some dramatic finishes yesterday, and we expect more of the same here today. Got a great onboard camera for you as well in this one. Be a lot of fun to keep an eye on to see how fast they're going, entering some of the corners, and how they work their way around. This is Thomas Ballester, the 189, a Porsche GT3 Cup car 4.0. Up near the front of the field for the start of this one. International GT Endurance Race. Again, we will have 2 pace laps, so as they work their way back towards start-finish line here, we're going to go again at a reduced rate. Cool temps here this morning. Definitely a little bit on the chilly side. Welcome, though. It's not anything anybody's complaining about, that's for sure. Getting as much heat in those tires as they can. About 56 degrees. But the sun should be warming things up nicely here today. Expected to see a high of about 67 at the end of the day when we're wrapping things up. So it's going to be in the low to mid 60s most of the day. Got a fire going over there, staying warm in the morning. You can see the flags whipping about. Bit of a breeze blowing here. The Glen. That's really what's keeping it a little bit on the cool side. Beautiful, beautiful scenery here. If you've never had a chance to come to Watkins Glen, we highly recommend it. Off in the distance there, you catch just a glimpse of Seneca Lake. And here's Ben joining me in the booth, where it's much warmer than it is down there on the racetrack, isn't it, Ben? It's a little bit chilly with that breeze blowing out there.
It's very chilly. I didn't get a temperature of the track surface, but I'm glad they're getting 2 pace laps to try to get some heat in those tires.
Yeah, ambient is 56, so I'm sure that track temp is a little bit chilly.
We've got great in-cars from Thomas Ballester here. I think the Panks also submitted their in-cars. But it's weird too, Ralph, because you can see the shadows
yeah,
certain parts of the track. So even there might be a 15 to 20 degree difference in the shade there than there is in the sunshine on the track.
Yeah, and exactly in the spot you don't need it, right?
Yeah, definitely coming through the carousel.
All right, again, we're running the NASCAR portion of the track for the warm-up here, so we're going to skip the boot, which was just off to your left there. Run down through here. And then there is where the boot reconnects, right there, to the main portion of the racetrack.
And the reason we do that, we don't like to do that, but we've totaled it up. It saves us about 22 to 25 minutes a day just doing the shortcut to get the cars on track. The short course still gives them enough time to warm up their tires. But here they go, Ralph.
Good to go and ready to go racing here. International GT, their endurance race on a Sunday morning in the early fall at Watkins Glen, New York. Here we go. Green flag, and we're underway on this Sunday. And the Panks lined up here, headed down towards turn 1. And it looks like they're going to have the early lead. Whoa! A couple of cars getting awful loose, Ben. You get up on that curbing there on the outside of turn 1, it can really upset the balance of the car.
Yeah, especially then it goes from asphalt to concrete that's painted, that's real smooth. It almost becomes like ice. As now they come down, I like after they start to stretch out like this, especially in these Enduros.
Yeah, and coming through the S's there, it's still pretty narrow all the way through there. So if somebody makes a mistake, Boy, it can be rough because you start ping-ponging your way through there.
Yeah. So right now, it looks like it's Tom Pank, then John Boyette, then Steve Dunn, and then Lucas Pank.
Everybody making their way through the carousel now. And this will be their first trip down into the boot. Here we go. Down the laces.
Out of the shade, into the sun.
And I encourage you, if you're sitting at home, grab your iPad or your computer, whatever, and Google track map for Watkins Glen, and you really get an idea of how the boot is laid out and why it is called that. The laces, the toe, the heel. It'll suddenly all make sense to you.
Dunn moved up to second place there over Boyette, getting a good shot of Keith Grant representing Tennessee. But look at this group, and Michael Merritt's got to be very careful getting through. He's running for a championship. He doesn't want to do anything wrong, and he's in his B car. So he's in a pretty good gaggle there in the third, fourth, fifth area.
Well, and we didn't really take a good look at it, Ben, but I'm sure coming into the S's, the way the track is laid out, I know driving over here this morning, it's all backcountry roads, 2-lane roads coming out to Watkins Glen. Beautiful drive through the countryside. But there's a lot of times you come up and over a rise, and all of a sudden the rising sun is, bam, right in your face. And you can see it here as they head into the S's. Same thing. So I'm sure these drivers are dealing with some challenges that way, too, early here on Sunday morning.
Yeah, going through turn 2 and then coming through the boot section, the exit, looking up the hill. That's going to be pretty blinding.
Yeah, that's another spot. This is the inner loop, also known as the bus stop, the chicane. Slowing things down through there.
I really like that section. You know, as a lot of racing purists are like, well, you want to go really fast, but actually that part of the track was too fast, as we proved the year of Tommy Kendall
and J.D. McDuffie.
Yeah. So it's, but also it kind of, we were looking yesterday, some people were going through there in IGT at 160, and some people were going through at 150.
Yeah, it's it's supposed to slow you down, but it's still incredibly quick. In fact, I would say, I don't know if this study has ever been done, but I would think out of a lot of the chicane sections of racetrack around the world, it's one of the faster ones.
Yeah.
Similar to Le Mans.
Daytona would be a pretty fast one.
Yeah, Daytona's pretty quick.
But that one is really, Daytona's a lot more severe.
Yeah.
But that one is a pretty quick one, especially when you watch them just fly through there as we ride on board with Tommy Ballast.
The other big challenge there, and we'll see it play out through the course of the day going through that chicane, the size of the curbing, especially on exit, will really get the cars up in the air, tires off the ground, and add to the challenge. Coming onto the front straightaway, get right up along that wall there.
He's moving.
Yeah, this is downhill right here into turn 1.
But the tires look connected. Looks like the heat is into these Pirelli P0s.
Yeah, you can see the glare there, how much that sun is shining in the eyes of the drivers coming through that early section of the S's here.
Just looking by his body language, he looks very relaxed, doesn't he? He looks like the car agrees with him. He likes what he's having to operate.
What a great way to start your Sunday, huh?
Yeah. So he's about 100 miles an hour around the carousel.
Here he goes down into the boot. And again, another big plunge downhill here.
And the elevation, like we were talking yesterday, it's deceiving. You could see Grant getting really squirrely there ahead of him.
Yeah, and then you can see the dramatic rise up here too, Ben. Well, he's taking advantage of Grant's little bit of a bobble there.
Yeah, 2 different classes that they're in. So Grant can see on his windshield, on Ballister's windshield, that's not somebody he's racing against. So he's probably a little bit more keen to let him by.
see a big puff of smoke there.
Yeah, and this is our leaders. And if you remember, Oliver was, I don't remember who his pro driver is, but the pro driver is in the car right now. In that car, running in second by the images, but not by scoring. I'm just going by the images that we're getting. So whoever is in William Oliver's car is currently in second, chasing down Tom Pank at a pretty good rate. I would, judging by this, I don't think Tom Pank's going to cross the start-finish line, the leader of this lap.
Yeah, you can see he flashed the lights at him as they crossed the start-finish line the last time by. He's trying to get in his head a little bit, I think, let him know, hey, I am charging fast.
That is a 2025 Porsche GT3 Cup car, 4-liter. Behind Tom Pank. There's Michael Merritt, our points leader. There's Lucas Pank. They finished 1-2 yesterday. And Boyette just ahead of Lucas. Right, let's see if he's going to make a liar out of it.
Oh, man, he got pretty wide there. And he's looking inside, coming back up onto the track out of the boot, and that could be a huge advantage because he has the inside line at the next corner. Yep, got him. He's using up all the racetrack, though, isn't he?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, that is somebody that was told to go fast, go as fast as you can.
Get it done.
We're going to see what kind of gap he can play here on Tom Pank as they come into Mission Foods Turn 1.
Well, and you know, the strategy right there might be too, Ben. He is the pro driver. Get the lead, get away, so that when Oliver gets in the car, he's got a nice enough lead that hopefully he can manage it, maintain it, and get the win.
Basically be the rabbit.
Yes.
There's about 3 or 4 of these Matrix cars out there.
He is quick, too. Look at the gap he's opening up.
Yep. Does it have on your scoring who's in the car?
No. Scoring has been off over
Maybe
here.
Somebody can tell us in the comments. Because Hooligan Raps has joined us.
Showing William Oliver, and we know it's not him.
Okay, then who's in Dunn's car just behind the tank? Should be the Steve Dunn car. And ladies and gentlemen, again, this is a 1-hour Enduro. They have to come in at a 5-minute pit stop. If you're putting a co-driver in, they have to do half the race. So about at the 30-minute mark, you need to come in and change drivers. They don't have to change drivers. I think the Pegs are both staying out there, as is Bob Wisen. Getting some great shots here. It's the 49 of Peter Craig and Chris Hall.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ben, I'm not getting anything on our timing and scoring over here.
Yeah.
I don't even know where we are time-wise in the race, to be honest with you.
We should have about 14 minutes left in the race. Or, I'm sorry, 45 minutes left in the race. We were about 14 minutes through.
It's about halfway to the pit stop.
Yeah, if they're doing a driver change. The other drivers could come in any time, I believe. And there's a cone that we've put at the front of the pits and a cone at the back of the pits. So start line and finish line of the pit stops. Because you want to hit like a stopwatch in your car.
Yeah.
And then you want to be at about a 5:01 when you go through the last cone. And it does shake things up. Have to do a pit stop, where you do the pit stop. If it just so happens that you can pit under double yellow, obviously that's going to really help you out. So there's our leader. In second place right now is Tom Pank.
And hopefully, Ben, somebody who is listening in to our broadcast here today is the winner of that $1.7 billion Powerball lottery last night. And if you won that lottery and you're tuned in listening to us today, we really appreciate your loyalty. Right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, and
obviously you and I
something cool
did not.
So if you're wondering how they get into this, into International GT or SVRA, you can go to svra.com, internationalgt.net, speedtour.net, and you basically, first thing, you have to have a racing license, and there's all kinds of schools that you can go to for that. And then there are a ton of these Porsche Cup cars or Ferraris that you can have out there that have just been maybe last year's IMSA team cars or anything like that. Or you can build one. You can work with the Porsche or Ferrari factories and come out here and race. And some of the most fun racing you'll see. And then with SVRA, you can go to like a Bring a Trailer or eBay, and there's probably 50 vintage race cars that are eligible that were just on the track with us for sale on the web. From prices range from $5,000 to 25 to 30 million.
Yeah, and if you're that new billionaire, welcome to the series. We'd love to have you.
Yeah. I'm hearing pace car stand up as our leader.
A little light flashing here as we get through some traffic.
That's Richard Grant. See how deep he goes there. Man. He hits that little bit of dust. He hits that same mark every time, so he's consistent.
I'm wondering if that's dust or moisture because we had so much rain yesterday. Tipping that wheel there.
All right, so we've gone double yellow. Not at a great time either, because some people, if you have a co-driver.
Oh, there we go, right there on the right.
Shoot, I hope that wasn't Grant. I saw an orange car.
Yeah.
2 orange cars out there. But the reason I say that is because he's supposed to be racing next weekend in Atlanta for the majors. So you can see a lot of drivers are coming in, but if you do have a co-driver, that really is going to hurt you for winning this race, because you really want to come in and pit under a caution. This is where our scoring will go a little bit wonky for a little bit.
That is a really cool wrap on that car, how the carbon fiber appears to be ripping apart.
So you see the corner worker.
Oh boy.
Let's see, that it looks like he's dropping oil too. So he needs to get off of the racetrack.
Because he's coming up out of the boot, so he's got a ways to go to get back to pit lane.
Yeah. He needs to get off of the line, but he's trying to just make it back to pit lane.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell if it was a wheel not turning, but it looked like he was leaving a line on the ground.
It looked like they were rolling. Not very well, but.
So as they come through, it looks like Michael Merritt has stayed out, as has John Boyette and Cliff Kayer. It looks like the Panks are both in, which they should be if they're not doing a co-driver. I'm guessing Bob Wyson is probably in. I'm going to try to go through and make some notes so that we know kind of who's going through here. And then there's our leader. So the pace car didn't pick up the leader. William Oliver is still scoring as the leader going around, and he's going to probably find the back. There's the 76. Karen Jellin. He is in the pits.
He is shown right now in 14th. Timing and scoring has finally caught up for us here on the monitor.
Steve Dunn is in the pits. appreciate the images, Lucas, from pit lane, so we can kind of make some notes here. And you can see they're just checking tire temperatures. These Porsches, they don't really have to refuel.
Steve Dunn, by the way, shown in 4th right now, Ben.
Yeah. He and Tom Pank right now have a huge advantage over the rest of the field. So Grant has made it back around. 167 is still out there. That is Andrew Smiley. Nobody looks like they're in a big rush or a hurry.
Smiley is in 13th.
They're just checking their outside left tires.
Boy. You were right about it dropping some fluid.
Yeah, that's not good. That means we're probably going to have some track cleanup to do. So I believe that's the car that we saw hit the wall there at 8.
Yeah.
So now Thomas Ballister's coming in. So here's that line right there. You have to hit your stopwatch right there. We saw Chris Duplessis in the pits.
See how long the pit lane is here at Watkins Glen and trying to find your pit box.
And they talk about that in the NASCAR races because also the teams aren't used to coming out this way.
Right.
The pit wall's on your right. So this one's always trouble. And then if you have one of the deeper, like this pit box, it's downhill. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times, you know, the drivers are told to get off their brakes and put the car up in the air. Well, they have to kind of stay on their brakes so the car doesn't roll forward until they're on the jacks. Okay, so here comes Tom Pank, who has come out after his 5-minute pit stop, followed by Lucas Pank. Here comes Bob Weisen. Here comes Dunn. So this is going to be kind of a race within a race because we're going to have to see where the other pits shake out. But right now, I'd say Tom Pank and Dunn have a huge advantage on this race, as does Bob Weisen. I'm going to get the number of that car up there. And I wasn't counting in my head, but are they down a lap or are they down 2 laps? So here's where they're looking to fix this oil line.
Dunn, it's showing 2 laps. Grant showing 2 laps.
Okay. So you can see what they're doing is putting what's called oil dry down. We call it kitty litter. It's just these little pieces of clay that get brushed into the concrete that absorb the oil, and it takes the oil out of the track.
Well, while they do that, Ben, let's go ahead and take care of some business on our end. We'll take a short break, and we'll come back. You won't miss any of the racing here from Watkins Glen. Stay with us.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser-measured floor liners, no-drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Whoops. That's a little bit of a wait there.
Yep. Yeah, we've got some cleanup to do, so I don't know if the cars are still going around or if they've put them into pit lane, because that would change everything also. If they bring them into pit lane, it's the the amount of laps. So they're still going around. All right. And everybody that would have wanted to pit now can come in because we're halfway through the race. So we might see Michael Merritt now come into the pit box and trade up with Evan Slater. I'm not sure. There's Torsten with Just Hands. You can watch his Prime video release, 4-part release, all about his program Just Hands that helps paraplegic, quadriplegic athletes or anybody that doesn't have use of their feet. They can drive with just their hands, and they come up with all the boxes. They can race like that. They make cars like that. It's a really, really cool program. You can see the blowers just on standby waiting there. There is our points leader, Michael Merritt, who stayed out there and counted in the laps under caution, which didn't work out, but I'm expecting him to now duck into pit lane and trade out drivers.
If you've never been to one of our SVRA races, there is something for everybody here. We have an incredible amount of different categories, classes, wide-ranging variety of machinery, from cars from the very, very early 1900s here this weekend, the Ragtime Racers, all the way up to these incredibly modern Porsches and just about everything in between. Open wheel, closed wheel, open cockpit, you name it. And earlier this year, Ben took a walk through the paddock to explain all the different categories that run on an SVRA weekend.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us, what are the different classes in SVRA? Because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Bridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-type Jaguar, D-type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4. A little bit more rare than some of the production cars, technically production cars, but a lot more rare limited run. Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially the really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, just pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds, the production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7 and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alpha, the BMW 2002s. But I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom-built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11, and when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars, but we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 and SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. They have to be set up the way they were, and they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it or Castrol or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Parnelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am.
Well, there it is. Here's the driver change with Michael Merritt and Evan Slater in that Merritt B car, the 898. There is Michael Merritt there, making sure Evan gets in. And Ralph, this is all going to shake out when we take the green here.
Yeah, it's going to twist it up a little bit, isn't it? And we've been down, what, about 10 minutes now, Ben?
I'd say so, yeah.
And the clock is running the whole time, right?
Yep.
We don't.
Yeah, I'm showing here that we've got about we're about 25 minutes left in this race.
So this hour-long enduro is going to quickly become maybe about a 15-minute sprint.
Yeah,
by the time we're really ready to go back to green.
Yeah, I'm hearing they're going to try to bring the pace car around to take the green here. So we'll see what happens. So you can see we're riding on board with Tommy Ballister, right behind Chris Duplessis in his Porsche 2009 Cayman.
Ballister right now is shown back in 20th.
Yeah, once we take the green and go 2 or 3 laps, the scoring's all going to change because it's all who went through when. Okay, so they're telling the safety car to go 30 miles an hour. So the reason they're doing that is they're trying to get the green flag going this time. So the cars, they can't go this pace too long because the cars will start to overheat. But he's trying to do everything he can to get them back to green here this lap. And you can see there's still safety vehicles on the track. But I'm hearing we can go green this time by, Ralph.
Well, the jet blower there is coming to the final corner, so you can still see where they're cleaning. But he should be able to pull off pretty soon, and they're just coming up out of the boot. So I think they're going to make it, Ben.
Yep. Lights out on the pace car. So they are going to be coming in here. Richard Grant leading the field through. Then you've got Tom Pank up, lights back on to the safety car. Gonna have to do another lap.
Make it.
It means the safety crew might have seen something they didn't see before. You can see now that they've got to go through this dust. This looks like a Jerry Bruckheimer film right here when the cars come through here.
Yeah, expecting the cars to come flying through.
Play some cool music.
There it is, right there.
So Richard Grant stays out front, leading the cars through. Displaying the double yellow here at the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix and the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour.
Looks like the pace car picked the pace up a little bit here now, too. Here the engines of the cars revving up a little bit more as they come down the front straightaway this time.
I can't tell if the pace car lights are on. We can get a shot of the pace car because he, came in. I can't tell on the back. Can you see if the pace car lights are on? Can't tell.
It's hard to tell.
And if I can't tell, that's not good. Oh, they're telling the safety car to go as fast as he's comfortable going in the car. Let's see if we can see any lights on that thing.
That's that beautiful Allard we're using as a pace car. Rarely seen, never forgotten, it says on the side of its trailer.
Yeah, there were Allards that raced in the original Watkins Glen races from 1948 to 1952 downtown.
He's probably having a good time stretching out the legs of that Allard a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when they said go as fast as you're comfortable.
Yeah. I think I've been waiting to hear that all weekend.
A lot of campers here this weekend. I absolutely love it. I was noticing driving here that some of the leaves are starting to change on the trees here. So, you know, where we live, it's about a month and a half ahead of us.
Yes.
In the change. But this is going to shake out everything. I did see William Oliver back out there, but he's going to be starting from the back of this field. It's going to take us about probably 4 or 5 laps to shake out the scoring and where everybody really is on this. But I can hear from our pace car that he is coming in this time. And we're going to get this thing restarted with about 20 minutes left in the race. Okay, so Richard Grant, normally, because he's in a Stuttgart car, knowing these cars, he's probably going to take the start and just go far as he can, driver's
out of the
right.
way, yeah.
And even sometimes you'll see them put their turn signal on, and it will. The turn signal doesn't indicate where they're going. It's indicating where they want the other drivers to go. It's like a point by, basically. So they should slow down a little bit and let the pace car in. Here they come to green.
Pace car is off. Watching for the flagman upper left. There's the green flag. We are back at it. Yeah, and he's going to move way over to the left here. Give the Panks and everybody else the inside line into one, which would be the preferred line.
Yep, he gave room. That's good. So it's now Tom Pank, Lucas Pank, then Dunn, then Bob Wyson.
Oh, side by side into the chicane there. Panks hold on to the top 2 spots for now.
Yeah, but Dunn is giving a good look here.
Sure is.
Coming downhill, and you can still see the shadows across the track, which is going to change the temperature of the surface a little bit. The Dunn right behind him, coming into the toe of the booth, and Bob Wyson. I'm getting a safety car stand up, Ralph. They're cautioning now.
Yep, sure is. With 17 and a half minutes remaining.
And remember that red car in Formula Juniors that I was talking about yesterday of Joe Calasaco. He's in the booth with us right now, but the kind of shark nose Formula Junior. Yeah, that was such a cool car. So he's out here. I think he's writing you a love note. I think.
Is that what it is? Thanks.
Hopefully,
Joe.
Are you giving us notes for the broadcast? Nice. Yeah, please do. I love it. Yeah, see? It's not often that we have the driver owners of the cars coming in here and giving us production notes, so that's kind of cool.
Not good ones, at least. Usually the notes you get are all the things we did wrong, right?
Yeah. Here's how you say the name or things like that. Are we saying the name correctly? Is it there? So here they come.
Oh, there it is, right at the exit of the carousel.
That's Tommy Ballister.
That's our onboard camera.
Yeah, in the wall there. It looks like he backed into the wall. Here we go with the replay.
There's the entrance to the carousel there. He went to the outside.
Oh, 3 wide to the carousel.
Yeah. Looks like he got tapped there.
Ooh, maybe from behind there.
And the rear end of the car got up in the air. Did you see that?
Yeah. Oh. That was a scary one.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if he got hit from the car that he had just passed in the driver's right rear, or if he got hit from the back from the car that was behind him.
It seemed to me he got hit in the right rear.
So we are at black flag. So the cars should be coming down into pit lane right now. And with only about 15 minutes left, we'll see if we can go.
Yeah, because they're going to have to do a little tire wall fix there.
So some cars are coming down.
Another look at it here, Ben. And I'm betting this driver here in the center certainly didn't expect to see him on the outside. Was probably focused on that car on the inside, making sure he gave him room and everything.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ralph.
And then bam, look at the thing just get up a little bit, settle back down quickly. Here come all the cars down pit lane.
Yeah, and they're trying to do it down there in pit lane where Skip is, the guy in that high-vis vest, just in case they need to reshuffle the order at all. So race control and scoring are going to look at the order, make sure they go back out in the correct order.
You know, coming out here today with these cool temps this morning reminded me of the time I got to come here and we did Trading Paint 2 with Tony Stewart and Sir Lewis Hamilton. And they swapped cars here. And I was a reporter dealing with those two all day. And Tony, who I've known forever, was having an absolute blast driving Lewis's car. And Lewis was having a wonderful time. He had been wanting to get behind the wheel of a NASCAR Cup car for a while.
Yeah.
Had talked about it quite often, and he was thoroughly enjoying himself.
Yeah, and I think what we need to do is just put out an all-points bulletin to the people like a Daniel Ricciardo or Kimi Räikkönen. You know, hey, come and race in TA2 with us, come and race in IGT. I'm sure these drivers, you know, you get a Daniel Ricciardo on the phone. I'm sure any one of our teams would be happy to let you come in and join in the fun.
Probably pretty good shot at that, yeah. I'll tell you what, though, TA2, they'd probably have an absolute blast.
Yeah. And I've talked to IndyCar drivers, Formula One drivers, IGT drivers. Everybody wants to just get a couple laps in a TA car. They just want to know what it feels like because you just hear that those are just the coolest cars. 900 horsepower, no driver aid. And so it's basically a 900 horsepower go-kart. That just doesn't exist in modern racing.
No. For a pure driving experience as a racer, I think a TA car would be right up there with a 410 sprint car as far as it being just raw all the way. Can you manhandle this? Can you figure this thing out to make it go fast? Great challenge for any driver.
So great shots there from our camera operators. All the cars coming through pit lane through a black flag conditions. We're down to about 11 and a half minutes left. And just looking at the carousel, I'm not sure they're going to be able to get this thing back up and going.
Ben, what's your favorite ice cream place here in Watkins Glen? I know you have one.
Yeah. Well, I always go to the Great Escape right downtown. It's the yellow building that's somewhat near Burger King right there downtown.
If it was only next to McDonald's, you'd be in heaven.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a McDonald's down here.
Well, Ben is your best tour guide anywhere SVRA goes around the country. He can tell you quickly where the best ice cream is and where the closest McDonald's is. probably also the best convenience store nearby.
Yeah. Concession stands. If you like food that's not good for you, I'm
You're the guy.
But we were talking about this. We went to the Great Escape, I think, last year, the year before, and Joe Nemechek was with us. And he is also an ice cream connoisseur.
Yes.
He was telling me some other good places, but he just prefers vanilla ice cream. I was a little disappointed in that.
That's a huge problem.
Yeah.
That's a huge problem. Well, anyway, if you're looking for some tips on what to see, where to go, and next time you come to Watkins Glen, here's Ben's travel guide.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the downtown reenactment for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix at Watkins Glen, a part of the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. This is kind of what a lot of vintage racers set their calendar to, the downtown reenactment that is the old circuit that was raced from 1948 to 1952 on these very city streets. Start-finish line is just behind the camera operator here. So much fun, so much tradition. And because of that, because of the success of these races, they actually had to move the track up the Glen, up the hill to where we're going to be racing this weekend. But we, as SVRA, who like to recognize all the history in this, we come down here and do this downtown reenactment as just a reminder to the community and to all the red cats out there what's happening here at Watkins Glen. A car that could have raced in 1948 to 1952 would be this MGTC. In fact, there were many TCs and TDs that ran in it, as did Allard's. Denver Coronet ran a car very similar to Mark's car, and as you can see, he's done a ton of events here. And if you know anything about me, I love all cars, but to me, MG are the only cars that matter. So I don't mind who I offend with that. I firmly believe that, but love that he came out here with the red wire wheels. So, Mark, thank you so much for coming down. He actually has his own brick here at Watkins Glen. Then the beautiful Falcon here. Love this car. To me, it's kind of like a squashed D-type or an XKSS. I just love this car. We've got Dennis here in his Miata, one of the crowd favorites because everybody knows the Miatas, right? Then Welliver is here in his Porsche. Welliver, they have a great winery here in the area, longtime marketing partner here with Watkins Glen, and even SVRA for a few seasons as IGT. Then we come through here, they're selling lemonade for $1. I had one, very good. And let's get a shot of this too, because it's not just the cars that are going out. Check this out. Look at all these cars back here. Everybody drives their show car to these things. Now, we all talk about Jerry Seinfeld being a huge Porsche fan, and he is, but a lot of people don't know that also George Costanza, I guess, is a huge Porsche fan too, but he's out here actually racing it, Jerry. Vidovic all the way out here running his Python. George Vidovic all the way from Australia. He actually makes these monsters. Unbelievable, the Python. So yeah, I guess it kind of resembles a Cobra, but that wild man back there made it a Python, true Australian, and it is unbelievable. Very, very powerful car that everybody complains is impossible to pass. Then we...
That guy can go on forever.
Yeah, it looked like it was a great time down there.
It was so much fun down there. I love the downtown parade. Kind of a big event. One of what I think are kind of, there's 4 huge vintage race events across the country, and that downtown reenactment and this event here, the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour, would be one of those 4 that I consider. You were at Monterey Historics a couple weeks ago.
The Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, yep. That's probably the biggest one of the year.
Mm-hmm. The reenactment in downtown for the Watkins Glen, though, that's just kind of one of those events that everybody kind of sets their calendar to.
Yeah.
And speaking of a downtown reenactment, Allard's competed in the races from 1948 to 1952, and then we are being led out by this safety car of an Allard.
This is actually the first time I've had a chance to come to this event. It's been one I've always wanted to see. And I can tell you, as a race fan, for those of you considering coming next year, it certainly does not disappoint. A new Watkins Glen, been here numerous times. Wonderful venue, great area. But the quality of the cars that are here this weekend is very, very high.
Yeah. Yeah, the staff here the track, everything about this. This is just kind of a world-class facility. So I'm seeing William Oliver out front leading this group through. We moved him from the back of pit lane to the front of pit lane to try to get them in some kind of an order to start this race. And looking at the body language of the car in second, he's trying to tell all the drivers he's going way right.
Yeah. So we're looking at about a 5-minute sprint, I'm being told, Ben, to the end of the race. So these guys are going to be getting those elbows up and getting after it. Here we go. The Allard is off. Watch for that green flag. Upper left. There it is. We're racing once again at Watkins Glen. Banks losing a couple of spots here.
Yeah, Dunn came around driver's right of the slower traffic, and Pank got stopped behind him just a little bit. And it's still going to take a while for the timing and scoring to shake out. So I'm not sure this, because they all had to come in under that black. The people that stayed out might have the advantage.
Getting pretty aggressive at the chicane. They'll stay in their order, but the intensity of the fight is definitely ramping up quickly. And with 4.5 minutes to go, what do you think, Ben? About another 2 laps, maybe?
I think so, yeah.
Back into the boot at speed. Pank looking to the outside. Pank trying to make the move here, and he's going to take the lead away. That's Tom. Lucas back there in 4th. And they finished 1-2 yesterday in one of our sprint races.
Now Dunn around Oliver.
Yeah, on the outside.
Evan Slater back there.
Lucas trying to do the same thing. He'll be inside here. Not quite close enough.
No, but Evan Slater made his pass.
See if Lucas can work the draft a little bit here. Tucking in. Does he dart out going to 1? Yep, here he comes. Just couldn't get enough speed, but he's going to try to stay there. And the Merrick car now closing in fast as well. So Lucas can't just focus on what's in front of him. He's got to protect the backside.
And they are a lap down. So Lucas Pank, just because of how the scoring shook out. So it's actually William Oliver at the front with 18 laps, according to my timing and scoring. And then it's Michael Merritt and Evan Slater. And then John Boyette, Cliff Kayer, and Torsten Gross. Those are the only 4 that are on the lead lap.
4th and 5th here are really battling for the lead here right now.
Yep.
And that's going to change, looks like, headed to the boot.
Yeah, looks like Slater just took it. So these 2 are not on the lead lap. It's this gold car right in the middle there, Evan Slater. That is the leader according to scoring, and then followed by William Oliver, who is in 2nd place.
Which is the red, white, and black car. First 3 cars are not on the lead lap. That's 2nd place right there in the black.
And then Woody Witchard is the 212.
That's the blue car, is it?
Okay.
And we're going to be seeing the white flag here, Ben?
White flag, and they're calling it for 058, but it actually should be 898. So hopefully they get the white flag out right now. Nope. Uh-oh. There's the white. So they gave the white to the 2nd place. So this might really get confusing.
Oh, boy. At least we have visual proof that you and I are not completely crazy. That pass made and then lost. Right there. And we'll see what happens as they come back across the line.
Okay, so 898. I'm hearing from Janet. They got it right in timing and scoring, so she is recognizing 898 is the leader. It's the car third in vision here. So the leader coming through right there.
Right there with
Evan
the gold
Slater.
stripe.
Yeah. So they're leading in the points for our sprint races. They're leading this Enduro. Coming up to the checker flag, a little bit less than half a lap to go here, Ralph.
Inside of 30 seconds on the clock. Final trip through the boot at speed.
Evan Slater from the New England area. I can't remember if it's New Hampshire or Vermont. Coming around now, Evan.
Oh boy, look out.
You've got to be patient here.
Yeah, don't toss it away now.
You're not racing that car ahead of you. Don't worry about him.
He's acting like he is. Oh, look, he's making this diving move to the inside here.
Evan, who's Jared Odrick's coach, I'm trying to coach him here. Like, you're not racing that car. Don't worry about it. You're going to win.
Here he comes off the final corner, looking for the checkered flag. There it is. Slater first to the line. Now this should be second, that black and red machine. Yep. The Oliver then Witchard in the blue car will move up to third.
No, that was Kayer.
Oh.
Yeah, so Chris Kayer. It just based on who did the most laps. So that was John Boyette and Cliff Kayer.
Yep, so Kayer.
And then Torsten Gross. Just hands. Should be our first in the Stuttgart, if he's running Stuttgart. So that was good. The way the pit strategy worked out, I thought it wasn't going to work in their favor because they had to, they got a full course caution before the 30 minutes, but they weren't anticipating a 15-minute black flag. So Torsten Gross comes in to win the Stuttgart. So George Michael and Evan Slater are the overall winners. Then William Oliver, John Boyette, Cliff Kayer third, Torsten Gross fourth, Tom and Lucas Pank, that's Tom Pank in fifth, Steve Dunn sixth, Lucas Pank seventh, Woody Witchard eighth, Bob Weisen ninth, and Chris Ruppel 10th.
Well, that was a bit of a chaotic race, but it was an interesting finish.
It sure was, yeah.
At the end.
And stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We've got SVRA Group 2, Jeff Brabham and Tonis Casamets coming up next.
Which should be a great battle, just like it was yesterday.
Yeah. And we got some great notes from Joe Calisaco, who's also going to be in that race.
That's right.
But International GT, Ken Fengler is going to join them down at the Winner's Circle, Victory Circle here with Julie Bentley. And that will always be a fun celebration. You see them coming into pit end. So Lucas Pank coming in. Still has his blinker on.
Well, while these cars exit the racetrack and the next group, Group 2, gets ready to go, let's finish off Ben's trip through the festival downtown earlier this weekend.
Car that everybody complains is impossible to pass. Then we've got the Le Monster. Ladies and gentlemen, this is such a cool car. They are driving this thing all over, technically all over the world. Derek Drinkwater, we were speaking to him last year here, and last year here at this event, he said, I really want to make it back to the downtown reenactment. It's the big anniversary with Cadillac, so explain to everybody what your thinking is here.
Well, 1950, Cunningham did Le Mans, and then he came here to do the parade lap. So, well, it wasn't a parade lap, it was a pace car. And we're delighted to be here because it's 75 years of Cadillac and 75 years of the original being here at Watkins Glen.
That is amazing. And, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a trailer queen. This car comes to the racetracks hauling a trailer that he basically lives in for the weekend. So unbelievable. Man, you're my hero. Thank you for bringing that out. Celebrating 75 years. How cool is that? Now, we've also got some really cool cars over here I want to point out, too, because the Wasp, there's a tribute car to the Wasp that won the very first Indy 500 right here. So that's the tribute to the Marmon Wasp. But then a car that finished 7th in the very first Indy 500 is this number 20, the National, I think being driven by Brian. I'm not seeing him, but this car actually competed in the very first Indy 500, finished 7th. Unbelievable, and that's now here with the Ragtime Racers. So cool to have them here. There's about, I'd say, 15 or 20, just the Ragtime Racers out here. Now, this car famously known for being the car that had the first rear view mirror. He won without having Varun won the first Indy 500 without having a riding mechanic, and his riding mechanic was this rear view mirror, and then soon after, everybody kind of followed suit. So we talk about race cars, but actually there's a lot of ingenuity in race cars making for safety. Beautiful Buick here, and these guys, I mean, they are in character. They're all dirty coming down here, the parade, the grease monkeys. How's it feel? Are you enjoying this so far?
Oh, it's been wonderful. I think getting to come down here and to see kind of how the East Coast really celebrates the automobile sport. You know, it is unlike any other place I've ever been. I don't know if it's because of the long winters and when something happens outdoors, they get excited about it, but it's been really great. Everybody's super gracious. If anything, I think people in our group coming down that hill past Seneca Lodge, that is a real deal thing when you have basically, I don't know, no brakes really to speak of. A lot of downshifting and trying to engine brake it, and you know, just hope everything is going to work. This is what everybody's been talking. As soon as we got down here, every single person in one of these cars was like, what's it like going down that hill?
Yeah, fully mechanical brakes. Oh, yeah, the reason a lot of people are here, too, like, you know, you guys are from California, but here in about 3 weeks, they go into hibernation for the next 4 months. So they're just, this is their last big celebration out here.
Lime Rock was amazing also. Lime Rock was completely packed. I mean, I don't know, everybody's in such good spirits. I found out that they get more people for this historic event in this town than they do when they host NASCAR even.
It's so awesome, and it's such a cool community, too. So thank you guys so much for coming out. They were last weekend. They were at Lime Rock, which is another fantastic vintage event. Had a blast there. I've heard great things about that. So it's so cool to have the Ragtime Racers here. Then we're going to try to make it back because we have a little bit of everything. I mean, you've seen the Le Monster. You've seen a car that competed in the very first Indy 500. We've got these new Can-Am cars that are based on the older Can-Am cars, based on McLarens, but they're manufactured new in, I think, the last 15 years. So a lot of fun. We've got another MG TC here. Sorry. I like this. Having to walk through a good crowd is a lot of fun. Another car that could have run here, a VSCCA car. Love that, but an MG TC. Then we've got some GT40s representing. Love that. Scott Birkeland is back with us in his Porsche. This is an air-cooled Porsche event, so it's great to have Scott Birkeland back. Some more air-cooled Porsches. Absolutely loving this. Then we've got Datsun 240Z. I'm trying to go kind of quick, but a BRE tribute Datsun 240. Porsche 914, 9146. We've got a 944 that's not technically an air-cooled Porsche, but we love it anyway. But like I said, this weekend we're celebrating the air-cooled like a 914. Then we've got Randy Williams here with Welk and his beautiful Jaguar E-Types. He's running 2 here this weekend. He's got a Group 4 Jaguar, which I believe this is, and then he's also got a Group 6 Jaguar. Then this is really cool. Usually the big Heelys, we only see them at Road America, but a few of the big Heelys have made the trek out, all the way out to Watkins Glen from the Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin area. So cool to have them out here. Love it. Then we've got Bill Skillman out here with the RaceSkillmanCars.com. Bill Skillman is a big supporter, actually, of Eric Caton, one of our TA2 drivers, but he's out here running his air-cooled Porsche with us. And then Jesse Pinnell, who loves being on camera. Jesse Pinnell, our registrar, gets to ride in this beautiful XK140 that I guess Brian's going to have to speak for. But our registrar, Jesse, you're taking her out in this 140. How cool is that?
Oh, couldn't get better. That's the best. He's delightful of a person to be able to have. Proud to be able to have a nice car to give her the ride in.
Nice. Well, I love it. Well, thank you for bringing that out. I absolutely love this, the XK140. Absolutely beautiful car. Then Tom Linton is here, and I'll end here because we've got a lot more cars, but the speakers are getting loud. But this is a tribute to a car that he used to actually own, the Donahue IROC car, but he loved it so much he rebuilt another one. So Tom Linton is in this, representing the air-cooled Porsches. We're about to get going. Well, these cars are about to do it's under review, 6.3 or 6.6 mile original circuit from 1948 to 1952. They're about to get going. We, as a crowd, we have to get super loud because these things are going to get super loud. You're going to see them doing things that aren't quite street legal, but this is pretty well represented here by the Schuyler County Police Department. So this is a lot of fun, the downtown reenactment. You're going to see some stuff here.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Getting ready now for Group 2. And this is going to be an open wheel category, Ben. Split start, I believe, as well, right?
Yeah, this is going to be the Group 2. So in Group 2 is Formula B's, all the Formula Ford classes. But this weekend, because we have so many, we also have Formula Juniors running in this, and that is a lot of fun. They had a big celebration last weekend at Lime Rock, and you can see they're going to split. But Joe Calasaco actually came in here and wrote us some notes over this first car here, that number 30.
Yep, that's the Stangolini with that shark nose to it. The car is actually owned by Lawrence Oriana. Joe just drives the thing, and apparently Lawrence is a big collector of Italian automobiles, hence the interest in the Stangolini.
It's a beautiful car.
It really is. Thanks for letting Joe bring it out here, Lawrence. We've enjoyed watching it all weekend.
Okay, so this car here, this blue number 18 that's coming out, that is Kyle Collins, who is one of our faster drivers, but he had a spin at turn 1 yesterday at the start. So he's starting from the back, but watch for him to move up to the front through this Formula Junior group.
That's a Lotus 18 that he is driving.
Been in the family for over 40 years, that car. They have some fantastic cars.
So many great stories like that, right? Families have owned these cars and passed them down.
So here we'll go through the grid real quick. That's Jeff Brabham up front, Tonis Casamet second, Bruce Hamilton the third in third, Ron Hornigus fourth. Then in our Formula Fords in first, and we saw her win both of her classes yesterday, is Amber Stevenson in a Lotus 69, a very famous car. Then Gavin Clark is second in Formula Ford. Then Randy Domick is third in Formula Ford. Then we go to the Formula Juniors. Joe Calasaco first, Robert Hemke second, Dave Hagan third, Matt Schieferle in fourth, Matt Latucci fifth, Kyle Collins in sixth.
Obviously, this is the first time I've ever touched him, so I'm still new.
And this is going to be a split start, obviously.
Yeah, Brabham and Casamets went at it yesterday, with Jeff just getting the win.
Because I think, remember, they didn't get a white flag, they just got the checkered, so they didn't know it was the last lap. Here we go, green flag.
Headed down to turn one, and the field fans out. Brabham on the inside, Casamets on the outside in the black car. Looks like Casamets with the advantage going into that first corner.
Yeah, and Amber just getting it over Clark into turn one. But yeah, Tonis Casamets leads him up, followed by Jeff Brabham and then Bruce Hamilton.
And that's how it started yesterday. Casamets got to the early lead and looked like he was going to gap him, but shortly thereafter, Jeff reeled him right back in and the race was on.
Well, here we go. We've got Mark Giroux, driver's left. Joe Calasaco, driver's right. Cooper versus Stangolini. And then watch for Kyle Collins to try to figure out a way to work his way in. Almost going through the middle here. Joe Calasaco takes it. Kyle Collins moves up to third. Good. Mission Foods turn one for the Formula Juniors. And these cars, it's different from the Formula Fords or the Formula Bs. The compound of these tires are so hard that you're sliding, doing four-wheel drift to go fast in these cars. Here we go.
Just like we said, Brabham catches him and passes Casamets.
Yeah, we saw this a lead change 2 or 3 times a lap yesterday. There's Gavin Clark. Gavin Clark and Amber Stevenson, they're having their Formula Ford battle. And this is the battle up front for Formula B. Jeff Brabham over Tonis Casamets. Drafting is so important in the Formula Bs. So let's see if Kyle can get around.
Just look at the 9 of Hagan, Dave Hagan, driving a 1962 Lotus 22.
Yeah, and he's here in the 910 as well.
Yeah.
Look at this side by side.
Happened, and I didn't get the full.
Hemke gives Collins the line.
Hemke driving a 1962 Cooper T59.
The T59 is a 5-speed with disc brakes, where Kyle Collins is in a 4-speed with drum brakes. There are some front engine juniors out there. There's rear engine juniors. It was just a big leap right there in the early 60s where they started saying, and I wouldn't say rear engine, I'd say mid-engine, where they started moving that weight back and just like in about a span of 2 years, that became the formula for everything.
Yeah.
Engine right behind the driver's seat.
It's a diverse class mechanically, isn't it? Casamets on the outside of Brabham here. They're working through the boot.
So Brabham likes that pass there. Where does Casamets like to get Brabham? He got him there, but I'd say at turn 1 is where Casamets likes to make a pass, and at turn 8 is where Brabham likes to make a pass.
Can you hear me, Cam?
And let's see if Brabham can get close enough behind to kind of play that draft into Mission Foods turn 1.
He's right in his wheel tracks. Cross start finish line. Here comes Jeff. Looking inside, then tucks back in. It's not close enough that lap.
Man, those cars look so cool. And when you watch the Formula One footage from the early 70s here, it really hasn't changed that much, that section. No. So there's Hagen. Here's our leaders in the juniors. So Kyle Collins tracked down from the back. Joe Calasaco, yesterday's winner. So that's Schieferle.
Hemke's number 9 there. Depending on the TV you're watching on, it's going to look a little white. It's actually a kind of a light green.
No, Hagen. That's Hagen. Yeah, it is kind of a minty, whitish green. Yeah, for sure. Here we go. Jeff Brabham making that pass again, where he has done it every lap so far. So that's obviously where he likes to pass. Then let's see where Tonis seems to be comfortable. Something happened there coming out of that corner. But what they want to do is try to line it up to see if they can be second here in coming into the last turn that we're seeing right here. This is the last corner. And if he can drag race them and beat them to the line, because then you want to go into that corner second. If you can't, then you want to go into that corner first. Coming down the hill. So it looks like Tonis must make the pass going into the inner loop, because Jeff's always having to make the pass back at turn 8.
Yeah, well, let's see. Headed to the inner loop now.
He's right behind him.
Here he comes. Going inside. And Kasimets will get him right at the entrance to the inner loop.
Those cars just look so cool.
Yeah, they really do.
So these are our overall leaders in Group 2. There's 3 different classes right now happening in Group 2. Now they're coming up on lap traffic of the Formula Juniors. Juniors got over. I think that was Latucci.
There's Hagen in the 9.
And I think Schieferle is also in a Cooper T59. So these are very equally yoked cars, the first 2. Both of them are Cooper T59s. Robert Hemke, a very good Formula Junior driver, has some really cool Mini Coopers. And Hagen ducking out. And here come the leaders after these juniors.
Just behind them. Kasimets still in the lead.
Collins, according to scoring, is just a half a second behind the leader. Here they are. Here's the leaders in Formula Junior. So it looks like Calasaco's opened up that gap a little bit since they crossed the start-finish line.
And we are just inside of 8.5 minutes to go.
If you're joining us on the SVRA live chat on YouTube, where are you watching from and who are you rooting for? Leave us a comment. Or if you have any good information on these drivers or cars. Look at this, though. That is a beautiful car. Love that number. So Kyle Collins, who started at the back of the Formula Juniors in position 18, is now up to position 9 and in second place of the juniors. Ooh, Hagen coming on the inside.
I got to tell you, the low sitting opening of Brabham's nose is pretty good looking too. It's right down on the track surface and looks cool.
Hagen is staying with him. I've seen now the last 2 corners that we've seen, he comes in, presents himself, and then backs out. So
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's kind of what he's going to try to do coming up to the last corner, but then stay in it. Okay, so Kawasaki still about a second and a half.
The car owned by Lawrence Oriana.
So this is for 3rd, 4th, and 5th in our juniors. Hagen now taking it over Schieferle. I mean, this is all mechanical grip in this whole class.
Yep.
Very tough to drive quickly, these cars.
All about momentum, right?
Mm-hmm. Keep a momentum, not scrubbing off speed, hitting all your marks, and then trying to figure out where the draft is. So Bruce Hamilton coming around driver's right in a Formula B.
Truly a chess match because you have to be 3-4 moves ahead to get the pass done that you want to make.
Kyle Collins is in a car where the shift pattern, if you look at an H, it's actually 3-4-1-2. So it's it'll mess up your brain where the 1 is actually gear 3. Yeah, and then he gets right into that Chevron Cannon car, the 2-liter sports racer car,
which is totally different.
Yeah, and that's a standard H. So he's got to kind of rework his brain to think. If you look at the standard H shift pattern, where your first gear normally is 3rd gear. So that would definitely mess you up a little bit. So there's Robert Hemke in the number 4, followed by Dave Hagen. Here's our leaders in both groups. So Tonis Kasemet's able to use Kawasaki there as a little bit of a pick, and he should be able to gap a little bit from that.
By this late stage in the race yesterday, these two were not as far apart as they are, meaning Kasemets and Brabham.
Oh, so Loretta's watching. Her little brother's out there leading in the Formula Juniors. So she says, go, little brother. And we've got...
that'd be Joe Kawasaki then.
Yeah. Trollmaster is watching from Lithuania. So welcome.
Oh.
And a design firm is watching from Turn 8. Not bad. They are KJ Gallic Designs. Welcome. Turn 8 would be some good viewing today.
Sure would be.
Okay, so Brabham closed the gap a little bit on Tonis. Let's see if he's going to try to do something for Turn 8. So watch out, KJ Gallic Designs. He might be making a pass in front of you. Close enough. Looks like it might be. And here's Kawasaki. So Brabham wasn't able to make it there, but it looks like he's set up for Turn 1. Kawasaki has a pretty big lead over Kyle Collins. Here comes Kyle. And one of the older juniors in the group. Okay, Brabham, here's your chance.
He's closed right back up, hasn't he? And he's making the move.
So that one, though, see, it's still, Casamet still beat him to the line. So that makes me think that maybe you want to come into the last corner with a lead instead of being in second. He beat him there by what, 0.04 of a second?
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting. And the funny thing is that's the kind of chess players both of these drivers are. They're considering all of that.
Yeah, you're working out all the scenarios.
It's coming down the hill. It's a long downhill from the inner loop all the way to the toe of the boot. And it's just gradual enough that you don't really feel it so much in the car. You just have to constantly remind yourself, I'm carrying more speed, more momentum into this corner than it looks like.
Yeah, you don't feel it till you get on the brakes going into the toe and you realize, oh man, I'm carrying a bunch of speed here.
Okay, let's see if Jeff wants to make the pass at his trusty corner 8. I don't think he's close enough. And now Hagen still right behind Hemke coming into the inner loop. Behind them. In his Formula B, and then Glace just behind Bruce Hamilton in third. So here come the leaders. Let's see what Brabham wants to do here. I think Brabham wants to follow. No, I think he's kind of happy following right now. And that's going to drive Tonis crazy. Here's Hemke leading Hagen up the hill. And that is a bigger hill around than it looks.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a climb.
Here comes Hornet.
And then you have another one right after this right-hander here that's significant as well. As you come up out of the boot right here.
Emily Collins is saying, go Kyle. And we've got another Joe Calisaco fan and Anthony Lee. So thanks for joining us in the comments as Ron Hornig makes that pass on the inside.
You got him. Got them both.
But now Hagen trying to get around Hemke.
That's what all that extra tire will do for you, huh?
So Brabham out front. Tonis. I'm listening from a radio. I was expecting a white flag call to come. Maybe it's this next time by. Let's see what Tonis can do. He's staying behind. And on that last corner, let's see if he can out-drag Jeff to the start-finish line. We've had several races that had the start-finish line just been moved down maybe 200 yards. It would have been a different outcome.
Oh, yeah. In either direction.
So he's not going to be able to get a good look here because he had a Formula Ford in his apex. So that is our leaders in the Formula Ford. Amber Stevenson and then Gavin Clark. So Jeff Brabham leads him up through the S's, followed by Tonis Casamets. That's our Formula B. Amber Stevenson is leading in the Formula Ford, and we've got white flag next time by, Ralph. Ooh, Amber's between them. She's holding them up a little bit. Ooh, Tonis is going to have a lap and a half to try to make up that gap.
Yeah, that could be the impact of the race right there.
But Amber did everything she's supposed to do. She's also leading in her group. She maintained her line.
Oh, yeah, no, it wasn't anything intentional or mistake made by her. It's just poor timing situation with extra Casamets.
Yeah, mixed class racing.
Yeah.
And Jeff Brabham is a master at that.
He's taking full advantage of it. Is that car moving around under braking?
Oh, yeah. And the tires are going away from him. It's late. The fuel is out of the cars.
Oh, yeah.
So they've gotten lighter. Yeah, the displacement of these engines isn't too big, but they're also carrying, I think, dual Weber 45s. So they're not gas efficient.
No. Looking for that white flag. There it is, Jeff Brabham. One more lap to go. One here yesterday. One here in IMSA Camel GTP competition. Back in the height of his career. And looking for another one here this afternoon.
So it looks like Tonus is about a second and a half behind. That's a big gap for two very fast drivers. Tonus Casamet's coming up behind Jeff Brabham. I don't think
he's really going to have to hustle it up, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of where he's going to make up that time.
He's a little bit deeper on the brakes into the toe.
He's gaining ground on him, but I don't know if he's going to have enough. He's going to have to get himself in a position he can make a run off that final corner.
He's moving. It seems like Tonus is deeper into the corner, but Jeff was able to then get on the power sooner.
Yeah. Oh, that bobble there is going to help Tonus out a bunch.
Oh, this could come down to it, Ralph.
Yeah, we're setting up for it now.
Come on, Tonus. Tonus wearing a new number this weekend. Ooh, he's in there.
Yeah.
This could happen.
Jeff's exit wasn't exactly what he was hoping for.
He needs to get a good run out of here.
I think he's too far back.
Yeah.
Should be checkered flag, Jeff Brabham. He'll take the win. Tonus Casamets just
0.3 of a second, though.
Yep.
Let's see about the juniors. Where are they? Because that was heating up as well. That was a good race, though, the Formula Bs. Amber Stevenson just past the line, leading the Formula Fords.
Always a lot of plot twists in those Formula B races, isn't there? You just never know the way it's going in the middle of the race. Doesn't really tell you anything about the finish. Comes our Stangolini right there. Colasacco.
Yeah. And
Joe on his way. Get a win here for Lawrence Oriana.
Not seeing Kyle Collins out there anymore.
Last corner for Joe. Great way to start his Sunday. Nice big win in the Stangolini.
Here comes Glace.
That Glace car's for sale too, isn't it?
I think so. But here we go. Hagen is going to come in second. So Hagen was able to get over Hemke. So Dave Hagen, who's also here in a Porsche 910, out there in his Formula Junior, he was just there the whole time and was able to make this pass here late into the race.
That Lotus 22 from 1962. Mint green with the red striping on the nose, the band.
So we had a Stangolini, a Lotus, and a Cooper. First three in Formula Junior.
Pretty cool. Yeah, he's pumped about it.
Yeah. There you go. That was a good race, Hagen. I'm as excited as you are. That was quite the race by Hagen. Nice job. So it's Jeff Brabham out front with Tonis Kasemets just 0.3 of a second behind. Bruce Hamilton third, Von Glace in fourth, Ron Hornick fifth in Formula B. First in Formula Ford is Amber Stevenson, followed by Gavin Clark as second. And then first in Formula Juniors is Joe Calasaco, Dave Hagen second, Robert Hemke third in Formula Juniors. Matt Schieferle fourth in Formula Juniors, then Matt Latucci fifth, and then did not finish. Kyle Collins, I heard, went off at the NASCAR straight with a mechanical. So unfortunate for him because he was fighting for second there in Formula Junior.
And we should be seeing groups 5B, 8, and 12B up next. 5B, 8, and 12B. So while they're lining up, we'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll come right back to Watkins Glen.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Lights are on the Ginetta pace car. And there is MHP in his Elva Mark 7S. Gary Palmer, his BMW M3 lightweight. Joey Beaujolad in his Ginetta G12. Ronald Pauly in a BMW. Joseph Riolo in his Datsun 240Z. Victor Avigliano in his Porsche 924. Greg Frey in his Porsche 914-6. Bill Skillman in a Porsche 911. Stephen LeBron in a Datsun 240Z. Tom Bork in a Datsun 280ZX. Rob Hurley in a Porsche 911S. See, there's the 12. That is Bob Borden in a Porsche 911 ST. Should be Lee Gianone's car, that Porsche. The 160, Stuart Long in a Porsche 914 2.0. And then we've got The 99.
That 99 should be Tyler Hagan. And then Dave Hagan, who finished second in yesterday's race, should be there in that Porsche 910. Dave Hagan's his dad. That should be Tyler Hagan.
Tyler likes to collect stickers.
Yeah.
For his helmet.
And we have another Benny Bish is out there in the 99B.
Thought I saw Lee Giannoni's car out there, but not Lee on the entry list.
Okay, that might be it. What number is that car?
That would be the 12, showing Bob Borden.
Yep, that's right. Bob Borden out there in the 1972 Porsche 911 ST. But let's see if we can see the face, because I can't tell if that's Bob.
It's got Lee's name on the door.
Mm-hmm. Lee's very generous. You know, his brothers come out and has raced his cars, and he's kind of willing to let anybody run his car. He's been
How
longtime
do you think
friends.
he feels about his announcers?
I'm not sure.
Not apparently good enough.
Ask me Monday. But Bob Borden is a longtime friend of his, so he's out there in the car having a great time. And then remember we had that great. You know what? I've been saying his name wrong the whole time. He told me Bo Jalad. He said it's like Bo Salad. Yeah, and I said it yesterday wrong, Joey. I'm so sorry, because he came up to me one time at a grid and said it's Bo Jalad, like Bo Salad. So Joey Bo Jalad is in that Ginetta G12.
Yeah, it is a very unique car.
Very fast. And then did we see the Lotus 23C out there of Tim Nichols? Should be starting second, but I'm not seeing it out there.
We didn't see him when we panned down through the grid.
Because that was going to be quite a fight with MHP out front in that Elva Mark 7S.
What is it, Mortimer
Humperdinck Periwinkle.
That's right.
I just totally made it up. I don't know what MHP stands for.
I just wanted to hear you say it.
But because of the initials, I just tried to come up with the craziest.
You were right there, buddy.
Most syllables I could.
You accomplished your goal.
That BMW M3 lightweight Group 12 is Gary Palmer. Joey Bajalad is in a Ginetta G12. Ron Pauly is in that newer BMW X. Joseph Riolo in that 240Z starting 6th. Victor Avigliano in that Porsche 924 from 1978 is starting 7th. Greg Frey in a 9146 starting 8th. Bill Skillman starting 9th in a Porsche 911. Stephen LeBrun in a 240Z. Tom Bork is 11th. Rob Hurley 12th. David LeBrun 13th. Benny Bish 14th. Bob Borden 15th, Randall Bronson, Stuart Long, Larry Lunda, but we also have the Hagans out there. Looks like they're starting from the back. They didn't go out in the rain yesterday. So watch for Dave Hagan in that Porsche 910 to really move up.
Coming to the green. Under the Go Bowling Bridge. And we are underway. Here comes the Ginetta up the inside. A little silver car. Right into second place with a pair of BMWs right behind it.
So MHP led every lap yesterday, is leading them up the S's. Then we've got two generations of BMW. Ron Pauly, our champion years ago in Group 12 in his Lexus, and is now out there in a BMW.
Boy, if you can break away on that opening lap up through the S's, it can give you a huge advantage. But that takes some tricky driving on cold tires to a very challenging portion of the racetrack. A lot of courage to do that.
Yeah, you're taking a big risk. Risk reward there is a factor. That is the lightweight of Gary Palmer, BMW M3. Going around Bajalad. That car looks smooth, that Elva MHP. Hagen? He should be around here somewhere. There he is. There's Tyler Hagen. That should be the Benny Bish back with us. He was with us at New Jersey a couple weeks ago.
Yep, that's a 1974 BMW 2002.
Okay, so Hagen making some passes through here in that 910. That's a Group 5 car. He's going to try to get up there with Bo Jalad and MHP to have a good race in Group 5. Bill Skillman in the orange Porsche 911. And remember, this is a Porsche air-cooled event. That's our featured mark, are the air-cooled Porsches. And we have quite a few in this group.
Is that John Morton tribute 240Z?
Uh-oh. The Avigliano
the 924 is off.
Victor Avigliano in the pits. He did that under his own. Oh, he's into the paddock, actually.
Yeah.
So he's got something going.
It's a 1978 variation of the car. Watching these Z cars, thinking about last night at dinner, ran into some more racing fans and racers all around, using up the different variety of locations to eat here in the area, and some folks sitting nearby. We got to talking racing, of course, and the lady was talking about her Datsun Z car that she grew up with and asking, hey, are there any Z cars racing out there? Oh, yeah, we got a handful, 240s, 280s, so forth and so on. And it immediately took her back. And she just starts recanting stories of her days of driving her car quickly through the countryside around here and those experiences. And you could see how it just brings it all back. And I think that's one of the great things about vintage car racing, Ben, is you see so many cars that maybe you owned as a kid or a variation of it, or you knew somebody who did, and it brings those memories flooding back into you.
Yeah, it is weird. Even just the smell of some of the cars. Like, you can open up a Volkswagen Beetle and it just has that smell. So if you ever owned one, it just takes you back in time.
Oh, yeah.
Jalad. Then we've got Palmer, Pauly. So Palmer and Pauly, that's the race. These two white BMWs, that's the race for Group 12. The race for Group 5 is between the Ginetta and the car in front of him with MHP behind the Elva Mark 7S. And then Group 8, Joseph Riolo is leading Group 8 GT. And then these would be Group 8 cars here. Kind of what I call medium bore production cars from 1972 or older. So there's Riolo in that Datsun 240, the first of our Group 8, followed by a few more Group 8 cars. And here comes Hagen in that 910.
We'll see Riolo back out here in a little while in his F5000 car, which is just arguably the most beautiful car here this weekend.
Definitely makes some good music. I really like that 910 as well. I got to speak to him Friday about the car. It's a really neat car. That's number 4 of 29 made. And why 29, Porsche? Why not just round it up to 30? Palmer is not letting Bo Jalad go with that Ginetta. Two totally different cars, but that BMW M3 lightweight has got a good driver behind the wheel. Gary Palmer. So he's trying to hit a late apex. Is Gary Palmer, as Bo Jalad is trying to do the defensive line through the toe.
Yeah, and for that big, heavy BMW to chase after that Ginetta takes some work behind the wheel for sure. And that's a lightweight M3, but still, it's not nearly as light and as nimble as the Ginetta that it's chasing. Here's the 280ZX. Started to slip away a little bit with the 280ZX, didn't it? Styling-wise.
Yeah, that was that time in the 70s where they had to add rubber bumpers, and you had to be able to crash the car at what was it, like 10 miles an hour, and then there were all the emissions and stuff. So it's just, that was a dark time from 75 to 85. It was a pretty dark time in car design.
And that's a 79. Much cleaner, attractive look there with the 240.
Yeah. And it stinks because the 280 by itself is a pretty car, but I think compared to the 240 and even the 260, it isn't. You know what I mean? And there were different iterations of the 300 that I like better than others.
Yes.
Look at this. Palmer now right behind Bojalid.
I'm telling you, he's wheeling that Beamer. And he might get the inside coming off the corner here at the carousel.
Uh-oh. I just heard that the car 1-2 was in the paddock. Oh, that's Lee Giannone. Yeah, that's the Bob Borden's car.
Yes. Porsche 911 ST.
Because Bojalid is the 12 with the dash mark.
Yep.
So that's Skillman in the number 3. Bill Skillman. Skillman Auto Cars. And lots of dealerships in the central Indiana area that really helped us out with Trans Am Series and SVRA, storing one of our big trailers, so we thank them for that, but also sold Tim and Misty some new cars this month.
Ray was a old ASA race car driver too. Competed with the American Speed Association. Called a lot of races with Ray behind the wheel of the stock car. Apparently he's got quite the car collection too. You're gonna have to sneak over there and take a look at that one of these days.
Joey Bojalid. Here's another one of the BMWs behind the 2.7, the 280Z. Tom Bork.
That right there, probably the epitome of the whole Datsun 240, 260, 280 lineup.
Yeah,
240 and the BRE
John
paint
Morton
scheme.
era. Yeah.
Right at the tip of the pyramid for that.
Palmer's got to be getting kind of, in a way, frustrated, but as long as he can keep Paulie behind him like that, it can't be too bad. But I am impressed with Palmer being able to keep up with that Ginetta. That's a tough order.
I'll tell you what, it's one of the best drives we've seen so far today, because that takes a lot of patience, determination, smoothness, and focus to get that BMW around the track quickly enough to stay with him, because he cannot afford to scrape off any speed.
There's MHP, our leader, in that Elva Mark 7S.
Humperdinck Periwinkle, huh?
Yeah. That's pretty fast, that car.
You could have gone platypus. That would have been good too.
Yeah.
Never forget Bob Fry. who was a legendary drag racing commentator. I did a lot of NHRA races with Bob. Should have been a stand-up comedian. And I remember once him, I don't remember why the conversation went the way it did. He said something on the air that was really funny. He was talking to me about coming up with a funny line, and he said, you know, German Shepherd isn't really funny. Chihuahua is funny. And I went, yeah, you're right. It just, you know, it made sense, right?
Yeah, there are just words that are just funnier.
Yeah, just make, like saying platypus just,
yeah. That's a great one. So here's Hagen. Now moved all the way up to overall 5th, started near the back, and he is on the podium for Group 5, but I'm not sure if he's got enough time to catch Bojalad, but he's going to be inside of Bojalad right here. He should be coming into view right now in the top right. Maybe, come on, Hagen. There he is. I don't know. That's a tall order to try to catch Bojalad. That is a beautiful car.
Really is. And they were all white with just that different patch of color on the nose.
So he's coming up behind Pauly. Then he's got Riolo behind him in that 240. And Fry. Greg Fry in that Porsche 9146. Come on, Hagen. Let's see if you can get to Bojalad and give us some kind of a show here near the end.
Those Porsches like that were so minimalistic in so many ways, right? But boy, they could run them hard and really ring them out, and incredibly reliable.
Yeah, that's what Porsche did there. They were like, we're going to sacrifice some speed for some reliability. And they won a lot of races with that, because a lot of teams at that time were building the cars to 10/10ths with, you know, no room for anything. So they built reliable cars. So they may not be winning any of the fastest laps, but by the end of a 24 or 12-hour race at Sebring, they're there at the end. And that had to frustrate a lot of the faster cars and drivers out there to know that's what was happening.
Or at events like the Targa Florio, things of that nature, which were so popular back then.
So there's Bojalad, overall second in Group 5. B. Hagen, though, closing in on Bojalad.
Inside of 7.5 minutes remaining here, Ben.
Yeah, it looks like Palmer's kind of comfortable where he is right now, because he doesn't have Pauly breathing down his neck anymore. Let's see if we see Hagen popping into view anytime soon. Because once a driver can see the next car that they're up against, all of a sudden they get a little bit faster.
Yeah. There's MHP, who has led this one from the drop of the green, charged it off into the S's, and that opening lap pulled away and has never been touched since, just like yesterday. Yeah, dangling that carrot out there just makes it, it's hard to explain unless you've been in that position, even at your local go-kart track with your buddies. Just seeing them right there in front, you're able to,
you'll go a little bit deeper in the corner.
Yeah.
You almost see where they hit the brakes, and you're going to be like, I'm going to go 10 feet further.
And here he comes. Porsche's making a run at the Beamer. Up the inside, should be able to get him under braking easily. And does.
Hagen going up the S's. He's got one car between he and his next Group 5. So that's Palmer. So he can now see his Group 5 competitor, Bo Jalad, exiting the inner loop as he comes into it. So that might give a little extra motivation. Benny Bish. That bubble top, 2002. Bill Skillman, currently in 9th. And that should be Tyler Hagan crossing there in the 9146. Dave Hagan finished on the podium in second place in our last race in Group 2 in a Formula Junior. Can he finish second here? I'm hearing white flag next time by. I don't think he's close enough. There's Ron Pauly, former Group 12 SVRA champion in his Lexus. And now he's been out here campaigning this BMW.
2000 edition.
There's Tyler Hagan around the carousel. Through the campers. All right. So there's Dave Hagan. Where is Bo Jalad? Yeah, Bo Jalad's still running a faster lap time. So he's about 17 seconds behind him, it looks like.
Yeah.
So here's our leader, MHP, coming up on some lap traffic.
Should be coming to the white, right?
Maybe he's coming to the checker. The timing up in the top left, it doesn't really matter. Because we ran late on the IGT.
Yeah. That is a big grandstand section right there on the right.
Here comes the leader. Is he coming to take the checker or the white?
Let's see. Get up and peek out the window here. I'm seeing a white flag, Ben.
All righty.
One to go.
See where the other cars are going to shake out. Janetta should be coming around. Here's our leader, MHP. There's our photographer, Pete Gorski, there, straight ahead of us. MHP, that car is just hooked up. That is an Elva Mark 7S, Group 5B BSR.
You want to get your steps in, be a track photographer. Because you are walking the entire circuit all day.
Yeah. Chasing the sun. I love these low cars. You can see their whole body language. You can see what their hands are doing. So smooth. It's just out there on a Sunday drive.
Yeah, he took a big risk on the opening lap and made it work. Credit to him.
So MHP 1964 Elva Mark 7S coming to take the checker flag here at Watkins Glen.
MHP for second time in 2 days, leading every lap and taking the win here today in Group 5B, 8, and 12B. As we wrap this one up.
Okay, so Palmer. Where's no, that's not Palmer. Where's Bo Jallet at?
Haven't seen him yet.
There he comes.
There he is.
Our second in Group 5.
The Janetta G12.
Here comes Palmer, who had a fantastic race. Benny Bish in the 2002, then Palmer in the BMW M3. Then we should see Hagen next in that Porsche 910.
Right on cue.
So from the back to third in Group 5, but fourth overall. That's quite a run for Hagen. Then Ron Pauly is second in Group 12. First in Group 8 is Riolo in that 240. He's Group 8 GT. Should be Greg Fry, the Porsche 9146.
Yep.
And then Lebrun. Stephen Lebrun.
Yep.
1970.
240Z.
That is a cool 240Z.
There's the results as Ben just read them off to you. And let's see what we have next here, Ben. Coming up, Group 9 is what we're seeing. Our fourth race of the day here. Group 9, another open wheel category. Wide variety of race cars in that, and we will have that one right after this here at Watkins Glen.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
All right, getting ready now for Group 9. Already out on track. And we get to see Amber Stevenson again in a little bit quicker car this time, Ben.
Yeah, she won her last race in her Formula Ford in her class. And now she's going to go out here and try to win her class in Group 9. Starting in the front in that Lola T9720, Amber Stevenson. Then Bruce Hamilton, who finished third in his Formula B race, is in a Swift 014. Mark Sherwood is third. Scott Dick fourth. John Dole fifth. Michael Cross sixth. Anthony DeCesario seventh. David Zavetsky in the first of the Formula 5000s. Then Robert Albani in ninth. Joseph Riolo in his Lola T330. And Ted Wentz in 11th. Joseph Riolo finished first in his Group 8 race, out on track last. Here they come to take the green. Let's see if Amber can take turn one.
Yeah, you got a wide variety of machinery in here. You got some Atlantics. You got some Indy Lights machinery. Here we go. Amber right in the middle in that blue car. She's got competition on the outside, but she's going to get to the inside. Oh, no, hang on.
Was she able to keep it out of backing into the wall?
And you know, Ben, that is a perfect indication of what we were talking about in that last race with MHP. If you can get through those S's first, out in front of everybody, you can build up a pretty good lead fast, and that can greatly make your race. But as you pointed out, the risk-reward of it is very high. And there, the reward didn't play out the way Amber had.
Was she assisted?
I don't think so. She was up by herself.
Okay.
I think there's enough gap, but I just think it's still cool temps out there. Tires probably not where she needed it to be, and she went for it.
Well, Ralph, we're full course caution, so if she's able to fire that back up, a lot of these Group 9 cars don't have onboard starters, so not sure if she was able to keep it running. But if she is able to fire that back up, she'll be starting from the back, and we're going to see quite a race, because even starting from the back, I would expect her to finish first.
Oh, yeah, she's a good driver.
So I am hearing from the producers that she was assisted in that
spin. Oh, really? Huh.
So not sure by who. We're looking at the... Oh, she got hit after the foul. Okay, yeah. So she was an unassisted spin.
Don't listen to him.
Yeah, got hit.
He's just a producer.
So she may not be able to fire back up is what they're saying. Okay. So we're going to be behind this beautiful safety car that the Allard people were able to bring us. That's the J2X MK3. Rarely seen but never forgotten. Allard Motor Works has rekindled the excitement of the open cockpit driving with the introduction of the AMW J2X Mark III, a handcrafted modern revival of the legendary British competition roadster. I love it. It's a great looking car.
It really is, and they were telling us there's more variations on the way. What did he say? Some 47 of them now around the world, I believe. Once you and I park cars two in the garage, it'll be 48 and 49.
Yeah. Well, we did a great interview earlier this week with Kyle Collins, who's driving two different cars out here with us. So watch out for this little interview with Kyle Collins. It's pretty neat. He's racing a car that's been in the family for 40 years.
All right, thank you. We're back here in the SVRA paddock at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. I'm with Kyle Collins. His brother was just racing with us at Portland a few weeks ago, doing really well in the B sedan. Tony Delane, you're going to have to figure this out. Your mom was explaining to me all the different last names, but it is your brother. But you're driving this beautiful Lotus 18 Formula Junior. I absolutely love these Formula Junior cars. We had a reunion here about 10 years ago. So much fun. But you're one of the younger drivers driving one of the older Formula Junior models. Explain that.
Yeah, it was my grandfather's car, and he's owned it for almost 40 years now, and he's actually raced it in more countries than I've ever been to. which is pretty fun. But pretty special for me to get to strap into Grandpa's car here. And like you said, it's one of the older ones, so we're still running drum brakes on all 4 corners and a 4-speed, whereas some of the other cars have disc brakes with a 5-speed. So.
Yeah, just next door, we've got Robert Hemke's car here, the Cooper. He's got disc brakes. He's got a 5-speed. But that really doesn't matter sometimes when you go out there, and once the racing starts, you kind of forget, oh, wait, he's on discs, I'm on drums. It's just go as flat out as you can. Now, the cool thing about this, we talk about this in like Formula Bs or even Formula Fords, you're scrubbing speed if you're, you know, sliding out there. These cars, sometimes you're in a full 4-wheel drift, 4-wheel slide just to get faster. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in the Formula B car or Formula Ford, like you said, slowing down when you're sliding. But this thing, you have to be sliding to be going fast. So we're hanging it out and scaring the people behind us that are getting to watch. So, but it's good fun.
We got to get a shot of this. Look at how tall and skinny the tires are on these old, just hard compound tires. So that also kind of, these are the Dunlops that, you know, Goodwood is famous for. So not a lot of grip, and you're out there sliding basically on like Pinewood Derby car tires. Basically, they're like as hard as that. But does that make it more fun?
Oh, it's a blast. Yeah, the Dunlops are hard and not so soft, not very grippy, but they're very progressive in the way that they brake. And so you're just sliding, and it's very predictable. And although you don't have much grip, if you can carry the speed and get a nice slide and use the whole racetrack, you can. They're a lot faster than they look. So.
Okay, so one thing I got to point out, stay there, Lucas. We got to show this because there's a shift pattern here in the car that is totally different. And he's driving 2 different cars here this weekend, but that's going to, so it goes, so not like a standard H where it's first, second, third, fourth. It's actually first, second, third, fourth, and then way back over for reverse. And that's something he's got to keep in his head all weekend long in this car. But the same weekend, he's driving a completely different, what I'm going to call just a total monster. Like these things, just crazy cars. Our Grand Marshal here this weekend is Brian Redmond, who was just speaking to him backstage here. I'll call it backstage, about how crazy these cars are and some great stories. But how do you describe these things?
Yeah, obviously a lot different than driving the Lotus in the 2-liter Chevron here. We got loads of power and big, wide, sticky slicks, and this thing is incredible, the things that it can do. I mean, you go into a corner so much faster than you think is possible, and it just sticks. And it compared to some other cars, we don't have all the downforce of some of the more modern cars, but when it does slide, it is pretty progressive and predictable too. So although it's fast, it is pretty sweet and nice to drive as well.
How challenging is it for your brain, though? Because you go from a car with no power, no grip, to a car with way too much power and way too much grip and a different shifting pattern. Do you have to kind of reprogram, or once you're in it and you've got your goggles on in that car, you kind of like, okay, I'm in the Junior and now I'm in this car?
It sounds goofy, but that's part of the trick, actually, putting the open helmet with the goggles on in that car and then get back in with the closed helmet in this car. You're in 2 different modes, and I thought it would be more difficult than it is, actually, but you hop into the car and first couple corners, so you're feeling the limit of the tires, and you remember your braking points are going to be different, obviously, but it's not as bad as you'd think. You get used to it pretty quick. So
you and your brother, you're both very young guys. How do you explain to your friends, oh, I can't go to that with you this weekend because I'm going to Lime Rock or Watkins Glen to race these crazy cars you've never heard of?
Yeah, a lot of them had no idea, but the more that we keep doing it and the more they keep seeing us doing it, a lot of them have gained a lot of interest in it, actually, and have been coming out to the racetrack and stuff. So it's cool to get to share that and spread it with some more people our age. I think is good.
I love it. I love it. Well, one thing I want to point out, just as a photographer, filming person, the stripes on this is the old Canon roll of film. So I love that. And then it was Oscar ran in Can-Am back in the day, and he ran Auto World, and he had slot car tracks around his whole Can-Am car, for that was the stripes. That were the rules. So you go out, your Formula Junior in this beautiful Lotus 18. I'm going to put you on the spot. If you were to pick a favorite to drive and to race and, you know, different personalities, which one of these 2 is your favorite?
That's a tough choice. It is hard to choose. Part of it is track dependent. We were at Lime Rock last weekend, and the Junior around Lime Rock is just magic. That's a perfect size track, but the same here, Watkins Glen and the Chevron is the perfect track and race car combo. So I think part of it depends on the track a little bit, but it is just such a treat to get to drive both of them, for sure.
I love it. Well, Kyle, thank you so much for coming out. We will be watching for you in the live stream. It's going to be extra pressure. Not only is your grandpa here and the whole family, but extra pressure that our Grand Marshal actually raced one of these here at Watkins Glen. So he's going to be comparing times and things like that.
Yeah, I'm sure. So that'll be good fun.
Nice. Well, thank you for being here, and we'll see you here in a little bit. Welcome back to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour here with SVRA and the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. We had some cleanup to do at Mission Foods Turn 1. This is our Group 9. Beautiful weather here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, it's been tremendous. It's very early fall, but you can feel it in the air that full fall isn't far off up here.
Well, right now, while they're coming around and cleaning up, we're going to go to some commercials, and we'll be back for more Group 9 racing with SVRA.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
There's a Janetta safety car.
Safety car lights out. Is that Judd-powered car up front?
No, I don't believe it is.
That might be Bruce Hamilton.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's Bruce and his Swift. There is, what Ben is talking about, is there was a Dallara here this weekend. No, I'm sorry, a Panos.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Panos champ car that had the Cosworth engine taken out of it and a Judd V10 installed, and the car was shipped to Europe as we get back to green, and then it was bought and brought back here to the States, and the Judd was left in it, and it ran on Friday, and it was a great car to watch. And here we were both hoping we would get to do that again here yesterday and today, but I think it was having mechanical problems.
So it's Bruce Hamilton, the third, followed by Scott Dick, followed by Sherwood.
And Scott Dick is driving a Dallara, Infinity powered, and that's an Indy Lights car. The yellow one swinging to the outside here.
Bruce Hamilton in a Swift 014. Mark Sherwood in a Ralt RT41. That's the third car in Vision. Then Robert Albani is in a Mazda Pro Formula Elan. He's in fourth. So this is SVRA Group 9 open wheel wings and slicks. Now some of these are more modern looking cars, but we also have some Formula 5000s back there. I believe only one is out there right now, and that's David Zavetsky.
And David won yesterday, didn't he, in that category? Which unfortunately means David Riolo in his Lola T330 didn't make the call. Savetsky's car is an ex-Epi White's machine that was a winner at Brainerd, Minnesota.
I'm hearing that David Zavetsky's in pit lane.
Well, I heard a pretty good rumble down pit lane just outside our window here, and I thought maybe it was another F5000 making its way out on the track a little late. I guess not.
So there's Dick and Sherwood. Dick is in the yellow car.
There's the F5000 right there of Savetsky. Epi White's machine.
Okay, Bruce Hamilton is going to try to get Zavetsky before the toe of the boot. And then hopefully try to use that car as like a little bit of a pick, because there's really only one line around the toe of the boot, unless the car's going real slow.
And it looks like Savetsky's going to move over.
So Bruce Hamilton through. There's Zavetsky. And that's not smoke coming out of Zavetsky's car. That is oil dry from an earlier race today.
And there's big air intakes on both sides of the driver, feeding air as much as it can take into the radiators. See how much he sits up out of the car. He's a big guy, and that car not exactly designed for a guy his size, 2025 model, right?
Hard on the brakes into one. That's Albani right behind Zavetsky. So from A to Z. Di Cesario. Cross right in front of him.
Di Cesario driving a 2008 Van Diemen. It's an F2000 car.
There's Sherwood.
That's a Ralt RT41. That would be an Atlantic car, right?
I believe so.
1995. Yeah. Toyota on the engine cover there, right? Would have been the Toyota Atlantic series.
It looks like, yeah. David Zavetsky coming around in that 9.4.
Lola T300 from 1971, Formula 5000. A lot of those Formula 5000s back in the day were also Formula One cars that they could just take the Formula One driving equipment, put that in, and then for Formula 5000 they would put the 5-liter engine in. Because back then, what was Formula One, a 3-liter engine?
I believe so.
Uh-oh, looks like he's over. Offline there.
Yes.
Driver's right. Is that Zavetsky? Yep.
Yep.
Going off, so looks like he's having a mechanical, and he didn't have enough to limp it into pit lane, so he's just trying to go off in a safe area.
And that
is another F5000.
Yeah, that is, I believe, that's Wins. In his 75. Yeah. Yes, it is. Lola T332. Which is the evolution of Zavetsky's car.
Look at how much lower that front wing is.
The airboxes on the sides sit differently. The radiators sit differently.
Ted wins 1975, a Lola T332. I am a 1970 model, 75 model, and this car looks a lot better than I did.
Performing better, too.
It's a little faster.
Reliability about the same?
Oh, no. That looks a little more reliable than I am. Look at the big wing, huge tires, 5-liter engine. Couldn't see the number on that car. So I think that's Cross in the green car. Michael Cross, yeah, in the Van Diemen RF997, and then Anthony DeCesario behind him in a Van Diemen F2000. Bruce Hamilton ahead by about 11 seconds over Dick.
White flag is out.
Albani. Oop, checker flag. Just went out for Bruce Hamilton. Wonder if
Hamilton Swift.
Sherwood can find. So there's
there he
Dick.
is. There's Dick.
So Sherwood not close enough either.
Dick will take second in the next James Hinchcliffe car. We're going to have groups 1, 3, and 4 up next.
Yep.
And that will bring us one of the absolutely most unique cars you will see here this weekend. And see just about anywhere.
Yeah. Cross and DeCesario were giving each other thumbs up for a great race. They were probably the closest race on track, these two.
How thrilling and frightening would a lap in a
Wait, they're still going at it, aren't they? They haven't taken the checkered yet. These two are still going at it. They weren't giving each other thumbs up.
Cool down lap. So hopefully everybody sees everybody.
No, they're not racing anymore. Okay. I thought when the way they took that apex.
Sure did look like it, though, didn't it? They should be headed to pit lane here. Can you imagine how thrilling and frightening a lap in an F5000 car's got to be?
No, they're coming. Got to be crazy to be in that. Yeah, so that's their finish right there. Right. They were still in it. Now they're coming in their cool down lap. That's Sherwood, Dick in front of them. There's our results. Group 9, Sprint Race 2, Mission Foods, Watkins Glen Speed Tour, Bruce Hamilton out front. Then Scott Dick, Mark Sherwood, Robert Albani, Ted Wentz, Michael Cross, Anthony DeCesario, David Zavetsky, and then Amber Stevenson and John Dole.
Well, Ben, it is early fall, but it's not Halloween yet. However, when we come back to Watkins Glen, Le Monster will be here, and we will go green with that. All that and more coming up after this.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HT2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Oh, yeah, Ralph. My favorite group's the small bore. Lots of little British production cars in here, but these are the group 1, 3, 4. Welcome back to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour for SVRA's group 1, 3, and 4. Lots of some of my favorite cars out here. That beautiful number 3 Chevrolet Corvette there of Frank Morelli, group 4 from 1961. And right behind him is Richard Zipkowski in that MG Midget. There's the Le Monster you were talking about.
And nothing small about that, Ben. Absolutely nothing.
No, look at that thing. He's celebrating his 75 years of Cunningham and Cadillac. They won. They ran those cars at Le Mans. Then they came here and ran it around as a pace car for the Watkins Glen event. Then there's a Bob Tullius Group 44 Tribute, Triumph TR4. I'll run through the group here real quick. Randall Green starting out front in his Echidna Special. Only 3 made. Bill Schwacke in a 1955 Chevrolet Corvette. Also very rare. Some of the lowest numbers for Corvette back then in 1955. Kenneth Greenberg in a Morgan 4.4. And Randy Williams. That's our top 4, and that's our top 4 in Group 4. Our first in Group 1, starting 5th, is Tony Garmy in a Triumph TR3. Then Rich Malumian. This was the race to watch yesterday in a 1956 Austin Healey 104. First in Group 3 is Cliff Murray in a Devon Model D Porsche. Doug Sharipa is in a Group 3 MGB from 1963. Peter Usdavinas is in an MG Midget in Group 1. He's 3rd in Group 1. Tony Drews is in a Group 3 Triumph TR4. Frank Morelli is in that beautiful Chevrolet Corvette starting 11th. Richard Zepkowski starting 12th in an MG Midget. Arnold Carbaugh Jr. is a first of our Lynx Formula Vs. Then Alex Gee is in a Lynx B Formula V. Steve Cole starting 15th in a Lynx B Formula V. Then starting 16th, Derek Drinkwater in that Cadillac Le Monster from 1950. Gregory Thompson is in a Group 3 car, Triumph TR4, starting 17th. Alan Goods, Group 3, Triumph TR4A. The A means independent rear suspension. Ted Hershey, Group 1 MG Midget. Scott McQueen, Group 3, Austin Healey 106, the red car. And William Demarest in that Falcon Shells Competition. That beautiful Falcon from 1960.
We asked yesterday if anybody knew of anything that was equally as unique or more unique than the Le Monster. Did anybody answer you back, Ben?
No, but one time I did see the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile going around Road America. I thought that was kind of odd.
They did have the Wienermobile race at Indianapolis this year, which was very cool.
Probably my favorite race of the year. So here they come to take the start. That Echidna and Bill Schwacke in that Corvette.
Here we go. Look at the back end of Le Monster. Looks like it's just dragging on the ground. The Corvettes look huge, and then you see the Le Monster, and you're like, wow.
Yeah. For some reason, I didn't have Dennis Kramer on my list, but I see him out there in his Miata. Yeah, that Le Monster behind an MG Midget looks absolutely menacing. So Randall Green leads the field with Bill Schwacke right behind him in that 55 Corvette. Then we've got Randy Williams. Somebody's pulled way over to driver's right. Not sure who that is. Then Tony Garmy right behind in that Triumph TR3, somehow staying with the Group 4 cars. Then we've got the Iceman of Kenneth Greenberg in the Morgan 4.4. It's definitely cloudier than it was just a few hours ago.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Here comes Randall Green down in this Echidna. Oh, and look at this Garmy up to 2nd overall, which is just crazy. And you've got Usdavinas in that MG Midget making his way through. Now Bill Schwacke, he likes these long straights, doesn't like the twisty bits so much in that old Corvette.
Yeah, he can stretch out the legs a little bit, can't he?
Mm-hmm.
And then you see Le Monster in the background. And when they went to Le Mans, they took 2 cars, Briggs and Cunningham did. And the first car was a stock 61 Series Cadillac Coupe. The second was a 61 Series with a modified aerodynamic body. And the French press nicknamed that second car Le Monster. And they wrote it on the hood of the car. And here it is. And both of the originals are at the Revs Institute down in Florida. And this car here racing with us today has been back to Le Mans in 2023, part of the Le Mans Classic.
And that Corvette looks like the Duntov entries for Le Mans back in the day. It resembles that. I'm not sure if that's actually one of those cars. We should know that. But at least it's a tribute car to one of those Le Mans Corvettes.
Wouldn't you love to have been sitting around the table when the conversation was had about, okay, we're going to change the body of this caddy. What are we going to do? Let's make it more aerodynamic. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
There's been a lot of napkins flying around the table that night, huh?
Okay, so William Demarest is out there in his Group 4 Falcon.
The other thing about that car is it weighs a ton. 3,500 pounds, I believe it is, right?
It's almost 2 tons. So Frank Morelli started 11th, moved up to 8th place in that Corvette. And then there's Tony Garmy falling back behind Group 4, which he should. Then Demarest in that Falcon, beautiful car. And Euston Venus in 6th place. And there's Tony Drews in his TR4.
It's a great looking car. Pretty red.
Yeah. This green Falcon here, though, is just a beautiful car on wire wheels, gold medallion.
Yeah, really cool looking.
Yeah, anytime you race with us on wire wheels, you'll have my attention. I just love that. I'm going to say he said it's a 60-spoke wire wheel. And Euston Venus coming through there, trying to catch up with Garmy in that TR3. MG Midget Triumph TR3 battle for Group 1. That TR4 should be a Group 3 car of Tony Drews. And you've got the Jaguar E-Type. And Bill Schwacke ahead of them in that Corvette. So here's our leader, Randall Green, followed by Bill Schwacke. Then Randy Williams in that Jaguar, but he's got to watch out because he's got Kenneth Greenberg, the Iceman, right behind him. He was telling me the story how he got the Iceman. It's not as cool as you would think.
No.
It's like the fighter pilot nicknames.
Mm-hmm.
He was racing somewhere and he needed a cool box and he needed a cool suit, and somebody introduced him to that, and then every day they're like, do we have ice? So then he just started becoming the Iceman. The Iceman, he needs some ice for his cool suit, and then there he goes. Then he's the Iceman.
Did you have a nickname growing up as a kid?
I was Big Ben for a while, and then in the band I was the Lurch, like from what is it, Addams Family?
Yeah.
Yep. And if you've ever seen pictures of the Lurch, it's not a compliment.
Well, let's just say there's not a striking resemblance. We'll give you that.
Yeah, I was just because I'm tall and lanky. Here's Bill Schwacke coming in that 1955 Chevrolet Corvette. He's got a 1958 Echidna ahead of him. And then he's got Randy Williams in a 1966 E-Type XKE Jaguar. I wonder why it's the E-Type globally, but it's the XKE in America. Surely our comment section can answer that. If you're joining us in the comment section of the SVRA YouTube page.
Well, let's see. I don't know the reason behind that off the top of my head. That's not uncommon for that to happen with things.
So the Echidna?
Well, because the sports model before it was the XK150. Before that, the XK140, and before that, the XK120.
Yeah.
So
now we're going to abandon numbers and
we're
go
done with numbers, I guess.
Yeah.
We're going to get into the alphabet.
And then we're going to start at E.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like, Ford didn't have an ABC until they got to the Model T. MG had an MGA way back when. Then they came out with an MGA in the 50s. So you never know. But here's something you don't see every day is a Triumph TR4 and a Corvette going at it into the inner loop. And then there's the little monster following around. So that's Morelli, good, and then Larry Smith. So that should be a Group 4, a Group 3, and a Group 1 car, all battling it out. Larry Smith having a good view of this battle here. Triumph TR4 goes around the outside. Now what can Larry Smith do with Morelli in this Corvette? Larry Smith around Frank Morelli in the Corvette. Now, can he get around good in the TR4? Larry been fighting some gremlins this weekend in that midget, so it's great to have him out.
Okay, here you go. This kind of ties it all back. I'm diving into some Jaguar forums here.
Nice.
So we had what did we see? The XK 140, 150, 120, and all that, right? So XKE, they were just calling it the E in England and Europe, right? When they came to the U.S., the people handling marketing over here thought we were more familiar with the XK 140, 150, so forth and so on. So we don't want to just call it the E-type. They felt like Americans were more familiar to the XK lineage, so they took the E and they made it XKE.
Now that makes sense.
Somewhat explains, I don't know if that's 100% what it is, but according to the Jaguar forums here.
They might know. I mean, as of recently, people have been really talking a lot about the Jaguar marketing that's been going out in the modern cars, so maybe they know what they're doing.
Then let's just say they got this one a little bit more correct.
I would say so. I'm not a big fan of the new mark. I mean, it's bold, but not what I'd look for.
No.
But there's the Le Monster. And there is a car behind it. Just can't see it.
I swear.
That Le Monster has gobbled people up. What's funny is they let it race. You know, you always hear the FIA and the French, as soon as something different would come to track, they'd never let it out there.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if it was an American or a British entered car. They would extra scrutineering happening.
Yeah.
But I think they were like, well, there's some marketing that's going to come with this one, so we got to let it go.
Well, now they make a big deal out of the Garage 56 program over there at Le Mans, and there is always that, what's it going to be this time around? Mm-hmm. You really look forward to the uniqueness, the inventive side of motorsport as they do that. And this car would have been perfect to qualify as a Garage 56 prototype, right?
Yeah. So Carball Jr., leader in the Formula Vs. But he's got the 3 Vs right behind him, or the other 2 Vs right behind him. So it's Carball Jr., Cool, and Guy. Going around the outside. So Randall Green ahead, followed by Bill Schwacke, then Randy Williams. Then Kenneth Greenberg is in a Ford GT, Morgan 4.4. Here's Dennis Kramer in that lone Miata this weekend. Usually we've seen 3 or 4 or 5 Miatas every weekend. That's the only one I've seen all weekend. On the track, there's a ton, obviously, in the parking lots. For a while, maybe still true, that the Mazda Miata is the most raced car on any weekend in North America.
It's going to be hard to not pee. They show up everywhere.
Okay, these two Formula Vs have to get around this Falcon. This is the race for podium in the Formula V class. And Demarest is letting them through.
Giving them a lot of room.
The Falcon, to me, looks like somebody's smaller iteration of the short-nosed D-type Jaguar.
Mm-hmm.
It resembles that. The front end, the rear end, the little scoops behind the driver.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like that midget's in front of the Le Monster. That's got to be a scary view in the mirrors.
And it's total commitment when you go to make the pass, because for that little midget, it's like passing a whole fleet of cars by the time you get all the way past that little monster. You know how when you're going down a 2-lane road and all of a sudden you get the broken yellow and you're ready to pull out and make that pass?
Yeah.
You get around the first guy and you realize there's 6 more cars out there you got to get around. That's kind of what it's like getting around the little monster, right?
There's Tony Drews coming up to Eustavinus. So Garmy able to pull a big gap on Peter Eustavinus in his Group 1 car. So in Group 1, it's going to be Tony Garmy. Let me make sure he's got it. He's in Group 1 CM. And then it's Eustavinus, Drews, and Larry Smith.
What I really like too, Ben, is as you look at the entry, this the grid sheet here for this race, groups 1, 3, and 4. It says 1950 Cadillac. Doesn't say Series 61. It says Le Monster.
Mm-hmm.
And that was strictly a nickname. Kind of the same way the word Countach came into existence. You know, that's an Italian expression that's kind of like, oh, wow. You know,
oh, really?
Yeah, kind of a big exasperated kind of response. And they didn't have a name for the car. It just had a number. When it first was unveiled to the Italian press, they pulled the curtain back, take the cover off, and somebody out in the crowd yelled out, Countach! And they went, hey, that's it. And there you go. So some French journo thought, Le Monster, and everybody went, yeah, exactly. What a thrill that thing must have been to run down the front straightaway in front of all that crowd. Sure, it was cheered on wildly.
I wonder which one had the faster speed on the Mulsanne Straight. The one that they put the aero package on, or just the Cadillac?
Well, the traditional Series 61 is not exactly very sleek and aerodynamic.
Yeah.
So one would have to think Le Monster was a little bit quicker.
Yeah. So here is the battle for third in Group 4 overall. Randy Williams and Kenneth Greenberg. Bill Schwacke in the Corvette just ahead of him.
Still curious if any of our viewers can come up with anything more unique in the world of racing than Le Monster would have been.
Yeah, so far, nobody said anything. There's our leader.
with 4 minutes, just a little over 4 minutes to go.
Those clouds are getting a little dark out there, aren't they?
I noticed that, yeah.
Don't like the look of that.
So Randall Green has been the class of the field with Furia Corsa, one of our great marketing partners and sponsors, Furia Corsa. Also was with us several years with Green Wealth Management, but he is out there leading in the Echidna. So here's Dennis Kramer, followed by our leader. So I'm seeing a flag being waved. What flag was that? Was that the blue flag at the Dennis Kramer? I'm not sure. Okay, it must have been, because it'll be a waving white flag next time by on our leader. As Bill Schwacke chases down some of these Formula Vs. And here comes two of the coolest cars out there, the Le Monster and the Echidna. Two of the most remarkable cars from the weekend.
Yeah, and you know, I went and started looking around here a little bit to see what else I could come up with that would be quote-unquote extremely unique in the race car world. And outside of Le Monster, you were definitely spot on with the Delta Wing.
The vacuum car.
The vacuum car, Chaparral, would definitely be another one.
Which raced here at Watkins Glen.
Yes. And how about the Tyrrell P34, which is the 6-wheel?
Oh yeah, the two front, two right front, two left front. Yeah, that
would be up
cool.
there, right? I think those would probably be the most unique cars that we can think of.
Okay, here comes the Echidna on the Le Monster. 3 Echidnas are known to exist. 2 of these Le Monsters, right? 2 of these aero package Le Monsters are known to exist.
Yeah. One real one and the tribute one. Echidna, which you discovered is kind of a porcupine-looking animal.
Mm-hmm. So 75 years ago, Cunningham brought that car over here to pace the laps at the original Watkins Glen races, and it was in the reenactment just 2 nights ago to celebrate that 75th anniversary. But here he comes to take the green, or the checkered.
So cool to see.
A white flag. Coming to take the white flag. I keep doing this, Ralph.
All right, Ben. There it is, the white flag. And if you got a good look at it, there's one headlight on the top of the hood, 2 down lower where you would expect them, but there's one right up at the top.
For a while, Lola made that prototype car that had a center like a Tucker, and it, like the Tucker, the center headlight was real bright, and it went with the steering wheel. So if the steering wheel turned right, the headlight went right. And if the steering wheel turned left, the headlight turned left for nighttime endurance racing. It was really cool.
It's just thinking, even though it's all white with the blue, the Le Monster is kind of the race car version of the Deathmobile from Animal House.
Yeah. So Randall Green coming around. This time, I'm quite sure, to take the checker flag.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. Tony Garmy still in overall 3rd. And ahead of Randy Williams. Not sure what happened to our Kenneth Greenberg in the Morgan. Did the Morgan fall out? Yeah, he's 2 laps down.
Oh, man.
Termites.
Morgan. If you know your Morgan.
If you know your Morgans.
Maybe he's got some
makes all the
termite
sense in the
damage.
world, yeah. If not, Google it.
Here comes Randall Green. 2 more corners to have a perfect weekend.
There it is. Checkered flag in the Echidna. What a great weekend that is. You get to drive that car all weekend long at Watkins Glen, and you get a couple of checkered flags.
Yeah. Schwacke.
He'll be in second.
The beautiful 1955 Corvette. There's Tony Drews. Not sure where Tony Garmy is. There's Hughes de Venus right behind Drews.
Comes Le Monster. So glad we got to see that this weekend.
Yeah. Carball's going to win Formula V. Here comes Garmy. So Tony Garmy way up ahead in Group 1. Found in a barn and just fixed up mechanically. And there's Tony Garmy to take Group 1 with those yellow lights. Then there's Demarest, Group 4. Randy Williams is going to be the round out the podium of Group 4 in that beautiful E-Type. Then there's Tony Drews and Hughes de Venus. Then Good in that Group 44 tribute, TR4. Groups 1, 3, 4, Sprint Race 2, Mission Foods, Watkins Glen Speed Tour race results. Randall Green out front, Bill Schwacke second, Tony Garmy third, Randy Williams fourth. Fifth is Tony Drews, Peter Hughes de Venus is sixth, seventh is Alan Good, Larry Smith eighth. And with the problems Larry's been having this weekend, that's really good. He'll be able to compete in the Collier Cup. Frank Morelli, ninth in that beautiful white Corvette. Terry Lippincott rounds out the top 10. Richard Zepkowski, Dennis Kramer 12th, Derek Drinkwater and LaMonster 13th, Arnold Carball Jr. 14th, Steve Kuhl 15th, Gregory Thompson 16th, Doug Sharipa 17th, William Demarest 18th, Kenneth Greenberg 19th, Alex Gee 20th, Robert White and Cliff Murray.
And with that, we will go ahead and take a break. The Governor's Cup will be coming up here. That'll be the next on-track activity. We're going to have a lunch break coming up between now and then. Stay with us.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Guys, Ben Sissel here with SVRA here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour with my friend Brian Donovan, who builds absolutely the best cars. So this is the motor car division of Donovan Motor Cars, these beautiful Jaguars. Tell us a little bit about this.
These are Jaguars that we service and restore as the main part of the business. This happens to be a 67 Jag XKE, considered one of the most beautiful cars ever built, according to guys like Enzo Ferrari. We wanted to prove the point that this was known as the world's greatest crumpet catcher. So we have a couple of beautiful girls in the car just to prove that point.
Just always, right? You just always. So, and how nice of it is for Brian to give you this car for appearing in this video. Is that nice?
Really nice. I would really appreciate that. Yeah. For sure, yeah.
But absolutely beautiful cars. You know, they're just, these all look like Concours winning show cars. But that is not why we're here. Beautiful Donovan Motorsports. Now we're in the motorsports area of this. And walk us through these E-types, Brian. Stand in front of them. These things are so beautiful. I love the rivets that you put into them, but some beautiful cars that are very competitive.
We campaign these three XKEs. We've been doing this with SVRA now for about 35 years. We really enjoy it. This particular car was built in '61. It's been modified for racing, and they did this in the competition department, so that's why it was all hand done, and the rivets in the car. These two are also XKEs, but it's 67s, both 67s. Cars that have been raced their entire life. These two cars happen to be stablemates from previous owners who were able to put the team back together again. But with these cars, we get to show off the prowess of the business, our ability to be able to make performance cars, reliable cars, as well as beautiful cars.
Nice. I love it. And Jaguar, we kind of alluded to this, but Enzo Ferrari did admit that the most beautiful car he had seen are these E-types. And that's not easy for somebody like Enzo Ferrari to admit, but back in the day, back in the 50s and 60s, it was Jaguar, it was Ferrari, it was Cunningham, it was some of these big brands. And people need to know that about these E-types. They're just so absolutely beautiful. But then I also, you know, I love the silver with the British racing green. Any more you can tell us? What's the, we were talking a little bit about this because I know that they have a V12, but what is the engine, what's the package you found for these E-types to be the most successful?
These are original six-cylinder XKEs from the early 60s, and Jaguar has a very strong, successful heritage of racing, which put the company on the world market back in the early 50s with the Jag 120s, the C-types, the D-types. Most famous was their wins at Le Mans year after year. And the E-types took over as being one of the world's greatest, most high-performance, fastest production cars. So we've campaigned with these cars to be able to show that. When Jaguar came to us back in 2002 and asked if we would be willing to run a vintage racing program for the company here in North America. And they did the design work and the colors on these cars, which has worked out very beautifully for us. We're proud of that. We had a wonderful program with the Jaguar support.
Nice. I love it. Well, Donovan Motor Car Service, Donovan Motorsports, how do they get in touch with you if they have an idea for their Jaguar or British car?
Our shop is in Lenox, Massachusetts, an hour north of Limerock Park. We do service and restoration work, late model, all the way back to even pre-war. We have the oldest car, an SS1 from Jaguar, back from '37. But to contact us, you can find us on the website, of course, Donovan Motor Car Service, or through our phone numbers. And we're at these events to be able to show and meet people and potential clients.
Nice. I love it. Well, look out for these events. They'll be here all weekend long. They're usually with us for the Memorial Day Classic at Lime Rock. So, Brian, thank you so much. And cheer for these beautiful Jaguars. You know I love my British cars, and these are some of the best. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this SVRA weekend, we're celebrating the vintage air-cooled Porsches. And looking around, driving around, I don't know if there's a cooler Porsche here than Dave Hagan and his beautiful 910 that won the Spirit of SVRA. Was it Laguna or Sonoma this year?
Laguna Seca this year.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you've raced with us with your son in the 914 at Laguna and Sonoma, and you've run Group 8. But this weekend you're in Group 5B, is that correct?
That's correct, Ben.
Nice. Now tell us about this beautiful car, because I love these things. I love watching your in-car because it's almost like you're in a fishbowl driving around, but it's so fast, so nimble. This has got to be a lot of fun.
It's a blast. So it's a 1967 Porsche 910. It's a factory works car. It's a fourth of 29 built. Entered into Sebring in 67 with Hans Hermann and Joe Seifert as the drivers. Took fourth overall, second in class. So it's a pretty cool car.
And there's a very famous photo outside of the Porsche factory where all of these are lined up, and that's kind of where they came up with their color scheme, right? Which was just one, would you even call that a hood or a bonnet painted a different color?
Yeah, it's a hood or a body panel. It's green. The sister car, the other Sebring car, 005, it was number 36. It had a red hood. So this had a green hood, that had a red hood, and that's how in endurance races, nighttime races, it was easier to see a different color than it was to actually read the number. So that's why you see, in that era, you see different color hoods and such.
So somebody like you that I know loves these cars, and we're kind of like custodians. So you've got number 4 of 29, a super rare car. Then it's a rare Porsche. That's got to be a little bit more on you, into your psyche when you go out on track, because you're trying to take care of yourself, you're trying to win the race, but you also want to take care of something like this.
Yeah, there are no red mist moments for me out there, so I try to drive it aggressively, but not over aggressively. And so, obviously I don't want to have contact. Knock wood, I haven't had contact in this car ever in almost 10 years of racing, so we'll try to keep it that way. But yeah, no, I drive in a spirited way, and I'm usually, near the front of the pack. Depending on how the grids are organized. And so I try to put on a good show and have a good time with the car at the same time.
Now, something that's so cool about like a factory like Porsche or Ferrari or, Lotus, things like that, there's a big difference between Porsche and their factory efforts in street cars like the 911s or the 914s, 914-6s. But in 910, this was built to win Sebring, to win Le Mans. So let's point out some of the things, like I'm looking right here over your shoulder, just this hinge. That's probably the lightest thing that they could find to make it to where the door could open and close. And can you show them how they had to do that? Because it's a double hinge here. And look at how the craftsmanship just on the door alone, with just the simple pull, for the door.
As light as possible. This is literally like a ski binding from that era, right? If you ever had the old wood skis of the 60s, that's the binding that they used. So that's like just off the shelf. But the goal of prototype race cars was lightness. And, Porsche, like Lotus, like everybody else of that era, the bodies were only on to meet a requirement. Yeah. So they're not heavy bodies, right? This is a 1,100, 1,200-pound car with a 2-liter flat 6 right out of a Porsche road car, though it's obviously a hotter build. And a 901 box. So of that era, in their 911s, it was the same transmission that their street cars had. So even though it was never a street car and these prototypes were never built for the street, there were street parts used. Yeah. And so that's kind of the race on Sunday, sell on Monday strategy of that era. Even the prototypes fit into that.
Yeah, for sure. And then for a factory like a Porsche, 12 hours of Sebring is like 36 hours anywhere else. So they want to know how the transmission fared, how the rear end, how the engine did under such abuse. So it's good R&D. They feel like, well, if it can last for a 12-hour race, being thrashed through the hairpin down those long straights, surely these will do well in our street-going cars.
No, that's right. Endurance racing is all about, you got to get to the finish, right? So you have to build a robust of enough car that'll get there. So it's not just outright speed. You need speed, but you also have to get to the finish. And so Porsche, world renowned for building highly reliable endurance racers. They were really good at that. Maybe not the fastest cars, but the most reliable cars.
Yeah, but like you said, you have to finish. And you go, the great thing about Sebring is you walk down that front, there's like 2 or 3 decades where it's a German flag. May not have always been Porsche, but if it wasn't Porsche, it was Audi or Mercedes. But they definitely know how to finish endurance races.
Yeah, I would say they're the best. Yeah, very good.
Definitely. And have you always been a Porsche person?
I have been.
Yeah.
I think we've had our first Porsche, my wife and I, right after we got married. We bought a 911 SC back in 1985, and we've been driving Porsches ever since.
And you've passed the sickness on because your son is in is it a 914 or 9146?
It's a 9146, so it's a GT tribute car, beautifully built car. And, yeah, he may have the disease worse than I do.
But that's what we're supposed to do as parents, right?
Absolutely, right? Pass on the passion, and the fact that he and I get to do father-son racing 5 or 6 times a year. My wife, his mother is here, and it's a family affair. And so we really enjoy getting out to the racetrack and sharing the cars with the public. We're going to do the parade tonight, so we're going to drive the cars down into Watkins, Glen, and hopefully there'll be 25,000 or so fans out there cheering on the cars.
It's one of the coolest things, the reenactment that you'll do tonight in this, and I'm sure it's going to be one of the hits of the reenactment. But we as motorsports fans, we just so appreciate this car deserves to be in a museum, but it would almost be doing a disservice to the car. So we appreciate you bringing out such a rare car. Thank you so much for doing that.
I appreciate it, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it. Seriously. All right, guys, we are in for a very special treat. One of my favorite people in the paddock, Jim Barfield here. He's going to do his best to speak proper English, but he talks how I think NASCAR drivers should talk, or they did in the heyday. But this is one of his cars. He's got a long history with Bill Elliott. He and his friends, they run a restoration group, but they are basically kind of gifting the American public with these beautiful NASCAR stock cars from all eras. So, Jim, first of all, let's talk about this number 9 here, because it itself has an extensive history, and then we'll talk about your restoration shop.
Bill run this body on this car in 1988 at Daytona and Talladega. I don't, top of my head, I don't know where he finished, but I think it didn't win, but he was in top 5.
You know, Bill, $1 Million Bill, long history at Talladega. But this car, you were saying, the body is from something else and the chassis is from something else, and I love these little stories like this.
Correct. The body is a Bill Elliott car that he raced. The frame come from Robert Yates Racing. It was a frame that they built. Then we bought the car, complete car with a UPS body on it, cut the body off the frame, and then put this body on the frame.
Okay, so now let's talk, be honest here, because I'm looking at this car and it looks like a Concours winning show car, everything that's prepared. When you guys were racing on Sunday, when you'd pull out a car, would they look like this, or is this a little bit nicer than they would look before they went out to like Daytona or Talladega or anything?
The Daytona and Talladega cars were pretty nice because you wanted aero slick. So Ernie Elliott always made us get those cars like they was going to a show car event. So, but the short track stuff was...
So like Martinsville may not be?
It was rough, you know, so it was the car that they raced a lot and got beat up.
Now, one thing I love about this vintage stock car group is, you know, racing was so prevalent in America with the SCCA in the 50s and 60s, but then NASCAR kind of took over in the 80s and 90s, and now when we come to the tracks, it's cars like this that most of the general public can identify with. They know this number 9, or we've had the Jeff Gordon or the Dale Earnhardt cars. We've got a Clint Boyer car right here. Darrell Waltrip, my neighbor, Franklin, Tennessee. But, like, how cool is that a lot of people now, this is what they identify as the race cars of the day?
Because that was your NASCAR fan. Today's kids don't know what these cars were. They don't realize the history behind them and all. And their attention span is different than our attention span was back in the day. We'll go to a race and sit there and watch it 4 or 5 hours. Their attention span these days is not like that. They're used to playing with the computers and games and stuff.
I agree with that. That's a very good assessment. Now, let's talk about this restoration and the work that you and your friend Carlos and everybody at the shop are doing to get these things back up and running and putting on some of the best shows we see throughout the season in vintage racing.
Yeah. It takes about 400 man-hours to restore a car. So that's a lot of work, a lot of expense. So you take people that come in and buy cars, you know, they still get a good value, because a stock car completely done is about $100,000, and where you go buy a Porsche or something, they're about $250, $275. So the value for the cars is really nice.
Now, back in the day when you were building these cars, did you do like what Robert Duvall did in the barn in Days of Thunder? Would you talk to it? Would you whisper to it as you were building it?
You cussed it more than you talked to it, so a lot going on there. So, and you had, 10, 15 people in the shop, so it all happened on a nice, timely matter. Like a lot of the cars, we would roll out of the paint shop on Monday morning and race that car that weekend. So a lot went on. So
that is crazy. Now, with your extensive history with Bill Elliott, you come to Watkins Glen once a year. Do you have still notebooks of how to set up a proper stock car from Watkins Glen or Talladega or anything like that?
The setups we use today are way different than what they used back in Bill's era here. So those notes wouldn't do you any good.
That's good to know. So we've talked a little bit about this number 9 here, but let's come over. Let's look at more of a more modern car here with this Monte Carlo, the Clint Bowyer Jack Daniels car. So kind of walk through, because you were in NASCAR in this era as well. What are some of the big differences between this car over here, the number 9, and then this car, the 07 of Clint Bowyer?
Yeah, Clint Bowyer raced this car at Phoenix, Arizona. But you can just look at the body lines and how much more sleek, more aerodynamic it is. It makes less drag and more downforce. So this is a better car than the car over there to do what we're doing.
And what year would this have been?
This is a 2003 or 4, I believe.
And the thing about this stock car group is there's like SC3, SC3, SC2, SC1. So even if you have a stock car from different eras like Mike Slut's or the Marty Robbins car, Borchetta would have been later, anything with the steel bumpers. But then there's a place for all of these different cars to fit into the groups. Is that correct?
That is correct. And you're racing on the track with this car, with the 9 car, but you're not competing for a finishing position with this car because this is a faster car.
Well, that's unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to watch this stock car group. It's one of our fastest growing groups in vintage racing. They do a lot of SVRA events. They do a lot of events with NASCAR, with HSR. A lot of fun to watch. This is kind of the group. And a lot of our drivers, Jim, are kind of going from cars that I'd consider very cool vintage cars, but they're going into here like the Frasers because it's a little bit safer. It's a little bit better from a cost perspective. Once you buy the cars are a little bit safer. The parts are easy to find, especially with somebody of your accent. And a lot of our drivers are going to the stock car because it's also one of the most fun groups out there this weekend.
Correct. This is the safest race car at the track. I mean, Joe Nemechek had a tremendous wreck yesterday at VIR, running about 184 miles an hour and barrel rolled the car. He's at home today sitting watching TV. If you'd have done that in another car, he might not have been with us.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. So that's another thing that sticks out. These vintage stock cars, the parts, you can drive up to Mooresville, and they're all over the shelves of a lot of these shops. So keep it up. Now, Jim, this is the most reserved I've ever seen you. There must be a TV Jim Barfield, and then there's the mechanic Jim Barfield. But thank you so much for your time. Anything you can add?
No, sir. I think we covered everything.
Well, there you go. That's our vintage stock car group coming up this weekend here at Watkins Glen. And what better way? When I was a kid growing up in NASCAR, I always watched Watkins Glen and Sears Point, the 2 road courses, but they're adding more and more road courses. They're going to be coming back to you for all of your knowledge.
That's good. Bring it on.
Nice. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Barfield with vintage stock cars. All right, now for something extra special. One of my favorite drivers, one of our fastest drivers in Group 8 with this beautiful Datsun here, Joe Riolo, who just came from Lime Rock last weekend, had a great time, always one of our fastest at Lime Rock in this car. Tell us a little about this Z car you've got this weekend.
This is our 72 240Z. We call it Brucey. Kids named it after that Finding Nemo. The shark came out in the morning and said, I'm having fish. And I came out one morning and said, I'm having Porsches. And they said, Daddy, we have to call it Brucey. So that's what we did. And, we've been running this car for 24 years now. It's just a great car. I mean, the guys from Sharp Racing helped me build it. A lot of them work for GMT. And when we put it together, and it's just been bulletproof for us for many, many, many years. We've got, I think I set 4 track records with it over the year, won 3 championships and over 60 races. So we've really enjoyed driving the car. A little breezy today. So yeah, it's our 72 240Z. I actually just sold the car this year to a customer of mine, Dan Gorman, who, Dan, thank you so much for letting me to continue to drive the car. And he's pretty happy with our results at Lime Rock so far, and we'll give him some better ones hopefully this weekend at the Glen. And yeah, that's it. It's just a great car. We've been running it a long time, and we love running with SVRA. Watkins Glen's my favorite track, so no offense, Lime Rock, you're my home track, but this is my favorite track.
Yeah, that's how everybody has to do it. But I notice, if you want to have good luck in a Datsun, usually you have John Morton sign your dashboard, but he signed the hood, huh?
Bob Sharp's signature on there as well, and over the time it faded, unfortunately. But
But now, like Monty Python says, for something totally different, to change gears, so we go from a Datsun 240, great car, very agreeable, well balanced, to this just monster that you can't even as crazy as they were in the late 60s, early 70s, Formula 5000, one of the craziest, like right there with Can-Am. This is before they really considered driver safety. They just said, let's just put the biggest engines, the biggest tires, and then everything else will be made out of wire, basically. Strap this thing on, get in it, and drive it. But this car has a ton of history, Joe, and I was surprised when I saw that you were driving it. I don't really associate you with these cars, but you had one last year. But tell us about this thing, and this has got to be a handful.
Yeah, I'm very, very honored and privileged to be able to have this car, and hopefully we can be a good steward of it in the time that we own it, and for as long as we own it. I was fortunate enough to buy this from the family of Gary Pavis, who bought it pretty much right from Penske. There was one other owner, Tom Fury. He only owned it for a few months and then sold it to Gary. Gary put a single-seat Can-Am body on this and a Chevy motor, and Drake Olson drove this as their backup car. But this is Mark Donahue's car, Roger Penske car, original motor, original gearbox. It's about as original as you can get. We've kept every part that we could find that was original, and we've tried to restore it as best we could to its original livery. This year is the first time since 1973 this car's been at the track in its correct livery. And yeah, so we got this about 11 months ago in pieces, and we've been thrashing to try and get it together. We're still working out some little kinks here and there, as you always get with a new race car, but yeah, I really enjoy it. I've driven a lot of cars over the years. I've been racing almost 40 years. And from drag racing to NASCAR to limited Busch North Series and tour modifieds, and then all the production cars and sports racers. This was always something when I was a kid. These cars were, big wings, big slicks, big scoops. That was something I've always wanted to do. And we're just, again, blessed to have the opportunity to be able to do it. So.
And we were talking off camera that Brian Redmond's here. Yeah. He had that world-famous, the Baraxo car with the huge snorkel on it. And this year he finished second in the points with Donahue third. Is that correct?
And Jody Scheckter won the series. This car actually only ran half of the season in '73. There was a huge fire at the Penske garage at the beginning of the season, and the first car burned to the ground. I think that was chassis 5 or 7 or 9, one of the early chassis. So by the time Lola was able to put another chassis together, this is chassis 19. It was like halfway through the season. Mark did win at Road Atlanta with it in August of '73, so it does have a win under its belt, and then lots of top 3, top 5 finishes to finish third in the championship. So,
absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for bringing this out. And we were talking too. We have to talk about Trans Am with SVRA and the kind of brother companies. But then, Roger Penske, Mark Donahue famously went from the Sunoco Camaros to the Penske Javelins and brought Sunoco along. And you see they're running AMC on there, so they were trying to make this. So explain how you go. AMC did not make these cars from the factory. They did the Javelins. They ran in Trans Am, but this was kind of Mark and Roger's ladder up.
Yeah, the Formula 5000 was basically run with your brung as long as it was 5-liter engine. And Lola built a lot of different chassis. There was McRae's and Maches and Legrand, like the one I had last year. And basically, it was just the American Formula One car with a good old American small block in it. So they were pretty affordable to run. And I guess Penske was so successful with the AMC package in Sunoco that this was their stepping stone to Formula One with Mark. And so they brought basically that Trans Am motor, put fuel injection on it, and here it is.
Okay, now you got to come around here, though, cameraman, because, I like my awkward questions. So Do they only trust you with 4 cylinders, Joe? Is that what they're doing? Just go out there, get used to driving it, and then maybe we'll plug in the other ones?
Yeah, it's got so much power. We only run on 4. Now, we're just changing spark plugs, doing some, in-between maintenance, chasing a couple little gremlins. I think we got an electrical issue that we're working on. She's breaking up a little bit, and it ran really, really well in the dyno. So the only thing different between the dyno and here is either the MSD box or the coil. So just little stuff like that we're chasing. Like I said, first real race weekend with it, so we'll work out our kinks and we'll have it running. But it's, again, I'm glad to have the car here. I hope the fans really enjoy it, and I hope we did Mark and Roger some tribute here, honor. So.
Oh, I'm sure. And when you buy a car of such prominence like this, do you get some of the original notebooks with notes maybe from the captain in it or Mark Donohue? I mean, both of them being kind of that engineer mindset.
Yeah, I would love to do that because this is very different than any other Lola. They made a lot of changes on this car. But unfortunately, I bought it from Gary Pavis's family. He passed. So, and we spent hours scavenging his garage, just trying to, all right, this looks like it belongs to the Lola. Oh, this was the Can-Am part. And there were so many parts all over. And we were fortunate enough, I think we got about 97% of all the original parts for the car. So, again, original fuel injection, original valve covers, original headers, original motor, gearbox, all of that. So it's, again, it's as true to original as you can pretty much get.
Unbelievable. Well, thank you so much for bringing this out there. I think you're a little crazy also, but I love that about you, but unbelievable. Yeah. But thank you so much for bringing this out. So watch out for this number 6 Sunoco Beast out there in the Formula 5000 group. And there's a few Formula 5000s here this weekend, but also our Group 8 and 240Z. So thank you so much, Joe, for bringing that out, and we should have a blast this weekend.
Well, we appreciate running with SVRA. You guys have always been great to us, so thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
All right, now for something extra special. One of my favorite drivers. Well, welcome back to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. This is the Governor's Cup race, a part of the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. Our Governor's Cup race this year are air-cooled Porsches. We've got a bunch of air-cooled Porsches. Not all of them are here just yet. But starting third in this beautiful Mark Donohue IROC liveried tribute car, like painstakingly prepared. He's walking away from me. Come in here, Linton. He's been with us a lot this season, but this car, I know that you've had the real one, and then you loved it so much, you're like, well, I got to make a tribute to this thing. So tell us about this car.
Well, I bought it from a friend in San Diego in 2022. It was a Porsche Owners Club car, and it has a stock 3.2 engine. I took it completely apart, and I painted it lime green as a tribute to Mark Donohue. He drove the lime green car in the second race at Riverside. And, of course, he won the series at Daytona in the tangerine car, or the orange car. And I used to own the yellow car, which was the very first IROC car built. And I sold that to Jerry Seinfeld in 2005 because it got way too valuable for me to put in harm's way. And then he had it for about 10 years, and then it went to Europe for $2.3 million. And this car is not quite at that value. Not yet. I don't think it will get there.
Well, you never know. With a driver like Tom Litton behind the wheel, anything can happen. Can I ask you this? Can you open up to show us the engine compartment? Because I'll point out to everybody just kind of what we talk about when we talk about air-cooled, meaning there is no water radiator through this. Just like your old Volkswagen Beetles, there's a fan and a shroud, and it's going through this flat six. And it's basically all airflow. So you're constantly watching your temperature on hot days, but on a day like this is almost perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's not a high compression engine, and it's very stock, so it runs relatively cool even on a hot day. You know, it gets up to 210, 220, which is fine. But if it had more compression, I'd have to be paying attention to the oil temperature. But it's got a big cooler up in front, and that helps keep the temperature in check.
Nice. How many quarts of oil is the engine?
It's about between 10 and 12. If I drain the oil cooler, it's probably 12, but just a typical oil change is about 10 quarts.
I love it. Well, I love the lime green. So, Tom, thanks for bringing this out. So cool. A Donohue IROC tribute car. We saw IROC back in at the Monterey Historics just a few weeks ago at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. I'm looking for the driver of this car. Not sure where it is. The 911, Larry Lunda. Larry around? No, but this is a beautiful, obviously, Porsche 914 with the, yeah, but it's not saying 6 on here. But everything shows me it's a 9146. But I'm supposed to go by the sheet. But John Carey's a Porsche expert. The badge says 9146. The fender flares say 9146. So this is the 991 of Larry London. Now this is where the Porsche 911 was more of a rear engine. This is more of a mid-engine car. You can see the engine right behind, same engine as Tom would have had. Basically, a 914 is a 911 engine. 9146 means it's got the 911 flat 6 in it. Then we come over here to the number 47, Rob Hurley. There he is. And obviously, he's usually the number 4, so added a little gaffer tape there. But you can see he's opening up the back to show the engine. So, Rob, tell us a little bit about your beautiful Porsche here.
So this is a 1970 911. I bought it in 2015, started racing it in 2017. It's 2-liter, weighs about 1,800 pounds. Very fast car. As you can see, very clean inside. It's got new pistons in it. It's got new heads. New exhaust system, and I adjusted the ride height, and it handles like a dream going up the S's.
I bet, yeah, and looking at the distributor, it's a twin plug car.
Twin plug distributor, and I've got 2 CD boxes in to fire the distributor.
Oh, wow.
In the back. So, yeah, it's a twin plug, 2.2.
And then the big carburetors coming down, feeding this. So, yeah, just we'll show that just another, the air-cooled, a little bit different than Linton's engine. He's got the 2 coils over here, and then the twin plugs. That's why he's got so many spark plug wires, or else it looks like it's a 12-cylinder.
That's right. That's right. So the carburation it's got high-rise manifolds with 46-millimeter PMO carburetors. Not the original Webers, but the 46-millimeter PMO carburetors are actually a little bit better, a little more technology. So, yeah.
Yeah, beautiful car. Thank you so much for bringing this out. The air-cooled Porsches. This is a 2-liter, you said? 2-liter twin plugs. Yeah. Nice job.
Yes, thank you.
Well, very good. Thank you for bringing that out. How cool is that? Then we come over here. Our CEO, Lee Giannone, is in this beautiful number 1-2. He is a Porsche guy through and through, is Lee. Hopefully we'll try to find him. He said he's going to go get his suit on and come back in, but you can see his helmet with the Porsche logo on it. So hopefully he'll come back out here, and we'll come and talk to the number 71, Ron Zitza. Here he is. Ron, come stand by your car. Tell us a little bit about your car here.
Well, this is Greg Fry's car.
Oh, and are you driving it, Ron? So Ron is going to be driving Greg Fry's car, who we just saw out there earlier. Tell us a little bit about the car.
Well, this car is Greg's second 914-6 race car. The first one, he and I drove together for probably 17 years, and it was damaged here about 3 years ago. Then we got this car, which has been through a series of historic people before us, and I finally got Greg to go for an open top instead of a closed top. Makes it a little easier for us to get in and out. Not saying I'm getting older, just saying, okay? And so it's a 2.4 liter, about 285 horsepower, and a 901 gearbox with 4 speeds that we use on track, okay? And of course, with this track, you gear specifically for the track, and it makes a big difference. And then with a nice mid-engine 914-6, it's a fast lap.
Nice. I love it. Always very well balanced, so great. Have fun out there. We're going to come into here, so we're going to kind of move away from grid and come in here for our kind of opening ceremonies pomp and circumstance. So it looks like I've got the Watkins Glen people out here. And what I'm going to do, Ralph, while we reset, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth while we reset down here, and then we're going to start with Invocation, National Anthem. The Hilliards are here to do Start Your Engines. We're going to have some fun down here.
Yeah, we are, buddy. It's going to be a great afternoon of racing here at Watkins Glen as we get ready for the opening ceremonies. Good look at the S's there. Hope everybody had a good lunch during the lunch break. It is about time to go racing through the afternoon here at Watkins Glen. Final races of what has been a very exciting weekend here. Well, let's go ahead and step away and take care of some business so that when we get set to go racing, we can show you all of it, green flag to checker, here today. Stay with us, coming back.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big thanks to everybody at Mission Foods for everything they do to help us bring you the races. It's been a great weekend with Mission Foods here. Mr. Gonzalez has been up here racing with us. Had to leave, not here today, but we appreciate everything they've done for us. Forward to seeing them at the next race at Virginia International Raceway in 2 weeks. All right, let's head back down trackside. Here's Ben once again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, first I want to present the New York State Police Honor Guard for being here, presenting the colors. So thank you guys so much for coming in for this. Reverend Fife, if you don't mind holding both microphones and deliver the invocation, please.
Lord God, we thank you for this opportunity to gather here at Watkins Glen for this year's running of the Hilliard Vintage Grand Prix. We ask your blessing upon this race, O Lord. We ask your blessing upon this race and for the safety of every driver, crew member, and course worker. Grant us a safe race and help us to remember that all good things come from you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Reverend Fife. Anna, if I could get you to come over here just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a real treat. Anna Hurd to deliver the 2 national anthems. Anna, take it away.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all of us commend. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, thank you very much. That was a very nicely done rendition of our national anthem as we get ready to go racing with the Governor's Cup. All air-cooled Porsches 910, 911, 914s. Should be a lot of fun to watch this one. The highlight event of the weekend. Let's take a look at our track map here for Watkins Glen. Start down here on the front straightaway coming out of Summit Turn 11. Heads us downhill to Mission Foods Turn number 1, then up to the Optima Battery S's. As you start to climb back up, 2, 3, and 4, which dumps you out onto the long back straight here. Big speed through there as you set up for the Cube 3 architecture chicane, the inner loop, through the carousel at turn 5. You start going downhill through 6. There's the laces of the boot, toe of the boot at 7, heel of the boot at 8, back uphill through 9. Out of the left-hander at 10 and the Summit Racing Equipment 11 as you complete a lap here. 3.45 miles around the full circuit here at Watkins Glen. Just some gorgeous countryside around the racetrack here. Take a look to the inside of turn number 1. Good viewing spot, popular with the spectators, and we've got a bunch of them here this weekend as they're taking in one more big event, the 2025 season here. To be wrapping up after this weekend and getting the track prepped for the winter weather that's on its way. Campers have been having a great weekend. All right, well, sounds like we're about ready to crank up these air-cooled engines and go racing, so let's check in one more time with Ben.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am visited by the chairman and CEO of Hilliard, our proud title sponsor for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix, Jan Vandenblink. Jan, to deliver the most famous words in motorsports, take it away.
On behalf of all of us at Hilliard and Elmira, New York, celebrating our 120th year, drivers, start your engines.
Thanks for telling me about the hot mic. That could have been bad.
Good look at that gorgeous lime green IROC RSR, Tom Linton. $15 original IROC RSRs were produced for the season, which ran over 2 years that first year, 73-74. They tried to do the races when the rest of the racing season wasn't going on, so 2 races in the fall of 73, 2 races late winter, early spring of 74, wrapping up during speed weeks at Daytona. And Mark Donohue clinched the championship. 15 cars built that first year. The only season that the Porsches were utilized was that 73-74 season, the first one. Generation 1 of 7 of IROC machinery. Of those 15, 12 were raced, 3 were used as practice, development, and backup cars. Seven generations included Porsches, then the Chevy Camaro, Dodge Daytona, the Dodge Avenger, and finally the Pontiac Firebird. Well, while they're warming up the engines, we're going to squeeze in one more break and then come back for the green flag of the Governor's Cup from here at Watkins Glen with the Mission Foods Speed Tour after this.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser-measured floor liners, no-drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look
Well, you can see we got some sunshine. It had started to cloud up pretty heavily there, Ben, as we were getting into the lunch break. And it wasn't just getting cloudy, it was getting dark clouds. But things seem to be a little bit brighter now.
Yeah, this is the Governor's Cup race. I think maybe Kathy Hochul ordered us some sunshine for the Governor's Cup race for the start. We had the Jan Vandenblink here with Hilliard, the title sponsor of the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix, as a part of the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. This is the Governor's Cup race. We expected 12 air-cooled Porsches to take the start, but right now only 5 are coming around to take the green. Not sure what happened there. So you've got Tom Linton out front, followed by Rob Hurley, Lee Giannone.
So
Ron
Lee is
Zitzer,
running
and
this
Larry.
one.
Yeah, Lee is in the car. I saw Lee getting into the car.
Buddy ran it earlier today.
And Lee is a Porsche person, so he should be loving this.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. Here they come, headed down towards Summit Racing Equipment, turn 11. And then out onto the front straightaway. There's the green. The Governor's Cup is underway here at Watkins Glen.
You can see Lee wanting to kind of duck out, but Tom Linton looks like he's going to take him through one.
Now, IROC did run here at Watkins Glen. In fact, I called a few, but not in the Porsche era. That was Daytona and Riverside.
So Ron Zitzer now is second place behind Tom Linton at 9.146. Then Lee Giannone started third, is in third.
We're going to have a challenge for the lead going to the inner loop. And a new leader coming out of it.
That is our race director for International GT in that 9.146. So from fourth to first by the inner loop. I like that lime green Donahue car.
If it was a Dodge, we'd be calling it a sublime, right?
Yes, slime green. Lee Giannone still third. Coming down, Ron Zitzer, then Tom Linton.
I was going to say, we got a pretty fast staff, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Put our staff up against just about any other racing staff out there.
We do have some fast drivers in the staff. I am not one of them.
Not only are they fast, but they're active, and I like that.
Larry Lunda back there in that 991 numbered 914. So we have 9146s and 911s. Ron Zitzer is going to lead him through. Lead the first lap. Rob Hurley in fourth. Rob is who we were talking to, has a 2-liter twin plug 911. As they come around the Cube 3 inner loop, Tom Linton trying to keep Ron Zitzer honest. All of these are Group 8 cars except for Tom Linton in the lime green car. He's the only Group 12.
You know, it was Mark Donahue that suggested to Roger Penske they use Porsche 911 that first year for IROC. They were looking for something that was fast, very reliable, and it had to be something that they could guarantee they could get 12 of them as close to equally competitive on track as they could. And of all the different opportunities of makes that were out there, they felt Porsche 911 was the one car they knew, we get our hands on it, we can dial these things in and get them all pretty close. And of course, they were all painted by the factory. In later years, it was PPG and DuPont that shared the paint.
Okay.
Of the different models that were used.
Roger Penske just, still to this day, seems to have that ability to get the right people on the phone and pitch a crazy idea, and they go along with it.
Yep.
So Ron Zitza out front in that Porsche 9146.
And you know who wasn't in that first year of competition for IROC? Al Unser Sr. and Mario Andretti. Reason being, they were both contracted Firestone drivers, and the series utilized Goodyear. And Firestone didn't want to have their top two guys seen racing on any other brand of tire.
And that just ruins it for everybody, doesn't it?
Sure did that year. Because they were at the height of their game back then. Mario was already a world champion, Indy 500 winner, a Daytona 500 winner all by then. Mario, by the way, is going to be my guest, the grand opening breakfast this year at the PRI show.
Nice.
So looking forward to that.
Well,
if you're a PRI member, we hope to see you.
Because Adam's in this.
Because of Adam.
Mario watches every race.
Mario watches everything.
So that's Tom Linton, our lone Group 12 driver. Not sure why Dave and Tyler Hagan decided not to join this race. They both finished their other races. That'd have been cool to see the 910 out there. Here comes Lee Giannone. Lee is in a Porsche 911 ST. Followed by Rob Hurley in the Porsche 911S. And this seems to be the battle back here for 4th and 5th.
Of course, that was all around the same time that Penske was running the 91730 and the 91710 in Can-Am. So Roger and Mark had a lot of experience working with Porsche and could get that deal put together. But they had to buy every single one of those cars. And they were about 30 grand a piece, I want to say.
Now, had you bought them like a 30-year bond, you'd have done really well.
You'd have done great.
Because Tom Linton sold his to Jerry Seinfeld for $2-something million.
Yeah.
And then it just sold, Jerry just sold it for probably another $2 million.
Oh, probably more, yeah. Everybody's making money.
So Rob Hurley leads Larry Lunda up the Hilliard S's.
You know, that first year of IROC, they paid $3 grand to win one of the races. Think of all the biggest names in the world of motorsports. They were getting $3 grand to win. But if you won the championship, it paid 30.
But if you're a champion in your, let's say, Oval or Formula One or Trans Am or any of the groups that ran it, you want to measure yourself up against the best in every other series, and that's what it was.
That was the object, right?
And equally performing cars.
Yeah.
So it was a neat class.
The other key was road courses versus ovals. You know, and a lot of the guys from Europe were hesitant to come over and do it there were too many ovals as part of the deal because they felt like they were at a huge disadvantage. And late in the years of IROC, it kind of got that way, became more of a all NASCAR type series. There were a few IndyCar guys that would run it, of course, because they had experience on ovals. And Al Jr. was telling me that was one of the reasons why he developed such a desire to run NASCAR when he got done with his IndyCar career, which he did. If you remember, he went and drove the Daytona 500 for Mr. Hendrick.
Wait, hold on. Larry Lunda has come from the back to now third place in 2 corners. So he's found another gear.
And Lee Giannone headed to the pits?
Is he?
Put his hand up.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he is. Hate to see that.
Knowing Lee, he just got a phone call or a text, somebody complaining about the commentators in the booth.
Probably.
Get them out of the booth, so he's going to have to pull over. And
which means he's going to be madder than normal at us, because not only is he going to be mad at us, but he got to get out of the car.
Yeah, that's not looking good for us.
No.
So Larry Lunda now in third place, from 5th to 3rd in 2 corners. Not bad. Let's see if Hurley can do anything to him. This is a fantastic circuit. The Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. What a great event to come and watch some great racing, all kinds of different cars. If you don't like the group that's out there, just wait 30 minutes. There'll be a whole other group of cars out there. So Hurley doesn't look like he's got anything for Lunda. The twin plug thing is funny. My Ford Ranger growing up had twin plugs, little 2.3 liter, and it's fire engine technology. They just, for fire engines back starting, I think in the 30s, they just wanted redundancy, you know, so that if one plug fouls, another plug is there to make sure it burns off all the fuel. And they've noticed that it does give a little bit more power, but it's also, you know, it makes sense for fire trucks to want to have some kind of a redundancy.
Yeah, a little bit of reliability.
So Zitza still out front, running a 2:12.6. Linton a 2:17.6. And I don't see Lee in pit lane, so he just came right back into the paddock, I believe.
There's your race leader.
So I've noticed when they're not combating each other, they take a very late apex. You know, they take a big arch through that 180 so they can only apex at one time on the exit to get the most speed out. But if they've got somebody behind them, they basically have to treat that like one big long apex. It's a good looking car though.
Mm-hmm.
That may be my favorite iteration of the 911.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
The opening scene of Le Mans, where Steve McQueen's just driving his 911 and, you know, not a word is spoken for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
For car guys, we love it. But, you know, you sit my wife down to watch that. They're like, so when is something going to start?
Yeah, exactly.
And we're like, oh, it started. It's already at the climax for car people. But if you're not a car person, you know, it's kind of like the original Italian Job. The car just, it's like 10 minutes of just car driving through the, you know, the Italian and Swiss Alps. Oh, man, Hurley got around him. This is the race to watch here, ladies and gentlemen. They're going side by side through the toe of the boot. we were talking about this yesterday, how Porsche kind of came out with that 914 in conjunction with Volkswagen as just kind of, a cost-effective way to get into Porsches. People didn't really look at them that much, except for racers and, like Camel GT drivers and people like that. And now the Porsche collectors are starting to realize, no, these are pretty cool cars. And now cars that, were junked or just put into barns or backyards are now being brought back out and restored because the value of the 914s have gone up so much.
The other thing you forget about, too, is if you went to your local Porsche dealer back then, which was probably Porsche, Audi, Volkswagen dealership, there was only 2 variations of Porsches that were built back then for the street, the 911 and the 914, unlike today where you have 911s and 9 Boxsters and Caymans and
all the SUVs, four-door sedans,
Cayennes and Macans and Panameras and Taycans and everything else.
What's so funny, though, and I'm supposed to be a car guy, but even, they did the 991s, the 993s, 996s, all that. They're still 911s to me.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They just will always be 911s. I'm sorry. I know that I upset some Porsche people when I say that, but it just, it went from a 356 to the 911, and it's just, in my mind, stayed a 911.
And almost too many variations of it. If you try to explain to somebody, you got a 911, 911S, 911 4S, Turbo,
RSR, Americas, all that stuff, yeah. So Hurley now around Larry Lunda and making a pretty big gap on Larry this lap. They went around this corner side by side last lap.
Those IROC engines produced about 325 horsepower in the 911 Carrera RSR. And originally they came with a ducktail, not the whale tail / T-tray style that you're seeing on this one today on Linton's car.
And then Hurley is running no tail. We see Lunda now lunging back. So Hurley in a 2-liter twin plug. And you heard what Ron Zitza said is he wanted a Roadster. Here he is, 914, because they're easier to get in and out of. I agree with that. Here's our leader. When I think of a classic 911, those wheels in that 9146, those are the wheels that I picture in my mind.
The Fuchs?
Yep, the classic 911 wheels. Four minutes left in this Governor's Cup Porsche race.
You're of the right age, Ben. Did you like the slant nose or were you anti-slant nose? Because it's usually one or the other.
I like both. If I were to pick, if you had two side by side, I'd pick the traditional 911 with the pop-up headlights. But I didn't not like it.
Oh, we got one slow.
That's Lunda going towards the bus stop, getting passed by our leader. Here's second place, Linton, going across the line. I do like the slant noses. I also am one of the few that even when it came out with Risky Business, I loved the 928s and loved the pop-up headlights on the 928s. Loved the 24s and the 944s.
I like the 944 better because of the wider fenders.
So here comes the leader. Ron Zitza down into the loop. So he's taking a late apex there so that he can apex right there and get back on the gas quickly enough to go around. We've got a lot of great races coming up. We've got next is the Dick Mooney Do Not Miss race. That's going to be the Group 6, Group 12 race.
Of the 7 generations of the IROC cars, obviously the Porsche was first, and there was 3 generations of Camaros, 3 different body styles of that. Then one each of the Daytona, the Avenger, and the Firebird. And as we talked about yesterday,
the first 2 were my favorite, the Camaro and the Porsche.
Yes, the first generation Camaro was awesome.
Although I do have a soft spot for Dodge Daytonas and Avengers.
The chassis, pretty much when they got to the Camaros, especially the later generation Camaros, carried on through 2 variations of Dodges. So some of those chassis ran with multiple body styles on top and a lot of years. And at first they were all Banjo Matthews 110-inch, basically a NASCAR Cup car. And then eventually they shifted to a Laughlin chassis, which was shortened up to 105, which would have been a Busch Grand National Series car.
Well, Lunda, who was having some power problems, stayed out there. He's wanting to finish this race
early. If you're interested in the Porsche IROC cars, there's a great book by our good buddy Matt Stone all about the IROC Porsches, just the IROC Porsches.
Wow.
Matt did a really nice job.
How many are still alive today?
Of the cars?
The IROC Porsches.
That's a good question. That I asked Ray about that, and he did not know, Ray Evernham. Mm-hmm. He wasn't 100% sure.
And you know Ray well enough to know that he spent 3 days researching it to try to find exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now.
So if he doesn't know, the answer isn't there.
Right. He is.
Now that's that checker.
Yep. Checker flag for Zitza. Lynn should be coming around next. Here he is. There were 2. I know of 3. There was 4 now. There were 2 at Monterey. I know Mr. Penske has the Donahue car, and as Linton told us, Jerry Seinfeld just sold one to some guy very lucky in Europe. So that's 4 of the 15 that we know of. So about a 4th.
Here comes Linton, all the way from Santa Fe, New Mexico, driving that car.
And the 2 that were in Monterey actually were on track, which was really cool. One red and one in Mexico blue, which was a beautiful color. Linton taking second.
Oh, is he coming in? Just cross the start-finish line, Lunda. Maybe he'll do it down pit lane.
I was going to say, he could do that too, right?
Yeah. There is Fred at Black Flag. 24 miles an hour through the speed. Cross the start-finish line. Don't go in yet. Cross the start-finish line.
Oh.
And then Hurley. What is it about that body shape that I just like. Because when the Volkswagen Beetle was released in America, it was marketed as an ugly car.
Yeah.
And I don't think people would agree with that anymore. But their marketing campaign was, how ugly is this car? You should buy one. And, you know, and the 911 obviously shares history and you know, kind of a silhouette with the Beetle.
Yeah, there's a lot of DNA there.
Mm-hmm.
The Beetle was originally called what? The People's Car?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been to the Porsche factory?
No.
I've been fortunate enough to do that. When you go there, you actually go by the building where the Volkswagen Beetles were originally made.
Oh, wow.
Which is pretty unique.
Yeah.
Zitza, Linton, Hurley, Lunda, and Lee Giannone are rounding out the field of 5 of our Governor's Cup race here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour event.
But stay tuned for Dick Mooney Memorial Trophy. That's coming up next. All right, well, while we do that, I want to set up a video of my friend Jim Barfield, person that probably knows more about stock cars than anybody else here in the paddock, longtime crew chief for Bill Elliott back in the day. So, Jim, tell us about these stock cars.
Guys, we are in for a very special treat. One of my favorite people in the paddock, Jim Barfield here. He's going to do his best to speak proper English, but he talks how I think NASCAR drivers should talk, or they did in the heyday. But this is one of his cars. He's got a long history with Bill Elliott. He and his friends, they run a restoration group, but they are basically kind of re-gifting the American public with these beautiful NASCAR stock cars from all eras. So, Jim, first of all, let's talk about this number 9 here, because it itself has an extensive history, and then we'll talk about your restoration shop.
Bill run this body on this car in 1988 at Daytona and Talladega. I don't, top of my head, I don't know where he finished, but I think he was, it didn't win, but he was in top 5.
Yeah, and, you know, Bill, $1 Million Bill, long history at Talladega. But this car, you were saying, the body is from something else and the chassis is from something else, and I love these little stories like this.
Correct. The body is a Bill Elliott car that he raced. The frame come from Robert Yates Racing. It was a frame that they built. Then we bought the car, complete car with a UPS body on it, cut the body off the frame, and then put this body on the frame.
Okay, so now let's talk. Be honest here, because I'm looking at this car and it looks like a Concours winning show car. Everything that's prepared. When you guys were racing on Sunday, when you'd pull out a car, would they look like this, or is this a little bit nicer than they would look before they went out to like Daytona or Talladega or anything?
The Daytona and Talladega cars were pretty nice because you wanted aero slick. So Ernie Elliott always made us get those cars like they was going to a show car event. So, but the short track stuff was...
So like Martinsville may not be?
It was rough, you know, so it was the car that they raced a lot and got beat up.
Now, one thing I love about this vintage stock car group is, you know, racing was so prevalent in America with the SCCA in the 50s and 60s. But then NASCAR kind of took over in the 80s and 90s. And now when we come to the tracks, it's cars like this that most of the general public can identify with. They know this number 9. Or we've had the Jeff Gordon or the Dale Earnhardt cars. We've got a Clint Boyer car right here. Darrell Waltrip, my neighbor, Franklin, Tennessee. But, like, how cool is that a lot of people now, this is what they identify as the race cars of the day?
Because that was your NASCAR fan. Today's kids don't know what these cars were. They don't realize the history behind them and all. And their attention span is different than our attention span was back in the day. We'll go to a race, sit there and watch it 4 or 5 hours. Their attention span these days is not like that. They're used to playing with the computers and games and stuff.
I agree with that. That's a very good assessment. Now, let's talk about this restoration and the work that you and your friend Carlos and everybody at the shop are doing to get these things back up and running and putting on some of the best shows we see throughout the season in vintage racing.
Yeah. It takes about 400 man-hours to restore a car. So that's a lot of work, a lot of expense. So you take people that come in and buy cars, you know, they still get a good value, because a stock car completely done is about $100,000, and where you go buy a Porsche or something, they're about $250, $275. So the value for the cars is really nice.
Now, back in the day when you were building these cars, did you do like what Robert Duvall did in the barn in Days of Thunder? Would you talk to it? Would you whisper to it as you were building it?
You cussed it more than you talked to it, so a lot going on there. So, and you had, 10, 15 people in the shop, so it all happened on a nice, timely matter. Like a lot of the cars, we would roll out of the paint shop on Monday morning and race that car that weekend. So a lot went on. So
that is crazy. Now, with your extensive history with Bill Elliott, you come to Watkins Glen once a year. Do you have still notebooks of how to set up a proper stock car from Watkins Glen or Talladega or anything like that?
The setups we use today are way different than what they used back in Bill's era here. So those notes wouldn't do you any good.
That's good to know. So we've talked a little bit about this number 9 here, but let's come over. Let's look at more of a more modern car here with this Monte Carlo, the Clint Bowyer Jack Daniels car. So kind of walk through, because you were in NASCAR in this era as well. What are some of the big differences between this car over here, the number 9, and then this car, the 07 of Clint Bowyer?
Yeah, Clint Bowyer raced this car at Phoenix, Arizona. But you can just look at the body lines and how much more sleek, more aerodynamic it is. It makes less drag and more downforce. So this is a better car than the car over there to do what we're doing.
And what year would this have been?
This is a 2003 or 4, I believe.
And the thing about this stock car group is there's like SC3, SC3, SC2, SC1. So even if you have a stock car from different eras like Mike Slutz or the Marty Robbins car, Borchetta would have been later, anything with the steel bumpers. But then there's a place for all of these different cars to fit into the groups. Is that correct?
That is correct. And you're racing on the track with this car with the 9 car, but you're not competing for a finishing position with this car because this is a faster car.
Well, that's unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to watch this stock car group. It's one of our fastest growing groups in vintage racing. They do a lot of SVRA events. They do a lot of events with NASCAR, with HSR. A lot of fun to watch. This is kind of the group. And a lot of our drivers, Jim, are kind of going from cars that I'd consider very cool vintage cars, but they're going into here like the Frasers because it's a little bit safer. It's a little bit better from a cost perspective. Once you buy the cars are a little bit safer. The parts are easy to find, especially with somebody of your accent. And a lot of our drivers are going to the stock car because it's also one of the most fun groups out there this weekend.
Correct. This is the safest race car at the track. I mean, Joe Nemechek had a tremendous wreck yesterday at BIR, running about 184 miles an hour and barrel rolled the car. He's at home today sitting watching TV. If you'd have done that in another car, he might not have been with us.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. So that's another thing that sticks out. These vintage stock cars, the parts, you can drive up to Mooresville, and they're all over the shelves of a lot of these shops. So keep it up. Now, Jim, this is the most reserved I've ever seen you. There must be a TV Jim Barfield, and then there's the mechanic Jim Barfield. But thank you so much for your time. Anything you can add?
No, sir. I think we covered everything.
Well, there you go. That's our vintage stock car group coming up this weekend here at Watkins Glen. And what better way? When I was a kid growing up in NASCAR, I always watched Watkins Glen and Sears Point, the 2 road courses, but they're adding more and more road courses. They're going to be coming back to you for all of your knowledge.
That's good. Bring it on.
Nice. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Barfield with vintage stock cars.
Yeah, how about a street race in San Diego? Coronado Island.
That is going to be really cool. Years ago, for 2 seasons, we raced SVRA at Coronado.
Yeah,
now,
it was a big deal.
Track, but it was really cool, yeah. So this is the Group 6 Dick Mooney Memorial Race, Group 6 and 12A. And this is the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. We've got Jody O'Donnell, Cord Kistart, Jeff Lyman, Renee Tercilla, John DeGainer, Victor Corda, Ray Zisa, Scott Shadle, John Shannon, and Randy Williams. That's our top 10, but we'll have to go through the rest of it after they take the green flag here.
Keep your eyes on Jody O'Donnell in that big black #1 Corvette. inside row 1 as they come to the green. He jumped out to the early lead yesterday, but it was raining. He got down to turn 1. That thing got away from him, and around he went. He was able to finish the race, but he lost the lead. And what did he get back up inside the top 5, didn't he?
He was second.
Second, yeah. Oh, and he got loose on him again, Ben.
Yeah.
He was right smack in the middle of the track, too. Can't say it was because he was up on the curbing or anything.
And Cord behind him, I spoke to Cord today. They lost 5th gear. So he's only got a 4-speed in that Corvette. So he's going to be hurting about right there, right where they are there, and then down the front straight. Then Rene Tercilla right behind him. And then Lyman, Jeff Lyman in that Chevrolet Corvette. John DeGainer. And Victor Corda.
Had a nice chat with John and his dad the other night. Really great people.
Yeah.
And when it comes to those Devons, I don't know if there's anybody out there that knows more about them than they do or has more parts.
Yeah. And I am proud to say that is a very fast Devon. But there are some MGA parts in that, so that might be the fastest MGA. But basically, they took the femur bones from an MGA, and that's a part of their rear frame on that Devon.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything in it, doesn't it? It's got what, a
Corvette engine.
Corvette engine, a Ford rear end, is it? The MGA pieces, and a fiberglass body.
Yep. Ooh, and look at this battle for the Jaguars back there. That's going to be fun. I have something cool. Lauren Palika is an intern with Donovan Motor Cars. She's an engineering student, and right now she's doing a huge study on tire degradation. And she started talking to me, and it was one of those things like, listen, lady, I don't think you understand my intelligence level because you're talking to me like I'm a scientist. But she's having a blast. So Brian and everybody at Donovan is really impressed with her hard work and the things that she's doing. And she's making the Donovan cars faster, and she's working with that Ligier LMP3 car this weekend as well.
Oh, that's great.
So we love that. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get involved in racing, it's not just behind the wheel, because with almost every one of these cars, there's 4 to 6 people that are helping out, working in different areas with each car. So happy birthday, Lauren Palika. Celebrated her birthday just yesterday. I think she turned 20. Scott Shadle, chased by Jim Glass and Ray Zisa. The Owens Corning car.
Yeah.
Beauty.
It's a tribute car, obviously, Ben. Of course, the original one was in 1968 with an L88 FIA SCCA racing car. Had around 685 horsepower in it with that big block L88. Muncie Rock Crusher transmission. This was a very, very famous race car in its real life, and one that got, what, it was over $1 million, I think, when it came up for auction.
Oh yeah, that's a very famous car. And that's why if they could zoom in on the license plate, you'll see the license plate just says Xerox, meaning it's a copy.
Yeah.
And it's not a copy of a copy. It is a copy, like a full-on tribute car. I knew that car when it was with Tony Garmy and Matt Parent a few years ago, so love seeing it out here now, out on track. That's Daniel Lippett's 1968 Chevrolet Corvette of Owens and Corning.
Tony DiLorenzo and Jerry Thompson, of course, two of the famous names that wheeled it.
The Spencer Pompelli car is back out there. I think that's what I just saw out there. I'm not sure if he's behind the wheel. But he joined the race yesterday. There's a California special out there, but look at this Owens Corning trying to make a pass here on Randy Williams. Just not able to do it. Is Owens Corning, is that the Pink Panther?
Yeah.
That's the Pink Panther installation? What? You'd think they'd be pretty good at fiberglass bodies then, right?
Yeah, sure would.
So Scott Shadle, Jim Glass. So in this group, Ralph, I know that you love the Corvettes. What's the Corvette that you would want?
The Owens Corning car. I love that 68, 69 body race car.
Yeah.
Just think it's...
I thought you would say that because I thought in our one garage, so my favorite is Tony Garmy's Triumph TR3, and right next to him is the Owens Corning car. So it's like we could have hung out in the same place this weekend.
Yeah.
That is a pretty car. Jim Glass is that car there. Jim Heck has a beautiful 64. There are a lot of neat Corvettes here. Do you have one that stands out from the season? Like that you've seen?
From this year?
Yeah.
Let's see. The Owens Corning car is going to be right up near the top of the list.
Yeah, the CompuWare car that we had at Road America. That's
yeah. One. That was a C6R, wasn't it?
I like this Jody O'Donnell.
Jody's car is beautiful.
So look at when he gets on the brakes. See how they kind of cheat to the middle of the track or don't get right on the apron just because one of those calipers might engage quicker than the other, and all of a sudden you'll see the car jerk a foot to the left or 18 inches to the right until the other calipers hit. And it's just kind of a feature of these older muscle cars like that.
And Jody's is a 69. There's a beautiful Star Spangled Banner car at Laguna earlier this year. Mm-hmm. Same generation. That was really sharp.
Yeah.
I really like the old BF Goodrich car.
Yeah.
That one. Yeah. Speaking of the red, white, and blue trim, that was a great looking car.
We have a Callaway Corvette here this weekend. That's a really nice one.
Yeah, those are always very interesting.
Ray Zisa in his yellow Corvette, followed by that California Special.
Another Corvette here.
It's weird how race series cars, there's ebbs and flows. Like the Mustang 2 was, in all honesty, pretty much a failure. Not a great car. But then the next Mustang and the new Mustangs are great. You know, there were some years that weren't great Corvettes, but I think now the C8 is just forever a classic. Even though it's the new iteration, I don't think that'll ever not be a classic car.
Yeah.
Then there's times people release cars like the Nissan 240 from the early 90s to the 2000s. Wasn't a great selling car. Then all of a sudden it became a great drift car, and the values went like crazy. Or the Fox body Mustangs. They were kind of nothing Mustangs back in the day. Now everybody wants them.
From what I'm hearing, too, I've been privy to a little bit of information recently. Looks like there's possibly 2 more evolutions or variations, whichever way you want to put it, of the C8 before we see the C9. But the C9 is well down the road in development.
Yeah. Huh.
As you would expect at this stage. So as much as we all thought the ZR1X was as far as they could go, apparently not.
There's enough jean short New Balance wearing customers out there to want to buy the new C9, right?
Man, that is so wrong. Very true, but so wrong.
There's Matt Latucci going up in the car that he was with out west, but it didn't look anything like that. So that he put that new wrap on the car to go back to the livery it originally raced so that he could do the Monterey Historics with you a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Boy, we missed you at that this year, Ben.
I have never been.
Oh.
I would love to go.
Son,
I read about it. I watch it.
You got to come next year. Next year, they're celebrating Japanese performance.
Oh.
So you get all the major Japanese manufacturers, Mazda, Toyota, Honda, Acura, Lexus, so forth and so on, which there'll be some amazing cars when you consider what they can bring.
Yeah.
But then they're also going to include Yamaha, Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and the Japanese motorcycle brands. So we'll get all the MotoGP bikes, the World Superbike machinery, and so forth and so on.
That's going to be awesome.
It's going to be tremendous.
But my feelings are a little bit hurt. They're not doing the 60 years of Trans Am and Can-Am.
Yeah.
Guess we need to do it.
Yeah. I do think that's, I'm not sure how that got missed. They could have held off and done Japanese deal in
but that's cool
27.
Too, some cool Japanese cars. Here he is, Richard Payne. Real name. Trying to get Ralph canceled over here. He's not doing it. Richard Payne, I spoke to him. He did the downtown parade. That's a 1970 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. He does say he likes to go by Richard. That's a red and yellow Corvette. The number 77. 1970. We're trying to hold it together in here. Someday I'm going to just add a name to your grid sheet and make you read through the grid real quick, and then you're going to come into a name speed bump.
Don't look at Ben. Don't look at Ben. Don't look at Ben.
But Richard Payne, he's run this race with us many times. Very fast driver. It's a 1970 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. And that, I think, is my favorite. Chris Tucker, what's the movies that he did with Jackie Chan? Had a Corvette
Oh,
Roadster.
yeah.
And I loved that.
Rush
Hour, yes. Yep.
Yeah.
So surely Richard Payne doesn't have a radio in his car, but, you know.
Stay classy, San Diego.
But that is a cool... I like that. The 68, 69, 70 Corvettes.
My C7 looked like that, white with the black.
Jim Glass is just trying to get around Victor Korda. And I don't know if you've seen that Mustang up close in the light, but the camera processors can't do justice the color of the car. It's a very unusual color.
Mm-hmm. That's my favorite generation of the Mustang, 65, 66, the fastback. Love that.
My favorite, I should know the year of this. It's either 69 or 70, but the Boss 302, the Grabber Blue of John Cloud.
Yeah.
I love that one.
That's a great one, too.
And then I didn't like the Mach 1s, didn't like the Mustang 2s.
Yeah.
I had a Mustang GT 1989, 25th year anniversary. It was my mom's car. We talk about my mom. My mom was a big car guy. And so that was her car for a while, and that was a lot of fun.
Speaking of Ford and the Mustang, one of the highlights of this year's Rolex was a nice chat with Jim Farley, CEO from Ford, who's
what a great guy.
He's been a good buddy. Always like running into Jim, and man, can he wheel that Cobra of his.
Yeah.
He runs it real 289, and he won out there, and he is just up on the wheel on that thing. But anyway, chatting with him, I was telling him how cool it was as a car guy, car enthusiast, that when Ford went over and set the records at the Nürburgring, and then Chevy went over with 3 Corvettes and did the same. Oh!
There goes Korda.
Yeah, that thing was completely airborne jumping back onto the track.
Need to give that back. He's probably going to have to give that to, maybe not though, because he came in leading.
He was leading and he lost ground. Oh no! Oh, Jody's just going through the kitty litter. I got real nervous there.
So that's our leader, Jody O'Donnell. Did you tell Jim Farley how big of a Chevy fan you are?
No, but I've told Jim Campbell at Chevrolet. Yeah, Jim knows and kids me about it all the time.
Wait, hold on. Do we have was that Cord Kidstart now in front of Jody O'Donnell? I believe so. I think we have a lead change. We'll see here.
Yes.
Oh, Jody spun out, they said.
And got going again.
You know what I love about Jody O'Donnell is he is If I ask him to do some stunt driving for us, no problem. He'll do it. He'll spin it, turn 1 for us. He'll spin it 8. Look, now Cord's going too deep. Putting Jody at Indianapolis at the V-Rock, 3rd or 4th lap, he's leading the race, and his steering wheel comes off right at that last turn. And so he's able to get the thing stopped, put the wheel back on, and continue. But that was quite a brown underwear moment, too.
Steve wasn't that lucky. And here comes Jody, blasting around the outside. Wow.
Now, again, that's where Cord would want to go into 5th gear and can't.
Yeah.
Jody shouldn't be able to go into 5th gear.
He goes into 5th gear, we got a real problem. So does Jody. But anyway, I was telling Farley about how cool it was that he got right back after Corvette set the record, and he jumped on and said, we're going back, we're going to take it back from him. And he said, oh yeah, he goes, I am fully committed to doing that. However long it takes, we will stand on the top of the podium. And I thought, you know, as car people, that's fantastic to see that the guys in charge are not just corporate guys, but the real car guys, right? The men and the women. And they really want this stuff as much as we do. And we're on the brink of getting to see, I think, Ben, some really cool things that we're all going to enjoy over the next few years as these guys wage that war in Detroit.
I think so as well. I hope so.
It's going to be fun to watch.
Because back when it was Lee Iacocca and DeLorean competing for just the coolest muscle cars and pony cars, that made for a good little war.
Well, and I can also tell you the same person that was telling me about when we'll get to see the C9 was also telling me that time that the ZR1X set at the Nürburgring was the unload time. They had just rolled the car off the trailer, laid that down as a base lap, and were already under the record. Spent the next few days dialing it in. They knew they were well under the record, but when they were going to go for the time, it rained, and they never got a chance to do it. So there's a lot more at the ZR1X just the way it is.
So J.C. Ogle is in that number 63 1967 E-Type right there. And that is who Lauren Palika, celebrating her birthday, is working with this weekend as an apprentice, this year as an apprentice with Donovan.
And you know, you're so used to seeing the all British racing green Jaguars and all that sort of stuff. They look so great, but the silver with the 2 green stripes and the green roof is just, it jumps out. It is a really, really sharp color scheme on that body.
And it accents the lines better than
really does.
Green. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because the E-Types kind of scream to want to be red or, you know, like a big flary color.
Yeah.
You know, the British Grand Prix colors was British Racing Green.
Yes.
So that's a good way to do it. And he's got the California special ahead of him.
Oh no.
Richard.
It's at the exit of the hill. There goes Jody.
The leaders go through. Yeah, what you guys don't know is sometimes the producers say things in our ears that make us laugh. And it's hard to collect ourselves up here. As Jack goes through, then Zisa.
He won't even tell me what he said.
And would that be like a mid-'80s Corvette?
That's
early
a C4, yeah, like an 84, somewhere in there.
Uh-oh. This has been the battle the whole time.
It's one we've been waiting on.
Victor Korda. So I'm hearing white flag on Jody O'Donnell next time by. And Jody O'Donnell, we talk about this, like we've got Jared Odrick from the NFL that races with us in TA2, the Cube 3 series. Jody O'Donnell was a tight end in the NFL for the New York Jets and got out and was like, yeah, just golf, fishing just isn't doing it for me. He wants to do something competitive and dangerous, and this is perfect for him. Victor Korda around Jim Glass. Jim Glass makes some very well-prepared Corvettes. So that Corvette would have, what, a 327 in it?
Yeah.
And then the Mustang should have a 289. Okay, there's Cord. Should be second place. And Lyman. That Corvette Z06. Here comes Jody. They're showing him that there's a car pulled over, driver's left. This will be his second time seeing it.
That's that Corvette, yep.
So he should get the white flag next time by, and they're just showing a local yellow for Richard Payne. The funny thing about Jody O'Donnell is he used to race with Peter Kloot, Edward Savage, and Scott Borchetta. His cars were always set up so soft. They're almost like an off-road package, like a Baja Beetle. And you watch his cars move around, and when he hits the brakes, see how it's just bouncing? He likes a real soft suspension. Almost like he's taking the sway bar out of the rear. He always is, but he's fast, and he thinks he can just get the power down on a softer suspension.
Well, as long as it works for you, that's all that matters, right?
But when he's racing against equally prepared Corvettes, it's a noticeable difference in the body roll.
I'm sure.
But it's, driver preference. And he's obviously fast. It obviously works for him. That should be Shadle. Scott Shadle doing really well in our points championship this year.
Well, he's raced with us just about every weekend, hasn't he? No matter where we were.
And we saw Latucci come through. Jody O'Donnell. This is it. You could win the race here. About a half a lap to go, Jody. To me, I've always thought if Darth Vader drove a vintage race car, that's what he would drive right there.
Yeah, could see that. Or Batman. Or an all-black Python.
Yeah.
That would work too.
Well, Ralph, it looks like either way, a bow tie is going to win the Dick Mooney Memorial Trophy Race, 12A and Group 6. Jody O'Donnell is going to win for Group 6, I believe. Let me make sure. Yes, he's Group 6 AP. And Cord Kistart is going to win for Group 12.
Jody has had two very eventful first turns, yesterday and today. Yesterday he got back to second. Today he will lead it all and take the win here. Checker flag falls, and Jody's the big winner at Watkins Glen.
To be a tight end, you have to have fast hands. Nobody realized that, but to get around those defensive ends, you swat their hands away, and that's what he was doing. His quick hands there at turn one. And now look at this. Victor Korda and Jim Glass coming up to traffic, and I can't tell if that was faster traffic or slower traffic ahead of them. I want to say faster. Lots of Corvettes out there, though, Ralph.
And that could be, Ben, the only thing the Jets win this weekend.
That's the best Ralph Shaheen joke we've had all year. That's amazing. I love it. And you had to like that, too, with all the Corvettes out on track.
Oh, I loved it, yes. It was great fun.
So, two Fords, though, in front of this Corvette. That's the car that Pompelli was in yesterday, I believe.
Yeah.
Then Victor Korda coming through with those louvered rear end of that Mustang. Well, Rick Mooney, if you were watching, I hope we did you proud. You need to come here and win this race, though. You came so close just a few years ago. You need to come back and win this one. As they're coming to a close, there's Matt Latucci all the way from out west with Huffaker. And then we also had Ogle finishing in the Jaguar, the Owens Corning Corvette coming through.
They can just take that one right around to the media parking lot and leave me the keys, and I'll be ready to take that one home.
Yeah. There's our winner. Nice job, Jody O'Donnell. Welcome back to SVRA. We've missed you. Back on top where he belongs. So Richard Payne, I have to give him credit. He pulled over in a place that we could continue racing, in a safe place.
All right, Ben, what is up next on the schedule?
So that was our Dick Mooney Memorial. Group 10, that's going to be the stock cars, the Trans Am cars. That's also going to be some fun music out on track, the ground pounders. Then after that, my favorite race of the year, the Collier Cup.
All right, well, there they are, lined up, waiting to roll off. You see the nose of the Python back there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Stay with us. We're coming right back to Watkins Glen.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
And here we go with Group 10. Should be one of the loudest and most fun categories of the weekend. There's a big bringer of the noise right there.
Yeah, Bernatovic. And is that the Callaway? That's the Wicht car, isn't it? The number 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charles Wicht in a Chevrolet Callaway, Corvette Callaway. Then Bruce Raymond with, is that Crazy Pants back there? I can't tell. Mandy. She made the Snake Eyes headlights. I love those headlights on there.
Oh.
And then that's the LMP3 that Lauren Palinka is working with. Paulika is working with this weekend, the number 27. Then Wolsifer. You didn't get to see this last year, but he set records last year at Mid-Ohio with just an unbelievable lap in that number 31.
Really?
He went out on slicks, and it started pouring.
Oh, boy.
So he, I think, holds the longest ever recorded racing lap at Mid-Ohio history, because at 5 miles an hour was way too fast. Because, you know, Mid-Ohio is so slick.
Sure.
Then he's out there in slicks. It was a great lap. We're going to have to show that in the replays at some point. Then the 222, Scott Kissinger, Porsche GT3 Cup. And then Christopher Berry in that Porsche GT3. That's a beautiful green car. I really like that car.
It's got a little bit of everything going on there, doesn't it? Green, yellow, orange.
Then George Vidovic in that Python that he makes in Australia, loosely based on a Cobra. But that thing has got, the fender flares have fender flares on that thing. It is very, very wide, very menacing. He's always dressed like a little bit like a bandit. Went around the downtown parade with a bandana over his face. And then next to him is Jen Kirpata. Jen Kirpata, one of our really great Trans Am competitors. She is in the IBEW, the Long Island, New York Electricians Union. And very fast.
International Brotherhood of Electricians and Welders?
Welders, probably, yeah, I think so. And then there's Mercurio, who's going to start from the back of our Group 10 GT class. Then you see that there's a Toyota Camry that's going to pace out the stock cars. So Kurt Vogt is the first in the stock cars. He's running a Mark Martin Ford Thunderbird. Then Fletcher Quigley in one of those new Hendricks, I think, Track Attack cars is what that is. Chris Stillwell in the Discount Tire car.
Logano car.
That's a Logano. I'm going to make notes of that. So in the Logano car is Chris Stillwell. Danny Lowry is in a Ford stock car. Not sure whose car from 2016.
I think that's the other Mark Martin car. There's two of them.
Well, one of them is Steve Beck, and one of them is Kurt Vogt.
Oh, okay.
But let's see the Danny Lowry. So it should be the fourth car in line.
Oh, that could be the Greg Biffle
Ford
car. Yeah, it's the Biffle car.
Okay. So Danny Lowry's in the Biffle car. The Biff. Michael Dube, or Michael Dubé, is in that Chevy truck. We saw him with us at Lime Rock.
Which is a very unique-looking variation of a truck.
And remember, we had Mike Skinner in the booth with us at Lime Rock one year, and he wasn't quite sure what that truck was. And you think he's the truck expert.
Yeah, well, he would have been. That certainly would not pass tech with that front end like it is. Wouldn't get through the claw.
Greg Sarf is in a Dodge Charger. Carlos Gann is in my favorite of the stock cars. He's in the 1988 Ford Thunderbird of Bill Elliott that you see on screen there.
The Charger's a Montoya car.
Ooh, I got to write that down. Montoya.
And then the Clint Boyer car. There's the other Mark Martin car.
So Donnie Etherly is in the Clint Boyer. You don't think that's the Juan Pablo Montoya car that's so famous, do you?
For running into the
safety equipment?
No.
Anthony, isn't that weird? I mean, he's Juan Pablo Montoya. He's done everything.
Pretty darn good, yeah.
That's what I'm remembering him by. It's also Formula One, IndyCar, whatever.
Yeah.
Anthony Della Vecchia is in a Ford Taurus from 1999. Steve Beck is in the Mark Martin car, the giveaway car. I'm sure we'll talk about that. And then they're showing Mark Mercurio starting back here. They're showing it in a Toyota Camry, but I saw him out there in his Howe chassis Camaro starting at the back of the GT car. So we're going to go with that. So they're coming around. We've got 20 cars that are going to take the green flag here in split starts. The first is the Porsche GT Cup cars, LMP3 cars, and then like Trans Am cars. And then the next are full-on vintage stock cars.
Run into that Callaway looks pretty awesome, doesn't it? Coming at you.
Yeah.
I love the look of the C7 anyway.
Mercurio standing way back. I'm not sure what he's doing back there.
Bernatovich dominated this show yesterday, and he's off trying to do the same here today. Callaway's going to sneak out front. Here comes the LMP3 around the outside, which should be a rocket ship through the S's.
Mm-hmm. Once its tires are under it.
Yes.
And then, ooh, crikey, here comes the Python.
And they make Python choppers, too, don't they?
You know, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think they do.
Here come the stock cars here at Watkins Glen. Mark Martin leading the field down to Mission Foods Turn 1. Greg Biffle up right behind him, being piloted by the... No, I'm sorry, that's the Joey Logano car. The 22 of Joey Logano being driven by Chris Stillwell, right behind Danny Lowry. And right behind Kurt Vogt. And then that Track Attack car of Fletcher Quigley right behind him.
Yep, Python choppers.
Oh, wow. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I know that guy. Okay, so Bernatovich now in second, Wicht ahead, going a little bit deep. Then there's Bruce Raymond, Wolsifer. The LMP3 is Von Glace. We saw him out in his Formula B earlier as well. So here comes Kurt Vogt leading the stock cars. Then Fletcher. Then the Joey Logano car of Chris Stillwell. Then that was the Greg Biffle car.
Yep,
Greg Biffle is the Danny Lowry. Uh-oh, what's happening with the LMP3?
Yeah.
It's offline. Maybe missed a gear. I'm sure Lauren Palika can help him with that when she's analyzing the data. I love the headlights of Bruce Raymond's Mustang TA2 car. Currently in third overall. About to fall to this LMP3 car, which he should. That's a car that's just, we had nowhere else to put it because he's racing in the other class that car should be in. So we're like, well, just based on speed, you can go in this group, but don't touch anybody. Now Bruce Raymond giving it to Bernatovich in that GT1.
Come around the outside there through the carousel. That's the second pass on the outside of the carousel we've seen today.
If you've ever wanted to see an illustration of does downforce really make a big difference, there was a great illustration right there. There's Bruce Raymond with the snake eyes. You'd think the Python would also have snake eyes. That was funny, though. Snake eyes became kind of a thing in Trans Am. The rules indicated that you have to have headlight stickers on the body for the race. So technically, it was a headlight sticker that she put snake eyes on. So it was like a gray area of the rules that she found to be able to do that. Mark Martin car of Kurt Vogt. Those track attack cars. Basically, Hendricks, if I'm not mistaken, if I understand it right, they made those cars for people like us or the HBDE kind of type guys that just want to feel like what a stock car feels like when they go to their local tracks.
Yeah, I mean, Dale Ledbetter heads up that program for Mr. Hendrick, and you know, they, as you heard, stock car like this, a cup car, one of the safest race cars you can find. So a lot of people who are interested in going racing look at this and they go, okay, I can get something that's cool, makes a lot of noise, it's a real race car, and you know what? God forbid something goes wrong, I'm probably going to be okay in this car. And if I have to get it fixed after, it's reasonably affordable, as opposed to, say, trying to fix one of the Ragtime Racing machines.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Yeah, basically, if you live anywhere where people say y'all, you're going to find somebody that can fix a stock car.
Yeah, that's very true. And we got a new leader here.
Yeah, LMP3. He should be up there. Once the tires came to temperature, he should work his way through pretty easily. And then Wicht is leading in that Callaway Corvette. And was that kind of true? You know, sometimes I say half-truths. But the Callaway is kind of somewhat similar to like a Saleen with Ford or a Shelby with Ford. It's just another group. Or Cunningham now, they have the Cunningham Corvettes. It's just a group that you can kind of send your Corvette to and they'll do it. Or you can buy a Callaway Corvette. How does it work?
Yeah, they like Lingenfelter, same kind of thing. They made aftermarket performance parts for Corvettes. And you could also buy a car directly from them, where they would buy a production model off of a dealer and take it and do their magic to the car. And they produced some incredibly fast machines.
Yeah, there was a 2-year period where they were on the cover of every car magazine.
Oh, yeah.
There's Vidovic in that Python, and there are Pythons for sale. And I just found out he also makes choppers. So he's been doing kind of a North American tour with us the last couple of weeks. Just trying to get click some tracks off of his bucket list. What is it about that car that is just, is there a different front end? I really like that car, that Corvette. Or is it just the livery, the way he's done the stripes? But that's a cool looking front end.
Well, I think they tend to round them off a little bit. It kind of gets that a little bit of a look to it. I think the widened out fenders are helping that. But the nose is different, especially down at the front. You can see the hood goes down further and kind of gives it that more rounded look to it, I think. But it looks like it's based on a C7, which I've always thought the C7 was one of the more beautiful variations of these later generation model Corvettes.
And because it's the year, or it's the iteration right before the mid-engine Corvettes, do you think their values are they're going to be pretty easy to buy in the next 5 years?
You know, that's going to be a very interesting thing to see play out, right? It will be the last of the front-engine Corvettes. So if you were buying them, you would certainly want to have the last one that rolled off the line if you could get that. Or do like Mr. Hendrick does and grab the first VIN number that comes off. I think I think a C7 will end up being more desirable than a C6 or a C5 to go along with what you're saying. And there were some commemorative models made during the C7 run that will probably be a little bit more attractive to collectors than straight up model. They seem to be holding their value pretty good right now.
Yeah. That's Christopher Barry in the Porsche GT3 Cup car from 2022, running a clean line. There's the Greg Biffle car, correct?
Yep.
Of Danny Lowry with Bennett Bridgehall.
And he drove a 3M on the side of the car. Of course, Rusty never drove a Camaro.
Yeah.
But that Miller Genuine Draft paint scheme looks pretty good on there.
It does. Now, where did Kurt Vogt go? Is that Kurt Vogt behind him? So we have a new leader in stock car, I believe. Ladies and gentlemen, there should be Fletcher Quigley. Should be scored at the leader. Yeah, he is. There he is. That's the leader of stock car there is Quigley.
Which is the black and gold car.
Over Kurt Vogt.
Who's in the other Mark Martin car.
This vintage stock car group is quickly growing. Lots of fun with Carlos Gann and Jim Barfield being huge helps in that, as is Joe Nemechek. And you can come out here and race some of these older stock cars like this and have just an absolute blast. Now, Kurt Vogt, being the president of the Shelby Club and the owner of Cobra Automotive, probably has to race a Ford.
Be a good idea.
That's our overall leader there, Glace. And then LMP3 car. Just out here running laps. Because
Quickly,
he's running,
too.
yeah, because he's running another group. But then we've got that truck. That is Michael Dubé. I say that with a question mark. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it.
Could be Doobie.
Could be. And if he doesn't have a dog named Scooby, I'm going to be really
right.
upset. Clouds are still white. They're not yet gray, but there's getting to be more of them.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Here's the Callaway on the Python. You've got the Jack Daniels car of Clint Boyer right behind him. I like that the Jack Daniels car is 07.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense if you know Jack Daniels. There's the Bill Elliott car, Ford Thunderbird. And here is the actual leader of our Group 10 race, is Charles Wicht in that Callaway Corvette. And here's Doobie.
That's the truck.
Just looking at the body, it looks like that's set up for oval racing, doesn't it? Or short track racing.
Yeah, the front end is just really weird, and the roof line looks chopped more than normal.
You know, call me crazy, but if I'm watching oval NASCAR racing, I prefer the Craftsman Truck Series.
Trucks put on a good show. I'll take the Northeast Modifieds.
Well, I don't even know what that
The
means.
Wheeling Modified Series.
Okay.
Yeah, I think those guys put on a whale of a show.
Oh, so Kurt Vogt's caught back up.
He sure has, and we've got a battle for the lead here in our
Where does
stock
that
car
Porsche
class.
go? Yeah. It really depends on which way the Porsche goes.
It sure does. Oh, to the outside, cutting back inside.
Two different types of Cup cars.
Oh, the Track Attack car got wide.
Yep.
Boat goes in front of him.
Now they're going to have to wait until the main straight, I think, to get around that 222 of Scott Kissinger, just because those Porsches can brake and they can turn.
Well, Vogt cleared as them.
Yeah.
Just before the final corner.
And Kissinger's going to get between them. Vogt's going to love that. So Kurt Vogt now out in the lead in that Mark Martin car of our vintage stock car, but right behind him is Fletcher Quigley in that what we believe is a Hendricks Track Attack car. And who is the Ledbetter you were speaking of?
Dale Ledbetter. Those kind of one of Mr. Hendricks' right-hand men. His executive staff handles all of the Hendrick performance stuff. And Mr. Hendrick is involved in buying and selling cars at auctions. Dale's a big part of that. And also this Track Attack program, 1010s Motor Club, all that type of stuff that's affiliated with Hendrick Motorsports, but not necessarily under the Motorsports umbrella.
That makes sense. There's Anthony Della Vecchia, that 1999 Ford Taurus.
Dale's an incredibly knowledgeable guy.
Bet. Here's our leader in Group 10. We've got a spin over there. The last corner. Oh, and that's Bernatovic.
Sure is.
So that's second place in Group 10. And look at this. Here's the leaders of stock car. Kurt Vogt. Let's see if this Hendricks Track Attack of Fletcher Quigley can catch any kind of a draft and try to do something at turn one. I think he's too far back for that. And then here comes the overall leader of the LMP3 making his way through. White flag next time by on that LMP3 car of Glaze. All right, Kurt Vogt. Pressure's on, buddy. Kurt Vogt in the Mark Martin car. The Valvoline car. We have two of them out here. That's a Ford Thunderbird from 1997. Coming up on the Clint Boyer car. Now, what kind of car would this or the Anthony Della Vecchia be? The 1999 Ford Taurus that Kurt Vogt just went around.
I don't know whose car that was. I didn't get a chance to visit them in the paddock. There's a handful of cars that didn't make it out on the track. There was a Kelly Byers car that did not get out on track. There was an old Marcus Ambrose car. There's a Ricky Rudd Levi Garrett car that actually won here at Watkins Glen. Practiced but did not race.
Okay, white flag on the leader. Here's the leader. But again, that's a Group 11 car in the Group 10 race because he's going to be racing a Group 11 car in the Group 11 race.
Boy, that thing just rockets up through the S's, doesn't it? It is fast.
But it does hold to the ground, doesn't it?
Yeah, Ligier LMP3.
Here's Bernatovic, currently second in Group 10. And Dubé in the truck. Not sure how far Charles Wicht is ahead, but here is the battle for stock cars, and it's close.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
Is the number 24 the most famous driver for Hendrick?
Jeff?
Yeah.
Well, you can make a big argument with Jimmy Johnson with 7 championships.
Yeah, I think that's a tough one.
But Jeff's probably the most instantly recognizable. The rainbow paint scheme and all that.
Here comes our leader in Group 10. Group 10 overall, Charles Wicht. Charles Wicht has raced with us many times in International GT in a Porsche. I've never seen him in this Callaway Corvette, but obviously very agreeable as well.
Yeah, he seems to get along with it just fine, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe what I like about this, and I hope I don't offend my Corvette friends, but Corvette,
I'll let you know,
has been the edges have been too sharp lately. Cadillac has done that too, and this seems to be a little bit more rounded.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe I'm seeing things.
No,
but
you're not.
It does seem to be a little.
You're not. That
so
nose
edgy.
is a little bit more rounded on the Callaway. It maintains a lot of the key elements of the C7 while just giving it a little bit of a different look, and I like it as well.
Yeah. That should be Steve Beck in the contest-winning Valvoline Mark Martin. What are you going to do when you win the lottery?
I didn't. I tried.
Did somebody win it?
Somebody did win it, yes.
Well, congratulations to them. Come race with us in SVRA.
So checkered flag falls. Wick, the Callaway Corvette.
Oh, but here is the race with stock cars. Their body language is showing me they've already gotten the checkered, because they might have gotten it behind Glace.
Yeah. We had that same thought earlier today, and we were off on it.
But they're just giving each other thumbs up. That's Greg Sarf in that Montoya car. Well, Bruce Raymond is going to get on the podium in Group 10. Nice job. I'm hearing that the 90 of Bernatovic is stuck at turn 1.
Well, I wonder if when he spun, he ended up having some sort of problem.
Yeah, maybe.
Here's a look at it. Glace, Wick, Bernatovic, Raymond, and Vogt, your top 5. Quigley, Wolsifer, Kissinger, Lowry, and Stillwell rounding out the top 10 as you look on back through the rest of the field. The Python with George Vidovich coming across the line in 17th. As we take a look at Mark Mercurio in 21st, we will let you know that the Collier Cup is next, right?
Yeah, I'm so excited. The MG race here. We have to like that.
All right, Collier Cup when we return to New York. Stay with us.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Feature 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HT2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
All right, I beat Ralph to the button because this is the Collier Cup, an all-MG race here at Watkins Glen to celebrate the Collier brothers. Let me make sure I get this right. The Collier Cup is an annual event for MG vintage racers at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour, held at Watkins Glen International, that honors the legacy of the pioneering Collier brothers, Sam and Miles. The event features races for various MG models and celebrates the brothers' role in early American sports car racing, particularly their connection to importing MGs into the U.S. So you know I have to like the Collier brothers for that.
Mm-hmm.
MGs for Morris Garage out of England, started by Cecil Kimber. And they've one of those companies that just kind of behind the scenes has really elevated sports car racing, production sports cars, MGBs, MG midgets were everywhere in the 60s and 70s.
Sure were.
So here is our feature race. So we've got Doug Sharipa up front in the 34, Peter Eustavinus in second in his MG midget, Larry Smith in his MG midget. And don't cancel us for saying this. That's actually what these cars are called. Richard Zebkowski in his MG midget, then Garth Gill in the number 585. That's an MGTD. Dave Nicholas is in a borrowed MGA. Mark Brandow in an MGTC. Ted Hershey in that number 37. I don't see him on our list. Not sure what he's in. And Doug Faust in the number 55. Doug Faust is in an MG midget.
Give me the rundown for those of us that like MGs but don't know everything there is to know about them like you do. Give me the rundown on the difference between MG, which is MGA, MGB, and TC.
So it went. The TCs are kind of the open wheel looking cars, the taller tires. The TDs are a little bit more down. So there's a TD and a TC. The TC has the red wire wheels.
Okay.
Then the MGA is the car to the left of that, the more modern looking one. Then the midgets are the ones that are leading the group through here. And then that's an MGB there on our left, driver's right with the blue stripes on it.
B's just a little bit bigger.
Yeah. B's are great, really well balanced cars. The midgets are a little bit
twitchy,
more nimble, smaller, but they also have smaller engines. They have 998s and 1275s, where the MGBs are 3 and 5 main bearing 1800 cc motors. MGAs are 1500, 1600, and 1622. But the midgets, for this kind of racing, you can build those engines, those A-Series engines, to get a lot of compression and a lot more torque for weight than they should have. So that's why they're out front. They make good race cars, as do the MGBs. Very well balanced. MGBs and MG midgets are monocoque unibody, we call it in America. And an MGA is like a Chevy S10 pickup truck from the 90s frame on the bottom of it. So it has a full-on like truck frame, as do the TCs, TFs, TDs. But the cars always were credited for bringing sports car racing to America. The GIs over in World War II noticed these tiny little cars that looked like so much fun to drive through the England countryside, and they started bringing them back. And once MG entered the American market in the 60s, 50s and 60s, they just took off. Most of their sales, I think like 80% of their sales, were the American market or the North American market.
Really? So what went wrong?
BMC, in my opinion. Just corporate BMC that took over Triumph, took over a lot of the more boutique car sellers, Jaguar, and 70s oil embargo. It was just like a perfect storm of everything. You know, we lost half of our car companies in the 70s during that time. Unions, everything that, you know, it's kind of famously, they were just one of the many car companies that got caught in that kind of perfect storm.
Mm-hmm.
So you had all the new Ralph Nader regulations, safety regulations and emissions, and then you had these little boutique companies that just didn't have all this money to dump into that kind of stuff. MG in 1975 went to the rubber bumper MGBs because of those, and they just didn't look as good. They were down on power, and these cars are already down on power.
Yeah.
But let's get to this racing, because we've got some great racing here with Sharipa up front in the MGB, and then Eustavinus and Larry Smith in these two MG midgets. And Larry lost a plug, a freeze plug, had to replace the head, went through the gaskets of the head, and was having some other problems, but looks like the car is running here.
Got it sorted now, don't they?
Yeah. Dave Nicholas is out there in the number 645, a borrowed car. That's an MGA, a Group 3 MGA. I'm not sure why it's a Group 3 car. Usually they're Group 1. But look at Larry Smith right behind Jusdavinas. Very equally yoked MG midgets. I'll tell you what, the MG midgets, if you ever get a chance to drive one, so much fun to drive. I'd argue a lot more fun to drive than a Corvette if you're not wanting to break the law. Corvette, if you're willing to break the law, much more fun.
Yeah.
But if you're just driving around your town in the hills of North Carolina, an MG midget, you can have the most fun without ever having to break the speed limit.
Could see that.
They just corner so well. You know how sometimes there's the suggested mile per hour around like exit ramps and things like that. You always try to double it in an MG midget or a Miata or something like that. So look at this, Larry right behind Jusdavinas. We might have a new leader in the MG midget category coming into Mission Foods Turn 1. It looks like Jusdavinas has a little bit more engine than Larry, but Larry's able to maybe outmaneuver. And the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, you can buy race-prepared MGs for $10,000 to $12,000. Getting out of the oil dry, not the optimal line. Just trying to stay out of the dust. And honestly, that was a big favor for Jusdavinas, because he could have gone through there and really messed up the vision for Larry.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about the James Bond DB5. That'd have been like that. It'd been like the smoke screen.
Yeah, right.
I had a 1970 MGB. One of those cars. Everybody has a car they regret selling. That would definitely be that for me.
Would it?
It was a great car.
Well, you can get another one.
I know, but that one started almost half the time. Which for MG people, that's very good.
Really good, yes. Beating the over-under.
Yeah. That's Hershey and his MG midget. Tall hoop on that car. MG midgets are a little bit more nimble. An MGB would be kind of their touring car version, even though it's just a two-seater. But it's a little bit more refined. Nice car. Still an entry-level sports car back in the day and still today. And their values are not that great because they made so many of them. This is where sports car racing took off right here. That car right there, the TC. Always kind of credited as the car that made... It was the Model T of sports cars. It was the affordable, sporty car. Then they went to the TD and the TF. By the time they got to the TF, it was well into the 50s, and that was just old technology, those old, what do you call those, the Landau bars around the bottom and the foot things. So then they went to the MGA, which is what I have now. That's the 55, Doug Faust in an MG midget, white, Group 1. Here's the battle. Larry Smith still not able to get around, but Jusdavinas could be using that smoke screen on him and still doesn't want to, because it's also a risk that he gets in there and gets kind of squiggly also.
Yeah, right.
And he also doesn't want to blind his friend with. The thing about the MG Vintage Racers group, the Triumph group is like this, the Minis, they all want to help each other out. Everybody knows it's very hard to, especially on Sunday afternoon, to have your car still running They will all stop whatever they're doing, help pull engines, transmissions, heads, head gaskets. Everybody wants to make sure as many cars get on track as possible and then beat them on the track.
Yeah.
But see how Larry, he's catching them in the twisty bits. And then Venus is able to pull out. And, you know, these cars are so equally yoked that just one more horsepower.
Be huge.
Or one more twist of that jet and those SU carburetors could be all it needs. That's Garth Gill in an MGTD. Okay, Venus. Larry taking a little bit shorter apex there. Larry kind of running more of the defensive line through the toe. And they're still keeping that MGB within striking distance, which, you know, that MGB is an 1800. Those MG midgets should be 1275, maybe 1293s.
So you smoked up the brakes a little bit there.
Did. I like the color blue of Larry's car. Tell you what, though, every once in a while we have an MG midget race where there's like 20 of them. So much fun. So much fun to watch. And you'll never get more attention than driving an MG midget or a Mini Cooper on the road at my size. And you get out like at gas stations and people are like, whoa. It does look a little bit like a clown car. But I love it. Once you're in it, great cars to drive.
There's enough room in there for you?
Yeah. No power steering, no power brakes. It's all, so sometimes, because I have to use a smaller steering wheel, so you have to use your arm muscles when you're parking it, because you don't have the leverage of a big steering wheel, but I don't have the room to have a big steering wheel. Looks like he's smoking just a little bit. In the British car world, we say he's leaking smoke, not smoking. Sorry, I should have said that. There's our leader, Sharipa, Doug Sharipa in an MGB, Group 3 with the Collier Cup. And I should know this, I think it was Sam, but one of the Collier brothers died here on the track in the races that took place from 1948 to 1952. And if you drive the old track, there's a memorial that every year when I'm here, somebody puts flowers by to honor the Collier brothers. And then they came up with the Collier Cup back in the SCCA days, I think dating back to the 50s, and then we kind of inherited it. There's Venus, and then Larry Smith right behind. Larry Smith has fallen back just a little bit. As they come around this MGTD. So it's Sharipa, Venus, Smith, Zebkowski, Faust, Dave Nicholas up to 6th place. We haven't seen him yet. And I am sad to say for all of our MG fans, I think he won 6 championships in the yellow Honeybee that he called it, the yellow MGA Honeybee. And there's rumors that the Honeybee may be no more. He had a bad incident last weekend at Lime Rock. Was able to borrow an MGA from a friend, but we may not see the Honeybee anymore. But he's made it sound like there's going to be a Honeybee 2.
It was Sam Collier that tragically lost his life. Yeah, he was leading at the time as well, and made his fortune in streetcar advertising. He's driving a Ferrari 166.
There were a lot of MGs, Allards, Jaguar, in the first, from the 1948 to 1952, and every year, then their Cunningham started coming. So the first year it was just whatever you've got, just like anything. But then there's tens of thousands of people down there. Then the next year, some car companies started getting involved, and then by the last year, it was full on professional race car drivers, professional racing, and they're like, we got to do something about this. So that's why we're up here on the hill.
That's right. Same situation as Laguna Seca,
Road America. Yeah, lots of,
Lime Rock. Lime Rock didn't have a race in the city, but they knew they needed to get out to go racing. And
here's our leader.
You know what else happened here, Ben, that we haven't had a chance to talk about? One of the largest concerts ever.
Yeah.
The Grateful Dead, the Allman Brothers, and the band played here to a crowd that was even bigger than Woodstock. Right here on the property.
What was it called?
Summer Jam?
Summer Jam, yeah. Yeah, and then a couple years ago, Fish played a big concert out here. I think a couple of concerts. It's a great place to do any kind of big festival like that.
Yes.
As long as you're not burning Greyhound buses. But all of those stories, it's funny, they've had all these bands, these rock bands and everything, but all the big stories were from the 70s and the racers.
Around the Grand Prix.
Yeah. Yeah, like talking to Michael Printup, who was the president, who's now our COO, who was the president here at Watkins Glen back in the day. He's like, yeah, the Fish concert was great. People were great. Everybody was really nice. They cleaned up after themselves. They'd do it again. And they were told you can never bring a jam band here.
Yeah.
And no, they were great. You probably don't want the Hells Angels to do your security, but other than that, it's all good.
Depends on the chapter.
Yeah, that's true also.
Very true.
So there's Sharipa. It's going to take the white flag next time by. But ladies and gentlemen, this is an all-MG race. So this race is not over until that driver crosses the start-finish line. Anything can happen because we're seeing already Eustavinus has fallen back behind Larry Smith. So we have a new second place. Oh, Eustavinus has fallen back. Zebkowski now is in third place overall. Not sure what's happened to Eustavinus, but he is the orange midget that was out there running second strongly. So Larry Smith, don't give up. Anything can happen. I honestly think if it weren't for Lucas Electronics, everybody would love British cars. It's just that they decided to put Lucas in and never went away from it. The true Prince of Darkness, Lucas Electronics.
Yeah.
And had they not done that, and had they not been positive ground, I think the American market would have loved him even more. But it is also kind of a neat thing, a camaraderie, that if you find a fellow MG person, you know that you're with your people. That person's just as crazy as I am. We're going to get along great.
They've suffered as much?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. They don't mind tinkering, I guess is what the MG owners would say. So here he is. Doug Sharipa in the MGB. Still haven't seen my buddy Dave Nicholas in the MGA. And then Larry Smith was third almost this whole race. Just Eustavinus fell out. Was falling back to seventh. Here he comes to take the checker.
Final corner. Last little bit of straightaway, and there it is, waving in the sky.
Well, that's the white.
Sure looks like a white flag to me. I was just going to say.
Keep doing it. Man. Do it to my own race. So, Larry, come on now. You've got one whole lap. Come get him. So, Larry Smith and Zebkowski should be behind him in the midget. Sharipa has a big lead. This is where it gets crazy, and we talk about this in motorsports, but it's even crazier if you're a British car person. you're listening for every noise. You're feeling for every vibration. You're like, if you know anything about British cars, the car could be running flawlessly, absolutely perfect, and boom, no sign. I'm just going to stop running right now, just for fun. And maybe it starts right back up, and you don't know what in the world happened, or maybe it's everything happened for no reason. You have to have a sense of humor to like these. I will say, I give my hats off to the people in the 60s and 70s where an MG was their primary car. That's a risk.
Yeah.
Because you're like, you might not be getting to work that day.
Especially living in a place where there could be some nasty weather throughout the year, right? Like in the UK.
Yeah. But here he comes, Doug Sharipa in that early B. A lot of people don't know this, but it was an MGB that was the Ferrari in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. If the Ferrari was ever rolling, it was an MGB. And you can see it in some of the shots. It's definitely an MGB trunk lid or brake lights. But any of the shots that was rolling, they put Ferrari kind of panels on it. Mm-hmm. But the rolling shots were an MGB. Anytime it was in that garage, it was a Ferrari.
Yeah, they did not push a California Spider out the window.
And even then, it was probably worth a couple of million.
Oh,
but that
God,
was a very valuable car. But now they're, 50 million.
Absolutely.
Whatever they are. So here he comes, Ralph, to take the checker. For real.
You sure?
For real this time.
This time?
Maybe.
Okay. We'll find out. We're going to all find out together, including Sherpa. He's looking, yeah, that one's a checker. There it is. He finally gets the win. Made him run an extra lap, but he's got it this time.
Where's Larry?
Well, Ben, that checkered flag on the Collier Cup for you is kind of like the switch from Christmas morning to Christmas late afternoon. It's kind of not.
Yeah.
It's still good, but it's.
Got 364 more days to the next Collier
Do it again,
Cup race. Uh-oh, here's Zepkowski. So did Larry Smith cross the line? I think Larry Smith has fallen out, and that happened to Larry late last race, too. He was doing really, really well last year and then fell out. So Zepkowski. Or maybe Larry Smith heard my call of the checkered flag and came.
Thought it was over. Pulled the Mark Martin and pulled in a lap early.
Here's the TD. Garth Gill. It's a drag race to the
Yeah, it is. The midget's catching him.
It doesn't look like it, but that's only about a 15-year difference between the two cars. It seems more like 60 years. It's about probably a 10 to 15-year difference between those two. There's the MGA coming through of Dave Nicholas. So Dave and Rosie are here. There's Hershey. So is Larry Smith not going to cross the line here?
He might have broken
Hershey
down
going to move way up through the list? Yeah, Hershey's fourth. Dave Nicholas fifth. Oh, that's going to... Larry Smith isn't going to be able to finish this race. Here comes the TC. Brandau. And look at this TC too. Red wire wheels. It's just sexy. Headlights turned the wrong way. for a little bit of aero advantage. It really matters when the front of your car's a brick, but you turn your headlights the other way. So Doug Sharipa finishes first in an MGB. Then Richard Zepkowski, Doug Faust, Ted Hershey, Dave Nicholas from last to fifth. Larry Smith was running a comfortable second place there and then fell out to sixth place. Garth Gill, seventh. Mark Brandow, eighth. And Peter Usdavinas, ninth. So Peter Usdavinas, ninth, was second place for most of the race, but ended up 3 laps down.
Group 5A, 7-Eleven, and PSSA is next up on the grid here at the Watkins Glen Mission Foods Speed Tour event. We will have that one for you after these words.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Group 5A, 7-Eleven, and PSSA. Out on track right now. We work our way into the afternoon here. 2:30 in the afternoon on the East Coast. Couple races left to go here.
It's the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. Ralph Shaheen in the booth. I'm Ben Sissel. This should be our last live stream race of the weekend. It's been a fantastic weekend here at the Mission Food Watkins Glen Speed Tour and the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. John Ulmer up front, Carter Bowles, Nathaniel Duckles, Kyle Collins, Joe Cawley, Mitchell Idle, Vaughn Grace, Gary Gray, Rafe Baskin, David Kunzelman, Keith Taylor, Sean Monnett, Mark S. Clark, Matt Schieferle, Mark Hannafin, Michael Lang, David Bauman, Chris Allen, Michael Merritt, and Timothy Nichols, all out there.
Good feel of the cars. And this was a good race yesterday between the Revolutions at the front, the different variations of those three.
Watch for Carter Bowles in that Dallara. It's not in relation to Doug, is it? Because I know Doug's son races with us sometimes.
Yeah, that would be.
And it's a Dallara. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Dallara makes a few of the Indy cars.
Oh, yeah. Just a few.
So John Ulmer up front in that Revolution. It looks like Nathaniel Duckles in the Evo behind him. You can tell the Evo by the flat rear wing. Now, I saw that you got Ledbetter to text you back, but it'd be very impressive if you could get Doug Bowles to text you back.
Well,
I don't know, or I'm sure we could Google what's his son's name.
I was going to do that first before I bothered Doug. I was trying to remember what Doug's, I mean, obviously, Connor. And Dale did confirm, by the way, that is Fletcher Quigley's car is a track action, track attack machine out of their Hendrick facility.
So Ulmer, big gap. He's in the Revolution 500 SC. Lots of radicals out here looking for Kyle Collins. I'm not seeing him out there in the Cannon car. And that's why Glace was out there in that LMP3 car, because he's out there in the number 18 car. Von Glace in a Radical SR3. One of my favorite drivers, Gary Gray, in the number 379 Radical. And I love this Matt Schieferle in the Lola T212, who was also in the Formula Juniors with us. But look at this battle here between the Dallara, the Revolution, and the Radical.
You know what? I believe that is Doug's son.
Well, makes sense. We've seen a lot of those Dallaras at some IndyCar events, and they take the vintage Indy with Alonso Jr.
Let's see if we can catch.
Well, Doug, if you're watching, very impressed. Your sons are very good race car drivers, and these Dallaras are exciting. We were so excited to be back at Indianapolis Motor Speedway this year, and looking forward to being back next year, Father's Day weekend, with an even bigger show. We're bringing, I don't know if I'm allowed to publicly announce what we're bringing next year, but it's even bigger and better than it has been in the last few years.
It's going to be cool.
Trying to get the, I believe that's Glace in that white Radical around Bowles in that Dallara. We have 3 Dallaras here this weekend. And now Bowles going back around the Radical. Side by side through turn 8. So Glace was out with us in Group 10 in an LMP3 car. And now he's out there in his Radical. Von Glace in a Radical SR3. Here's your leaders coming down the hill. Ulmer and Duckles. Allen, Glace, Bowles, Baskin. Then Idle should be in that Chevron B31 from 1975. Look at this, though, side by side, Ralph.
Good fight going to the inner loop.
Both of them, the Revolution Evos. They were side by side. That's how the inner loop can really mess you up. But if you miss the entrance into that inner loop, that's how big of a gap it can make. Or if you have to, you know, concede the position like he did. We just got a shot there of Ulmer coming down. Then here's Duckles and Allen. And it should be Glace and the White Radical. And then Bowles.
And I know Carter works for Dallara, so I haven't heard back from Doug yet, but I'm going to bet you pretty much that's him.
Yeah. Good looking cars are these new Dallara EXPs that they've just released, and I hear that.
Oh, one into the wall coming off the final corner. That's our race leader.
That's our leader.
That Ulmer. Bummer.
So we have a new leader now, Nathaniel Duckles. I'm sorry, I said that was Duckles. That was not Duckles. That's Allen. And I'm not seeing. There he is. Chris Allen is in a PS1 Revolution 500 Evo. My sheet is saying that he started 18th. I didn't see that. We're double yellow because we can't get Ulmer out of the wall. Looked like he backed into it too, didn't he?
Did, yes.
There is a NASCAR safer barrier there, that whole wall, that does take a lot of shock absorption.
For very good reason. That's a very fast section of track in a high impact zone.
Oh, now he's trying to get into pit lane.
Looks like he might have made it. Just don't know if it's far enough.
Yeah, he can't block pit lane. We still double yellow? Can't see any of the corner. There we go. Okay, yeah. Are these Dallaras, are they made in Indianapolis?
Yeah, they are. The tour of the facility when we were there for Speed Tour was incredible.
Okay, the pace car. I'm listening to the pace car. He's trying to catch the leader. All right, he's got him. So there's Glace in the White Revolution. There's the safety car, Argenetta.
And we're down to the final few laps of our season as well. Virginia International Raceway will be next up for everybody in 2 weeks.
I love going to Virginia International Raceway, but the one that I've got kind of circled on my calendar is Barber.
Yep.
Not sure, to be honest, how that's going to go because it's the same weekend as Talladega, just, you know, a couple miles down the road.
Yeah.
It's a weekend during SEC football in Alabama. That's never a great thing, but we're going to have a lot of cars there, and it's a great place. I can't wait to go see the Motorcycle Museum and all the great places. So if you want to come out to a race that's going to be kind of one of a kind, come out to the Barber Speed Tour, Barber Motorsports Park, just outside of Birmingham, Alabama.
Well, that museum has a lot more than just motorcycles in there, too. We need to figure out when we want to go through there. We'll give our buddy Robert Pandya a call over there, who kind of handles all the marketing and everything for the museum, for Mr. Barber. Go get a tour over there. Yeah, so our producer, Chevy/Ford guy, Cam Leone, is asking if Barber is where the giant spider is on the inside. Was it turn 5?
I don't
hairpin?
know. Yeah,
it is turn 5. And yes, it is. They call Barber Motorsports Park the Augusta National of racetracks. And it is. It is beautifully manicured property, incredible attention to detail. And one of the things they have done is they have scattered massive pieces of art all around the property. Some inside the track, some on the outside of the track as you're driving in. But you need to keep your eyes open all the time because you just never know. You glance off to the left, and there's this massive sculpture out there.
One time, just like a year ago, the lady fell off the bridge. The mannequin, I should say that. The mannequin,
yeah,
fell off the bridge during like an Indy practice.
Sure did, yeah.
But there's the woman in the lake.
There's all kinds of stuff around there.
The museum. It's going to be pretty neat.
Well, we're going to be a minute while they clean this up, so we're going to go ahead and step away for a short break, and we'll be right back.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And we're back to green. Revolution's out front.
Bowles still strongly in third. And I'm hearing reports that the car that's currently in second may have had some contact under double yellow. So Bowles may be inheriting another position if he can't get around him.
Carter's been doing a good job behind the wheel there, Dallara.
Yeah. Yeah, and Glace has fallen back to fourth in that radical. So the Dallara right behind the Revolution of Duckles. Duckles looks to be going slower. So important to carry good speed out of this corner, but it's also so difficult to do because you've got that wall right there to your left.
Yeah, it's very similar in some ways to the kink at Road America because you're headed right at that wall. Incredibly intimidating.
Now let's see if Bowles can stay in it up the S's, stay right behind Duckles, and maybe get a good draft into the inner loop.
This track will definitely test your mettle. Between the S's, the carousel, that last corner. Not a lot of time to just rest.
Coming down into the toe, the boot section. They're in the laces of the boot right now. And what this has done is this has given Glace the opportunity to get right up behind these drivers. Man, we just showed that Mission commercial. Now Glace has McDonald's on the side of his car.
You're going to be hungry, aren't you?
I'm hurting. Bowles. Oh, no. Is that Gary Gray down there? Hope not.
Yes. It's Gray in the 379.
Looks like he's trying to fire it back up. All right, white flag has been shown to the leader. I'm pretty sure about this one, Ralph.
That's a 2014 Radical SR8.
There's our leader.
Chris Allen in his 2024 Revolution 500 Evo. Tuckles in second in another 2024 Revolution 500 Evo. And then Carter Bowles, a 2021 Dallara EXP. That's your top three.
But something's happening with Carter and Duckles. Maybe they've slowed down because they're going at it so hard, but Allen has got a huge gap, and they just restarted.
Yeah. He has pulled away.
Here they come. This is the group right here. This is Duckles, Bowles, and Glace.
Yeah, Glace in the 2014 Radical SR8. Revolutions, Dallara, and a Radical. There's going to be the Revolution first to the checkered flag. Checkered flag waves. Chris Allen taking the win. Here's that final battle.
Ooh.
Boy, ducked inside.
Clace.
The Radical is going to get up on the podium, just sneaking inside of Bowles off the final corner.
Maybe.
Carter dives out, but I don't think he had enough time.
No, he did. He got it. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man.
By 0.02 of a second.
Well, that was an outstanding finish, wasn't it? He stayed in it and got just enough of a draft to get there. Because that's not really a very long run, the exit of that corner to the checkered flag.
There's Mark Clark in the S2.
And number 77 there, I was looking at that car earlier today, spent most of its time racing in Japan. Matt Schifferle owns that car. It's a Lola T212. T2, that's tough to say.
It is.
Especially late in the day on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Here's a look at it. Allen, Duckles, Bowles, Clace, Baskin. Top 5, Taylor, Kunzelman, Monet, Clark, and Schifferle rounding out the top 10. So we have got the Ragtime Racers coming up next. That will be our last event of the weekend as we close things up here at Watkins Glen. But stay with us. Some great, very interesting race cars coming up when we come back.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. And do we have a treat for you, the Ragtime Roadsters. Actually, the Ragtime Racers, sorry. Racers and cars from the Ragtime era from 1909 to around 1920. And some unbelievable cars at that.
One of the highlights, of course, is that tribute car right there to the Marmon Wasp that Ray Haroon drove to the first ever win in the Indy 500 in 1911. That's a tribute car. However, there's a national in the field, car number 20, that really was in that first ever Indy 500 and finished 7th. It's racing here today at Watkins Glen. There it is right there out front.
Big number 20. So we've got Locomobiles, National, Bergdahl, Hudson's, EMF, Packard, Buick, Lexington, and a Durant Special.
The Lexington is that bright yellow machine, number 7. Lexington Motor Company. Originally out of Lexington, Kentucky, ended up moving to Connorsville, Indiana. It's a 6-cylinder, 224 cubic inches, producing 73 horsepower.
Drivers and riding mechanics wear period clothes and drive the cars at racing speed.
Not sure why there's a flatbed tow truck coming through the camping area.
And that car competed at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Twice.
Yes, which Lexington won.
So Brian leading him around in that number 20.
Number 5, a 1909 American speed car.
Over 100 years of motorsports here this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. And here are the oldest. There's the Wasp, a tribute car to the first Indy 500, like you were saying, but also the car that's kind of credited for the first rear view mirror. And it was just a necessity. He didn't bring a riding mechanic to do the spotting for him, so he's like, well, I'll just put a mirror. And it's right in front of him.
Car number 12, the Bergdahl, driven by Brody Lane.
And, airplanes were so new then, but he used a little bit of airplane technology to stabilize the car with that little wing in the back.
12, it's car number 16, it's blue, Charles Test behind the wheel.
And, of course, without the riding mechanic, the weight went down, and the Wasp went quicker.
All of these cars were on display during the course of the weekend at the Ragtime Racers.
There's the Lexington, number 7.
The blue, number 20, that's 1911 National Indy, driven by Brian Glen, and a couple more for you.
Here comes that big number 20. Like Ralph said, finished 7th in the original Indianapolis 500. The owner of National back in that day was one of the owners of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway test track.
Yes.
That they could go out there and test out their new technology and their new cars. Look at everybody's waving at the spectators.
That orange number 15 to the right side of the screen is a 1915 National with a 6-cylinder, 365 cubic inch engine producing 55 horsepower.
The number 16 is a Packard, 430 cubic inch, 4-cylinder T-head, 40 horsepower. The first Packard was built in 1899 by the Ohio Automobile Company, later named the Packard Motor Car Company. The first race car was known as the Gray Wolf, a lightweight aerodynamic car powered by a 275 cubic inch. This car was found in Argentina in the 1950s, still in racing configuration. How cool is that?
For decades, this one vanished, just flat disappeared, and folks of the Grimes family.
All right, so here they come around to take the green flag. I wish you could hear the sounds that these cars make. You can hear every revolution. Their cylinders are so big that you can hear every time these things fire off.
He oversaw the recommissioning, if you will, while preserving it in its original 1909 character. You talk about dedication to something. It's amazing the work that goes into these cars to keep them up and running, and to have these people take them out, put them on a racetrack, and run them at race speeds. Pretty amazing. They come by, get
Here they come to take the green. Green flag is out.
And this is technically an exhibition, but Ben, you know as well as I do from having ridden in these cars before, like I have, these guys will run them pretty hard.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. They will run them to their almost to,
they'll go 810
level of performance. Yeah. And they're not, they're wearing the leather helmets and they're out there running exhibition, and all the passes should be very good, or at least point by. All the drivers need to be aware, but to have these cars on track at speed like this is something that just doesn't happen anywhere. I'm not even sure Goodwood has anything like this.
They didn't when I was there. They should just bring all of these over in one shot. That would be great.
You know what's funny is, really, of all of these cars, Buick is the only one still around.
Yeah. Well, as we've talked about before, there were some, 220 plus auto manufacturers during
just
this
in
era.
North America.
Just in North America during this era.
And a lot of them were also carriage companies or bicycle companies.
Right.
That, we'll make a few cars.
And now we're down to literally a handful.
In America, we've got the GM cars, Ford, Lincoln, Tesla, Dodge. Oh, here we go.
And that's our Lucas McCabe, cameraman extraordinaire, riding along, hanging on for dear life, I guarantee it, and getting us the shot all at the same time. Great job, Lucas. Way to go.
Tell you what, though, that 1920s camera looks 4K.
It's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it looks good.
Sure, he's having a heck of a time.
Yep. That is fun. It's terrifying. I've done this.
It really is.
It is scary.
It's pretty sketchy.
So there he is.
He's in the 21. Looks like a national as well. Let's see. He's got both hands on the camera. He needs to be hanging on to something.
I think that's a Hudson.
Is it?
Which is what
it is.
Paul Newman was in the movie Cars.
It's a 6-cylinder L head with a balanced crankshaft.
And they're rocking back and forth. You see that? Oh man, Lucas, hold on. He's coming down into turn 8, right-hander. Those big carriage bicycle tires and wheels. I wish we could get audio because we'd hear Lucas screaming. But that's a little closer than I'm used to for exhibition races.
Yeah,
I like that.
They're having some fun out there.
The true modern era of gladiators would have to have been this kind of racing or Grand Prix racing up until like the Silver Arrow eras, up until like the World War II.
Yeah.
When, no seatbelts. Your life expectancy as a race car driver was about 7 weeks. That was
legitimately the number.
That was a crazy time.
Here they come out on the front straightaway.
Number 33 is an EMF. There's that 15 that they called it butterscotch when we were at Indy. Then the 33 of EMF. EMF began building passenger cars in 1908. This was found disassembled in a barn in upstate New York. To this livery in 2005. Oh yeah, here we go.
Show you how
Wait, are they in the
climb up through the S's.
Lucas, you're winning a race right now.
You get a pretty good idea how blind these corners are too.
Lucas is screaming, I just want to go fast. You really can't get a sense of how fast that feels. When you're just naked like that, open in a car, oof, that is scary.
Slipping and sliding around on the seat.
So here comes Brian in that number 20 National.
Credit to these owners and mechanics. They run these cars quite often. I mean, we saw them in Indianapolis, and I saw them again at Laguna Seca. Here they are in Watkins Glen, opposite ends of the country.
They were at Lime Rock.
They were at Lime Rock. I mean, they have raced a lot. Just maintaining these vehicles is a huge challenge, and getting them all around the country.
Yeah. There we go, back to the in-car. I'm such a nerd, I'm looking at the gauges. What's the car doing? What's the temperature at? Look at that.
Well, the one gauge you got to watch is the oil pressure gauge if you're the passenger, because usually you have a pump. If that oil pressure goes down too far, you're working the pump pretty hard to get it back up.
Oh, see the water coming out of the radiator?
Yeah, right on the Lucas's camera lens.
Yeah, that's all right. It's just, you know, that's a feature.
Mm-hmm.
Here they come up over that rise. The Marmon Wasp up front. That's a pretty car. The brass era.
Yeah.
was talking to one of the people connected with the foundation that is involved in the preservation of these cars, and he said one of the hardest things to do, well, there's a lot of cars around, a lot of them are in museums, and people are reluctant to bring those cars out and load them up and take them across the country.
A lot of these gauges have oil or water in them, in the gauges, you know, and there's a little bit of a float just because they just thought that would be less friction on those needles back in the day. And some of them are, you know, like oil pressure gauges are from a diaphragm. Oh, here they go, though. Past right behind the Wasp and the number 20 car that competed in the first Indy 500 and a tribute car to the car that won the first Indy 500. Come on, Lucas, get side by side with them. Make yourself more aerodynamic. 3 wide, Ralph, coming into Mission Foods turn 1.
That's pretty good. Is that the checker?
Lucas might have just won a race. Scale of 1 to 10, how car sick is Lucas right now?
He could be up there.
Make sure we get that on camera. That is a checkered flag.
It was a checkered flag. Not sure who won.
I'm going to say Lucas.
The guy in the middle was pumping his fist like he thought he had it. And the car that finished 7th in the first Indy 500. I don't know. We'll have to go to Lucas's onboard and see if we can figure it out.
Yeah. Photo finish, right?
Exactly. Well, Ben, it's been a heck of a weekend here. Enjoyed it. Pack everything up, go get all your signs and banners and everything, and then is it going to be McDonald's, Dandy's, or Mexican now that you saw the Mission Food signs?
No, it might have to be Mexican tonight. We'll see.
You have a favorite up here?
I don't. You know, upstate New York's not really known for its Mexican, so we'll have to see.
No, yeah. Okay, so Virginia International Raceway in 2 weeks.
That's going to be a very fun one.
We will see you there. We'll have SVRA, Open Wheel Formula Series cars.
The whole family.
And Trans Am, right?
It's a family reunion.
Everybody's going to be there.
Everybody in the Speed Tour umbrella is going to be there.
Should be a great time. Folks, thanks for joining us. For Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from Watkins Glen.